Good morning. Good morning. Camera broken. There we go. I want it to be extra floppy today. I'm very big for some reason though. Let's get a little smaller, man. Let's get a little smaller. I don't need to be that big. God damn. There's a foxy on the bunker on the Gayapagos Islands. True. Good morning. Every time she says, oh, wow, you think of the Down with the Sickness song? Isn't that like, isn't that a little different? Big in the morning. Yeah. Wait a minute. I have so many tabs today. There are a ridiculous amount of things that have happened, and I don't think I'll be able to get through all of them once again. Also, how do we have a treasure train? How do we have the special scam train right now? How are we doing this first thing in the morning, chat? Gayap? You thought it was Galapagos, but gay? You know, I thought about putting yap in all caps so it was more obvious that it was Gayapagos. But I liked that it looked both gay and yap at the same time. I was like, it's both lore accurate, so you know what? I won't capitalize it. Nepal showing us the way. Nepal! I am very excited to go over the Nepal shit, dude. Rusty McShane, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Cold Acid, thank you for the gift sub. Massive Doge, thank you for the 29-month resub. Hey, boss, you got any advice for us? If you guys didn't just buy me, right? If Mr. Bookworm Nick didn't just buy the Dumpkin Spice Wipies, I'd have been all over getting some of the Lil Dude's Bubble Bum. I'm like, holy shit, they got so many flavors that I didn't even know. I thought they just had unscented and mint. There's a whole world of butt flavors out there that I was unaware of. Ammonia. Slavkai Nikki, thank you. Your 6-month-old daughter figured out how to disable her baby monitor. She's a female Dale Gribble and you couldn't be more proud. I would be terrified if my baby figured out electronics that early. I'd be like, oh Lord, keeping this one from harming itself later in life is gonna be difficult. Greek viewer, Mr. Apagos, probably feeling very called out. 2 comes, 5 comes, 10 comes, 15 comes, 20 comes, 25 comes, 30 comes. That's a lot of comes! Mr. Manamanamanamiss, thank you! Thank you for the 30 comes, brother! That's a lot. Gonna be real tired out. Better be hydrated, man. Better be hydrated. SFO tried to claim MAGA didn't report on the subway attack until it was politically relevant. Yeah, but is he ever right about anything, to be fair? Like, let's be honest, dude. When you were little, you climbed out of the crib on your own before you could crawl. I had to have guardrails on my bed even after I got a crib because I would just roll out onto the floor, man. How will you know the pumpkin spice dude wipes work? Do you have a butt sniffer handy or are you just that flexible? Well, scented things like the scent carries, man. I don't gotta put my nose right up to my own butthole to smell it, you know? You're gonna use the Dumpkin Spice wipes and you're gonna be able to smell it. Mr. Jorshley, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Bearded Axe, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. Anya Mama Insane Paco Taco, thank you for the 18-month resub. Mr. Peanut, thank you for the 2 months, bro. Beer Bear Beard, thank you for the 34-month resub. That's huge. Elon responding you on Twitter. Me getting 34 months resub. Truly the best day ever. Bro, I saw that Elon responded to one of my tweets and I was like, holy shit. Twitter really is like a video game. I was like, that's crazy. Not only did he respond to my tweet, but apparently he retweeted it, which is why, like, the views blew up as well. That's fucking crazy. We're getting a lot of gifts today. Lots of gifts today, bro. No clip through, thank you. Update to your donkey mix-up. The store has fixed the issue and is sending you your original order super fast, and now you have 2 Kirsches. Bless. Thank you! I'm glad my customer support guys were fucking huge up on it. I want to make sure you guys are getting your actual orders. I did inquire on if there was, like, some massive fuck-up, and apparently no. But they do hope that it is decently isolated and it didn't affect many people. So if you end up getting the incorrect docky, please contact customer support on my website. 5 comes, 10 comes, 15 comes, 20 comes, 25 comes, 30 comes. I am going to be a quivering mess of meat if you keep giving me 30 comes at a time, chat. Thank you, Dan Zinagri. Oh, thank you, Dan Zinagri, my cat man, for another 30 comes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Your mom was told by doctors to not come to you every time you cried. When she followed that advice and she didn't come when you cried, you managed to climb out of your crib and slam onto the floor. I was really confused for a second, considering I was in the middle of thanking people in a joke way about 30 comes. So when I read your message, I was like, oh, clearly he's about to make a joke about coming as well. And then I was really confused when I finished reading and had to like reorient. But yeah, you do want to start separating from like going to the kid every time it cries, but sometimes you might have to.
How about I put a tiny top hat on your penis?
How come we get more comes earlier and then more subs is just like a tiny top hat? Is that like after I drain you dry, I'm like, lad, sir, here's your tiny top hat for your troubles. Thank you, Maxlore, for the 50 gift subs. Thank you. Big, huge, massive 50. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Corduck, thank you for the 6 months of Proom. Zeroth Null, thank you for the 6 months of pre-subs, I think. And a total of 30 months subbed at tier 3. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Jorshley, I think I thanked you. I can't remember. Jorshley, thank you again. You take a second, thank you. Thank you. No. Zon Doppelganger. I really want to just call you Zyklon every time I see your name, and I have to actively attempt to not call you Zyklon. Thank you for the 2000, me not racist. 2025, me very racist. Well, you know, as long as you hide your power level in public, you'll be fine, brother. Level 10, it's been 13 minutes. I think the timer resets, like, every time it goes up a level so that people have a chance to get it to the next level. I think that's how that works. It's over 9,000. He's gonna win. A paradoxical innuendo, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Booma Papa Oni, thank you for the 29-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Why are you asking us? You're the one saying it. I don't know. I had to like figure out in my brain why I was putting a tiny top hat after coming, you know? Imagine Kier dropping her phone the second she saw the Elon Musk retweeting her and shaking like she got Parkinson's. I was just kind of like shocked. I was like, what the fuck? There's not even another name there, so it's not like someone else retweeted me. He just saw it in the wild. What the hell? Conscript Yuki, thank you for the 30 months, dude. Got your Kirsche merch today. Now you have Kirsche on your screen and in your bed. I hope your bed is comfy. Remember when you liked race cars? Now look at you. Sapphire Aegis, thank you for the 10-month resub. Sorry, sometimes Twitch confuses me with the way they write that shit. Thank you for the 10 months, Sapphire Aegis. The years start coming and they don't stop coming. The feds keep glowing and the fox who hits the ground yapping. True. Does he follow you? Elon does not follow me. That would be spookier, man. Elon likes VTubers. He's been replying to a lot of them lately, it seems. Maybe. Shiratabi-kun, thank you. Hi, Kirsche. What am I going to talk about today? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, there's a lot. Speaking of a lot. 1 come, 2 comes, 5 comes, 10 comes, 15 comes, 20 comes, 25 comes, 30 comes. That's literally 90 comes today. Ikaron8, thank you for the 30 comes, my guy. I'm literally going to end up dead. This raspberry lemonade is not going to be enough to hydrate me. Mr. J, thank you for the 10-month member. Congrats on Elon's retweets. Foxu just can't stop winning. Literally, Who Armor disintegrated. God bless you, Fox. God bless us, everyone. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Feel for Graham Linehan. The guy did support Count Dankula being arrested for teaching his dog how to heil. So your sympathy is lax. I didn't even remember that. I didn't even remember that was a thing. I only knew fucking Graham Linehan from him speaking out against transgender ideology and sticking up for J.K. Rowling. So I didn't remember that. Apparently he did a video with Dankula though, and like apologized, and they've made up, and they've buried the hatchet, as it were. Got the docky cover the other day. It looks really nice. Now to get a pillow for it. I retweeted, I think Icy Bard posted a picture of the docky, and that's not just a heart gem on a pearl string. That is indeed an anal plug. That other guy was correct. I just didn't want to write that on Twitter. So now if there was any confusion, yeah, that is an anal plug. He made an apology during Dankula's roast. Good on him. A Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Little Mr. Johnson in a top hat be putting on the Ritz. That's just what I think of every time I see a tiny hat. I'm like, I could put a penis in that. Oh, did the TTS not go off? What the hell was that? What the hell? Oh, it was a YouTube, sorry. Matt Larson, thank you. Much did you love the new model you've been using lately? You wish it had the expressiveness of the swimsuit one? Munya! True. True, 2D and 3D are definitely a bit different, you know? You gotta get used to it. Wit G, thank you for the member. Thank you. And Mr. Internet Zenmaster, thank you for the huge fucking 50. All the Coombs have you wondering if Kirsche's honorable shouters have all turned into Leomon or something, given how many times?
I had a bit of a rough day today.
Oh no!
My car was towed when it wasn't supposed to be.
Ah!
Anyway, here's to a fun show.
Oh no!
I could use a good laugh after today.
Muetta 8. Muetta 8. Am I supposed to be saying a word there if I say it fast enough?
Being a racist is fun. Going over 200 miles per hour is such a rush.
Muetta 8. I'm sorry to hear that your car was towed erroneously. Hopefully you can get it back easily and without much hassle. Sorry about the issues, my dude. And Anthony, thank you for the 25. Being a racist is fun. Going over 200 miles per hour. I don't think I want to go that fast. I think I'm pretty okay at, like, the 70 or 80. That's a pretty nice speed. You know? How much French game do you have left? I just got to Act 2. I have my swimming marshmallow. Internet Zenmaster, we got interrupted here, sir. And given how many times can have back-to-back smacks? 40 times. Wait, how do you know that Leomon can do it 40 times back-to-back? Is this like a fan fiction or some shit? How do you know that? Also, Musk's retweet's gonna make the Foxo haters cope and seethe like crazy. I still can't believe that happened. That's fucking nuts. Yeah, help, that's fucking nuts. Yeah, help, I'm dying. Okay. I have retained my ability to live. Lions IRL have amazing refractory. I don't know that about lions. Shiratabi-kun, thank you. Did I see the article about the guy who got arrested for training his dog to drop bricks on people whenever they ring his doorbell during COVID? No? And also, how do you get arrested for that? Phoenix DS, thank you. With all the Coombs, it's like a Super Saiyan powering up. It might as well be. Albert Creatine, thank you. How's it feel to be noticed by Elon Musk? Now you just have to show him the bridge stuff instead? Who cares about Robbie Starbuck? Yeah, I saw... Oh, man. I was going to start with something else today, but I guess I can start with that. Maybe? If I can even find it. Brother. Yeah, here it is. I have so many fucking tabs right now just from the last day. I have opened so many tabs... I didn't even remember, like, what day stuff happened. I was like, hey, mods, did I talk about some of these things already? Time is a warp, and I have no idea what's happening. Lionesses are very needy when in heat. I know that one! Lionesses will bite a lion's balls if they don't put it in, or... It's me, I'm the lioness. But I retweeted out this as well. Trump talking about the woke agenda. I'm glad that he actually calls it Marxism most of the time.
The woke agenda is practically gone. It's deep-seated. We have to make sure it's out. That's very bad. It's like a weed. You think you killed it, and then it starts growing again. So we have to be careful.
And he's right. It is like a weed. It is like a weed. And I'm glad that they're getting it out of a lot of places in the federal government. It's nice to see people who are still promoting this kind of stuff get fired literally in real time on Twitter. That's great. But Bridge is still a thing, and I really wish I could get in contact with someone to talk to about Bridge. Gotta get the people in power that push it out of their seats. Yeah, I really need to get this in front of somebody who could actually get it in front of the politician people. It is out now while he's in office, but nothing guarantees that it won't sprout again in 4 years. Yeah, you know, the deep burrowing for the winter. Insect Devil, thank you for the 2. You want to burn that bridge? I want to make sure there is nothing left of that bridge. I want to atomize it after we burn it, okay? There's got to be nothing left. No traces, man. Real communism has never been tried is not a phrase I ever want to hear again. Did you hear about the creepy thing Yara said, or the dumb shit the commies did, or the illegal that raped the one girl, or the black that was killed someone in some horrible way, or the awesome thing that Trump did? Or the judge that pulled an injunction out of their ass? Time is a loop. Yeah, pretty much. That's because he's threatening the ideology as if it's a thing on its own, but not addressing the people that push it. If you get rid of the people, the ideology goes too. But if you just try to get rid of the ideology, the people will keep pushing it. Hard agree. And this is why when we saw universities do like the renaming thing in the last couple of years, it's just like you can't let the people who pushed this stuff stay there. And that's like the insidious thing, I guess, about people with the extreme ideologies. If no one can do anything because everyone knows the communist beast can't get anything done. Thank you. Please do not abbreviate the black guy to the black. Oh, I didn't purposely abbreviate. I thought I was reading it like I just thought that's what it said. What portion of people who promote this stuff would you say are useful idiots, and what portion know they're actually pushing for but believe they'll be on top? That's a great question. And usually when you hear people talk, you can tell whether they're saying it maliciously or they're a true believer who thinks that they're actually working towards something good, but they're just a useful idiot that's a tool for the people who are maliciously lying. So the thing that I wanted to start with, hold on, I have to go hunt this tab down again, actually is at a school. And I think we've talked about Texas A&M recently, because Texas A&M was one of the schools like on the chopping block for federal funds because they still had DEI nonsense. And this guy, Brian Harrison, says, caught on tape, Texas A&M student kicked out of class after objecting to transgender indoctrination. A&M president defends the LGBTQ studies. He said, I'm referring to at TAMU. TAMU? Texas A&M University. I was like, what's a TAMU? To the Trump administration for investigation and asking Governor Greg Abbott to fire the A&M officials involved and to instruct his regents at all public universities to immediately end all DEI and LGBTQ indoctrination. Hidden camera video and audio, letters to the Trump administration and Governor Abbott, as well as some of the course materials my office has obtained are in the thread below. Let me turn off my BGM, because this is a student at Texas A&M who is talking to the teacher. Keep in mind that the teacher is in the beginning here saying that they have some stuff about sexuality to teach that they didn't get to in the last class. And we'll learn why they didn't get to it in the last class in a second here.
I just have a question because I'm not entirely sure this is legal to be teaching. Because according to our president, there's only 2 genders, and he said that he would be freezing agencies funding programs that promote gender ideology. I like how this person is very clearly worried about speaking, but I love the way they're saying it. Just like the I'm pretty sure this is illegal. I don't know. It's a little bit of smugness mixed in with the worry, and I'm here for it, man. And this also very much goes against not only myself, but a lot of people's religious beliefs. And so I am not going to participate in this because it's not legal, and I don't want to promote something that is against our president's laws as well as against my religious beliefs.
You certainly have the right to engage in things that you find relevant. And you suggested in the class.
Yes.
You are under a misconception that what I'm saying is
Can you explain to me how teaching us about gender identity and transgenderism and that there's more sexes than
gender isn't illegal.
Huh?
My gender isn't illegal.
My gender isn't illegal? You saying that the teacher themselves is a gender special? Interesting. I mean, I guess that's going to be a real easy way to find the immediate ideologues. It's going to be harder to root out the ones that aren't some form of visible gender special.
Gender? What do you mean?
What do you
Your
mean?
gender is not illegal. According to President Trump's executive order, if you want me to read the paragraph in the order itself.
If you are uncomfortable in this class, you do have the right to leave.
Yes.
What we are doing is not illegal. And if you would like to know that it is, you need to talk to the department head or the head of undergraduate.
Well, I've already been in contact with the president of A&M, and I actually have a meeting with him in person to show.
Holy shit, I love this student. That's crazy. Student's just like, yeah, you know, I already thought of that. Actually, I'm just going to parry that ball back at you.
All of my documentation tomorrow, but
We are also aware, and this is part of why there was an observer in class.
yes.
There was an observer in class yesterday? Oh, you mean to tell me that there was someone in class observing you yesterday to see if you're teaching things that you shouldn't be teaching that could get the school their federal funding cut? And at the beginning of this lesson plan, you said, oh, there's some gender stuff that we didn't get to go over yesterday. Didn't get to! Or left it out on purpose while the observer was watching you.
I'm not convinced that your proposal will be effective in stopping me from teaching things that are biologically true, because I do have the legal and ethical authority, little of the professional expertise in this classroom.
Okay.
I'm really
Yeah, no, I am.
I like how the teacher needs to try and reassert their dominance by being like, it's time for you to leave. When the student, like, opened up with, like, yeah, I'm gonna leave. Like, yeah, I don't think you should be teaching this, and, like, I'm not gonna stay. Like, trying to get back some of your authority there after being humiliated in front of your classroom, you weirdo fuck. According to your sister, who's in middle school, the sex of a baby isn't determined until it's ready to be born. How awesome is that? That's actually up there with your sex ed teacher back in Oregon telling you women could get pregnant through oral sex. What? We've discovered the perfect woman. I'm not saying this is gay, teacher. Get out! True. Even if their modded gender is legal, why the fuck do you want to teach it? Actual psycho. A very strange thing. So, continuing in this thread after that video, there's a letter to Governor Abbott demanding immediate action. And I think this just transcribes it, so I'm going to bring this up. Governor Abbott, this January, during your State of the State address, you stated that any educator who tells students that boys can be girls should be fired on the spot. I agree. Well, I provided your office with a binder almost a foot thick full of examples of this and DEI occurring in our public universities back in February. Nothing has been done to stop it. During my short time in the Texas legislature, I have become aware that Texas may be the biggest promoter and funder of DEI and LGBTQ indoctrination in America. And I must make you aware of perhaps the most egregious instance I've uncovered. I had a Texas A&M whistleblower student provide my office with video evidence of her being kicked out of a children's literature class after she objected to persistent transgender and DEI indoctrination. So that's crazy. She's probably at school, I'm guessing, for like a teacher's degree if she's in a class called children's literature. But the fact that this teacher was teaching a children's literature course and they were trying to shoehorn in like trans stuff for children's literature? What do you mean? What the fuck is this? Students were forced to learn the gender unicorn, which propagandizes extreme transgender ideology. The taxpayer-funded professor also taught what could be considered encouragement to engage in criminal child grooming, and gave instructional materials that stated, "Why talk about queerness at all in children's literature? Isn't that way too adult for little kids?" Well, no. During a class instruction on Let's Talk Gender in Children's Lit, The professor taught that childhood is the time for figuring out how to be a boy, girl, man, woman, or another gender, and that children and adolescents are expected to be sexless, even as our culture valorizes, idealizes, and even eroticizes youth. What in the Nickelodeon child star am I reading here? What the action? Someone called Dan the Footman. We found his estranged cousin. Fuck up. Yeah, fire up those chippers, man. After objecting to such instruction occurring, the student was ordered to leave the class and told she was not welcome to return. The whistleblower went to President Welsh, whose indefensible response was to defend the teacher, state that he will not consider firing her, and defend the decision for Texas A&M to teach this material because it was needed training for future public school administrators. I need to see Trump or someone in his cabinet announcing an immediate stop to all federal funding for Texas A&M, dude. Holy shit. If they won't fire her, defund the school 1,000%. 1,000%, man. Your office will be given video and audio recordings that corroborate this. While the legislature chose not to stop DEI and LGBTQ indoctrination in our public universities, you have the power to end it. I am respectfully requesting that you, in line with your January directive, 1, direct your politically appointed regents at Texas A&M to immediately fire this professor and President Welsh. Good. This is what needs to happen. If you're actually going to get rid of DEI, you need to remove the people who, under any means necessary, will continue to do the work under any other name. Those people have to find jobs elsewhere where they're not responsible for shaping the minds of our next generation or putting policy into place. Let's just go back to using the Communist Control Act, shall we not? Justin Leonard, thank you for the Canadians. Canada's one thing right. Tax-funded Catholic education. I mean, I think you can have private schools here that can qualify for federal funding. They just have to adhere to certain... What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. My brain just died as I scratched my ear. But they have to adhere to certain things. Guidelines. Thank you, Ziz. That's the word. That's guidelines, policies. Either of those work. You want to get rid of weeds of cancer? You need to remove the whole thing or it just regrows. Get rid of all of them. Yeah, exactly. 2, direct all of your politically appointed regents at all of our public universities and immediately take all necessary action to rid all DEI and LGBTQ activity and instruction. And 3, call the legislature back for a special session to finally pass a total ban on taxpayer-funded DEI and LGBTQ indoctrination within any state agency, including our public universities. And apparently Brian Harrison is a Texas House rep for District, I think that says 10. That's crazy to see a representative just saying this. I just assumed this was some random Twitter person. Day 4K, thank you for the 5. As someone who went to A&M with friends who were still there, we're all pretty pissed. You do hear that professor can find work at TU. Well, hopefully not. They need to not be a teacher. If you recall, the federal guidelines was being used to force leftism into private schools. Ew. Teacher needs to be barred from education. You mean not even allowed to clean up the shit as a janitor? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. End of DEI propagation is a must at all cost. It is. If we want our country to survive, DEI propagation must end. The Dork Laird, thank you. You got caught in a speed trap and ticketed. Ruined your day. Do you fight it or go to traffic school? Well, were you speeding? Praxis Fall, thank you. DEI is genocide if you really think about it. Soft, you know? He said, a letter to the Trump administration referring Texas A&M for investigation. Also, he sent one to the Trump admin and Abbott. Very interesting. He said, Secretaries Kennedy and McMahon, I appreciate the work the Trump administration and your agencies have done to protect taxpayers from being forced to fund diversity, equity, and inclusion and transgender indoctrination, especially in public universities, and to enforce President Trump's bold directive that is the policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female. These sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. Incontrovertible. A rare word. As a former chief of staff of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services during the first Trump administration, I have tremendous appreciation for the responsibilities you are entrusted with and am aware of how much funding comes out of your agencies for universities in Texas. I had a Texas A&M whistleblower student provide my office with video evidence of her being kicked out of a children's lit class after she objected to persistent transgender and DEI indoctrination. We read this other paragraph coming up next in the last letter. That is also what we read for future public school administrators. And then I previously referred Texas A&M to the Trump administration for investigation into discriminatory DEI practices, and I am now expanding that request. Since the Texas government has not ended this taxpayer-funded liberal indoctrination, I am writing to respectfully request that you or other agencies take appropriate action to ensure that Texas universities receiving federal funds are complying with President Trump's executive order. What a wonderful letter to read. You love to see it, chat. They don't really need to be teaching about any of this sort of stuff in any school, period. It's not needed. True. John in English, thank you. That pull is Kirsche's literal who armor truly gone. It'll never truly be gone. And then we have another video here, maybe?
Yes, hate speech, yeah, absolutely. And I also don't, I held my mouth closed this whole semester, about my personal beliefs, but as, part of my rights is this goes against my religion. So
you are very free to leave, and now is the time to do that. Please do not leave.
okay.
Are there other questions I can answer about the sex gender system or non-binary identities, such as Jews?
I know she didn't say it, but it sounded like at the end there she said the non-binary system, such as Jews. I can't tell what words she said. It sounded like that, but I know it's not. And also, the sex gender system, by the way? What the fuck? I'm free to leave, but are you free to stop committing illegal acts? True and real. Do you think people like this teacher realize that the communist regime they're pushing for would have extremely harsh punishments for being someone like them? No, absolutely not. And that's what makes them useful idiots, right? There's zero way that you can convince them that what they're doing is actively marching towards their own demise. Because they genuinely believe that what they're doing is good and righteous. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. You're fighting a ticket you got for an unreadable plate for the taxi you were driving. It was a clear shakedown by the cop. You don't own the taxi. The upkeep of the plate is not your responsibility. That's on the company. I'd fight that one. I'd be like, that's not my problem. That's the company's problem. Help. Audio of the student asking Texas A&M president to fire the professor who kicked her out, and he was blatantly indoctrinating students in transgender ideology. God damn. This student is so fucking smart. They recorded absolutely everything.
Tell me what exactly you want changed. I mean, you're trying to pick a fight here. What do you want?
I'm not trying to pick a fight. No, sir, I'm not. I'm trying to...
Tell me what you're looking for. What do you expect us to do? Fire her?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, because it goes against...
Okay, well, that's not happening. Tell me what exactly...
Well, why isn't it happening? Why wouldn't it happen? It's hilarious that the girl who left for religious reasons is probably going to get an A in that class because they can't stop her from leaving for religious reasons. And the class is probably gender studies. It's a children's literature class. Mock a minor, thank you. Makes your upcoming discussion to go home with MS or stay for a PhD a little easier, right? So the cop has a point that being road safe is the responsibility of the driver before driving on public roads. Having a compliant and visible plate is part of doing that. I mean, yeah, but I would just be like, hey, I don't know if this plate is compliant, Mr. Employer of mine. Maybe fix it, you know? It's a what? Texas A&M president defending the need to teach LGBTQ courses to train future school superintendents. These commie fucks have had control of our education system for so long that they can't even envision a world in which we kick them all out.
There are LGBTQ studies here. There have been for a long time.
And
We have people who go into professional track courses.
PC on a shelf above the workbench in my garage was a horrible idea when you don't check if the shelf is anchored into the wall fully.
What?
I'm alive, but boy, does my head hurt.
Oh my god. Yeah, don't put like super heavy things on a shelf before you test its structural integrity. I'm glad you're okay, dude. That could have ended real bad. PC fucking towers are heavy, man. PC towers are heavy. Thank you, Mr. Bigglesworth. Thank you, Mr. Bigglesworth.
There are LGBTQ studies here. There have been for a long time.
and
We have people who go into professional track courses here. There's not that many. There's 2 courses this year that had, I think, 37 people in them. Of those, I believe the number was 34 or 35 are people who are going to be psychiatrists or clinical counselors, some who want to be school superintendents, people who want to work in
I was gonna say, the fucking psychologist stuff is a huge cop-out, because this is being taught in a children's literature class, not a psychology course. And he just shoehorns in superintendents there at the end. It's not something a superintendent really needs to learn about.
nonprofits supporting governments in Texas. Those people don't get to pick who their clients are, what citizens they serve, and they want to understand the issues affecting the people that they're going to treat.
okay.
So there is a professional reason to teach some of these courses. There are
Not in a children's literature class. I'm releasing instructional materials obtained from this children's literature course. The age of focus was children aged 3 to 12 years old. Texas A&M children's literature professor forced students to learn the gender unicorn. And this is something we've seen for a million years now. Like, I even remember seeing this in the fucking gym video back in the day. You have the gender unicorn, graphic by Trans Student Educational Resources. You have the gender identity, which has female, woman, girl, which, whatever happened to those useful idiots who were lying and saying, well, gender is different from sex, we're gonna be women when we change our gender, not female, but now female is also a gender identity, I guess, Gender expression, feminine, masculine, and other. Sex assigned at birth of female, male, other / intersex. Who you're physically attracted to, women, men, or other genders. And who you're emotionally attracted to, women, men, or other genders. Oh my god, it's the Law and Order meme. I'm not gay. I have sex with men and relationships with women. Turn the gender unicorn into glue. The only horses you need are Umas. True. I got those for you, buddy. Yeah, this is for 3 to 12-year-olds. Isn't talking about queerness way too adult for little kids? Well, no. Thinking about homosexuality or queer people are always X-rated is an effect of heteronormativity. The idea that being heterosexual or straight is normal as well as normative. Normal in the sense that lots of people are straight, true, and normative in the sense that being straight is obvious, necessary, or correct, not necessarily true. This implies that being queer is abnormal, wrong, or out of the ordinary. An example, queer people often have a narrative of coming out to their friends and family, or a moment of realizing they were gay. Straight people, however, don't have to come out, and rarely can point to a single moment when they knew they were straight. This implies shit. Heteronormativity leads to compulsory heterosexuality, or the assumption that all people are, should be, or will be in straight relationships. Think, for example, of an adult calling a baby boy a lady killer, or asking a preschool girl if her male playmate is her boyfriend. These behaviors aren't necessarily wrong, but they make assumptions about children's desires by mapping adult heterosexuality upon them. Think also of how many fairy tales aimed at young children end with a heterosexual kiss and a marriage scene, because most of us are primed to think of heterosexuality as the norm. The marriage at the end of Cinderella or Snow White seems romantic and unremarkable, while the ending of Princess Princess seems surprising or even transgressive. Isn't Princess Princess like a manga? Isn't that like a manga? Where, like, boys dress as women? Am I Am I crazy? Are they teaching about a cross-dressing manga? Never heard of it. Let me... Princess. Yeah, the first thing that comes up is the manga. The first thing that comes up is the manga, and... Let me see if I can show this. So... This is not a very good picture. Here we go. So these are the men. These are the princesses. I don't remember the entire story because I read this in like fucking high school, man. But I'm pretty sure they go to like an all-boys school, and then certain boys are picked to be the princesses, and so they dress like women to tantalize the other boys at the school since there's no real women there. What happened to the study that says that same-sex attraction was an irregular chemical imbalance within the brain? I don't know. Girugamesh, thank you. More of Kiss X Cis fan. I don't know what that is. Yeah, heterosexuality is in fact the norm, the end. And I like how they try to, like, switch around language, right? Like, they say, it implies being queer is abnormal, wrong, or out of the ordinary. It is abnormal. It is out of the ordinary, but it is not wrong. But they throw wrong in there to make all three of those descriptors to sound wrong.
Insisting on using the genetically predetermined one, it was a lot harder to justify bull when the biology isn't up for debate. It was or wasn't.
I mean, I feel like the handful of people...
There was a time I knew I was straight. It was called Lola Bunny in Space Jam.
This man's a furry! Thank you, Anthony. Well, they want you to think being queer is abnormal. Do you think these people listen to themselves? It's because they always correlate it with negative connotation language like wrong as well. Which is, again, why, like, I've talked to some people who generally believe in the same things I do, but as soon as it comes to, like, calling dysphoria a mental illness... They get incredibly defensive, and they're just like, you can't call it a mental illness because that means you're looking down on them and you're thinking of them as lesser than a human being. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, never in my life has that been the case. I'm done allowing them good faith anymore. Yep. Yep. So, to go to Tvink Vilasaf, thank you for the 30. I don't think there was ever a point where they were purposefully trying to separate gender and sex. I think it was all like an obfuscation for them to push the ideology to the point that we are at now. Which again, the activists who have pushed this far are generally people doing it for ideological or fetishistic reasons. They're not actual dysphorics who are suffering, unfortunately. If you're a narcissist, for example, I'll look at you like that. Yeah, right? Mr. J, thank you for the huff! Huffing the fluffy tail. Sorry to derail a topic, but what is the name of the dress in the thumbnail? On topic, how many wood chippers would we need? The dress in the thumbnail? I don't remember what my thumbnail looks like. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The deviants are doing everything, including grasping at straws to push an ideology that is failing in every way. They forgot future archaeologists will only find bones of male or female. Not an it. True. True and real. Jabronius Cranston, thank you for the 8-month member. The placenta, it calls to you. It's happening soon, TM. You know, gay people who think these people are crazy, anything having to do with sex is not appropriate for a child. 1,000%. But this is why, like, they get away with using this kind of language. And it's really unfortunate that they do. They do it up here with using wrong alongside abnormal and out of the ordinary. And then they did it again. They did it again. They did it a second time. Because most of us are primed to think of heterosexuality as the norm, which it is. It is just the norm. It's how society and humans have lived as long as we have. Because without it, we wouldn't have continued having babies. And typical leftist Marxist shit, rename good things to be bad and vice versa. Yep. Primed, aka instincts. Like anything, ideas about romantic love, marriage, and sexuality age up with children. The kind of details you would include while talking to a 4-year-old would be different than when you talk to a 14-year-old. But talking in age-appropriate terms about a wide spectrum of genders and sexualities makes everyone more free. Children are, I don't want to use the word coddled, but protected for a reason. When you are young, you're typically retarded. You don't have a fully functioning brain, and you just kind of believe anything adults tell you. It's why children believe in things like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. They have the childlike imagination, and they just assume that adults would not lie to them. Unless you've had some sort of terrible upbringing like mine, where you realize adults do in fact lie, you're typically going to grow up in that safer environment. And so adults priming children to be confused at a very early age when they do not know what anything is going to make it harder for them to make decisions in the future. Wait, Santa, what? This was posted on our TikTok cringe on Reddit. The Redditors are fully displaying their lack of brain cells. Thank you. I don't know how this managed to get it to a TikTok subreddit, though. This isn't a TikTok. Strangers should not be engaging children about anything that is adult, whether it's sex or politics. I can't remember who it was, but there was some, like, older gay dude who posted on Twitter about how, like, rights are going to be very likely rolled back because the T has pushed so much craziness that nobody ever really wanted. Didn't Reddit have a left-wing gender-critical subreddit that got banned for so-called transphobia? Yeah. That was, like, the only subreddit I enjoyed reading because it was kind of like Poll, but without all of the subversive threads. Like, I didn't have to wade through all of these, like, weird race bait threads in order to read and look at images directly from transgender activists themselves. And then, unfortunately, I got banned. How's life without the husbando on hiatus? He's taking care of his father. I'm hoping his dad pulls through. It's really sad that he was like dead silent for like a week, and then he came back and was just like, things are not going well, everyone. So hopefully his dad can get better. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Adults that still believe in Santa and other fairy tales are the same adults that believe mainstream media. I think it's good to have a degree of, like, not mysticism, but like a degree of magic and whimsy in your life. You know, like, I'm not gonna look an adult weird if they want to go to Disneyland a couple of times in their adult life before they have kids. That's normal. But if you're someone who's like going to Disney World like every other weekend, and you're like incredibly happy to take pictures with all of the actors, I'm like, the actors around the park, they can be funny, but they're more there for children. As an adult, I know they're just actors. Alyssa Mercante, what did she do now? What did she do now? I lost the message. Wait, there we go. It's celebrating that Asmongold is gone while he's trying to take care of his dad. What the fuck? That's essentially celebrating that his dad is sick. That's fucked up, dude. You don't get those people who spend every and all vacations at Disney. It's just weird. Admittedly, you have the old-time Disney IPs. Yeah, I love the old-timey Disney movies. I love the old movies, man. But I don't think they're real. And definitely growing up in the Marxist indoctrination hellhole that I now realize we live in, I've lamented on stream before how those movies definitively lied to me. Because that is not how love works. You know, you're not gonna find a man that cares for you like any of the princes in any of those movies. Those are just not real. They don't exist. I mean, much on the flip side, I guess men watching those movies, they're probably not gonna find any women like those princesses.
Has nothing to do with what the professor was saying. The defense is saying it's important that educators know gays exist, while she was saying biological sex isn't real and stop desexualizing children.
I mean, that's all they do.
Frame.
That's all they do is know how to play word games, man. All they do. Thanks, I hate it. But not you. Thank you, Toast Engineer. I don't hate you. Adults that go to Disney are 100% completely different from Disney adults. Yeah. You can be an adult and go to Disney, and that doesn't make you a Disney adult. Ever seen any of the Yuval Noah Harari videos? I never heard that name in my life. Hold frame is very important these days. Zach Clausen, thank you. Got an interview in an hour for a better job. You hope you get it. Good fucking luck, Zach!
Spicy
I hope
cat
you get
raid.
it.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
I'm also going to turn down my volume. I had it cranked up to watch those videos because they were low as fuck. Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Aren't I jealous a little of adult Disneyland enjoyers? No. I mean, again, you can go to Disney as an adult and enjoy Disney and not be a Disney adult. Phoenix DS, thank you. You knew it. You said the ghouls would come out to celebrate Asmon's father being so ill. Karma's a bitch and it'll bite them in the end. What is a Disney adult? A Disney adult is the kind of mentally ill person we were talking about, where they, like, act like children the entire time they're at Disney, and they go there, like, every other weekend. You know, they're just there all the time. But going to Disney normally as an adult and just, like, enjoying your time there without having a brain-melting conniption is fine. Just like you can watch Star Trek and not be a Trekkie, you can watch My Little Pony without being a brony, too. Yeah, exactly. See, you get it. You get it. If you may, Meat Canyon has a great video about the depravity of Disney adults. He does. It is a good video. It was a very fun watch. Have you seen the Sydney Watson video about obese Disney adults? No. I don't think I've watched anything by Sydney Watson. At least not on purpose. I might have accidentally seen something from her. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Inside every content creator is two wolves. One is Asmongold, the other is Mr. Beast. The winner is the one you feed. Feed the beast. And James Simpson, thank you. Lurker coming in for your monthly checkup. Cough and bend over, bro. Here's some more slides from that children's lit classroom. Let's talk gender in children's lit. 7 of the top 10 most frequently challenged books in K through 12 classrooms were challenged because of objection to LGBTQ characters or themes.
Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
No!
We can't call them mental disorders because that implies they're bad. As someone who is touched by fire, if you know you know, no, we call them mental disorders because we act way out of the norm. Manic episodes are not what Tumblr thinks at all.
Thank you, Internet Zen Master. I do not know what touched by fire means. What does that mean?
Meat Canyon is so freaking funny. I've only watched a couple of his things before. TK, thank you for the 5. Fuck around, find out. These are the last groups of a very vocal minority. Hard enough for adults to find love with normal childhoods. We didn't need more obstacles. True and real. Ryan, thank you. Sydney Watson is the lady Jack Murphy yelled at. Isn't Jack Murphy the one who was like... They had like a video or some shit of him masturbating, sitting on the floor leaked? Was that him? If that's him, that's the only thing I remember about him, so I don't know him yelling at any ladies. Touched by fire, being a ginger. Jack Murphy the cuck. Moinya. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. If you lived in Central Florida, you'd probably go to Disney fairly often as a weekend trip for the pin. You would collect the pins. Oh, I could see that if you lived there and you wanted the pins. That's like an autistic fixation. Catman, thank you. Should we go to war with roosters? I don't understand the question. Devil Fruit Zero, thank you. You're engaged because of fox noises despite getting over a cold. 2 months to go. Hell yeah! Thank you. Why does she always come out with the most cursed references? What do you mean? What do you mean by this? Back to the classroom. Sex and sexuality are so fraught in children's literature because childhood is the time for figuring out how to be a boy, girl, man, woman, or another gender. Culturally, adults have a strong and persistent investment in what is perceived to be the innocence of children. I don't like how they phrase that. That just, something about the way that that's phrased sets off a red flag in my brain. Children and adolescents are expected to be sexless, even as our culture valorizes, idealizes, and eroticizes youth. From the very beginning. One of the first books marketed to children, John Newbery's A Little Pretty Pocketbook, 1744, came with gender-specific toys. Are you really reaching back to 1744 to find something to bitch about? Holy shit. A ball for boys and a pincushion for girls. Not so different from the McDonald's Happy Meal toys of today. You know what I did when I would go to McDonald's as a kid and I knew they had like Pokemon toys or like Polly Pocket toys? I'd be like, Dad, I want the Pokemon. And my dad would say, okay. And I would get the Pokemon. There wasn't any discussion about gender or if Pokemon was okay for girls to play with. I just got the Pokemon toy. And I think this is like a really weird thing to have done, where we spent so long trying to be like, hey, you know, even if there are generally these toys that boys play with and generally these toys that girls play with, it doesn't matter if you're a boy and you want to play with something typically for girls, and it doesn't matter if you're a girl and you want to play with something typically for boys. You can play with whatever the fuck you want to, actually. And I think that was a healthy mindset to teach children, right? Like, you can play with whatever the fuck you want, and that's fine. You're gonna grow up and you're gonna figure out what you want and what you like. How does my brain work? Normal knowledge is forgotten as fast as it was learned, but cursed knowledge is stored in the brain like a database of the weird and surreal forever. I wish I knew how my brain worked. I feel like it'll be a very good asset to science when I finally upload my brain into the Matrix and then become a cyborg. Don't touch my Pokemon. Girls have cuties. Your sister often asked to get and did the boy toy in the Happy Meal. I just wasn't interested. I remember multiple Christmases when the lady that my dad married and ended up divorcing, her family would buy me like little Polly Pocket playhouses and like little like, not Barbie dolls, but like other dolls, or I could like style their hair and dye it, and they smelled like ice cream cones and shit. And I remember during these Christmases, like, I was taught to not be ungrateful, so I would thank them, but I would be really upset because I'm like, I don't like these things. I don't like dolls, and I don't want to play with dolls. And so I would, you know, be upset and cry in my room later where nobody could see me. Because again, I don't want to come off as ungrateful, but it's just like, I'm not going to do anything with this, and I don't like these girly objects. They smell like fucking plastic. These do not stimulate my autism, true and real. Kane's brain, thank you. When you were 5, you wanted an easy bake oven because you wanted to make brownies. If you were born in the 2010s, your parents probably would have put you on puberty blockers. I feel like my mom absolutely would have done that. With what my interests were like when I was a kid and how attention hungry my mom is, I would have stood no fucking chance. That would have been terrible, man. But like, easy bake ovens were a scam. I remember, like, getting an easy bake oven and playing with it, and it took just as long, if not longer, to cook the tiny cake in the easy bake oven than it did for my grandma to cook a regular cake in the oven. So I was like, instead of using the easy bake oven, can you just teach me how to make regular cookies and cakes? And so we just did that. Thank God Kier's a hag. You know what I really fucking liked? You know what one of my favorite toys was as a kid? Light Bright. I loved playing with the Light Bright. I could be so autistic about different pictures and colors and shit. Oh my God. I loved that thing. Hell yeah, lights. Easy bake ovens are made to minimize risk, not be faster or easier than a normal oven. Well, if I fell into the oven without parental supervision, that would have been my own damn fault, now wouldn't it have? Jesus, or I guess, Jesus Davila, thank you. Is there any chance I have new cursed knowledge to share? I'm getting there. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the Canadians. When you were growing up, you just wanted to watch Saturday morning cartoons like He-Man, G.I. Joe, Transformers, GoBots, Voltron, She-Ra. Did not matter, they were cartoons. The rest of the time you're outside being a kid, same. I spent a fuck ton of time outside as a kid. I heard you can ask a group of people how it feels like to fall into an oven. Hold on, wait a minute. Sligs on Doppelganger, thank you. You equal tomboy waifu? Yeah, I rollerbladed for like the entirety of my young life. Basically, as soon as I could walk, I was already trying to blade. And I didn't really like wearing dresses or girly clothes, so I dressed goth and mostly wore pants. I also played a metric fuck ton of video games, which was very weird for women to do back in that time. I think I knew literally one other girl the entire time I was growing up who played games. She got thick ass from it. As opposed to wearing no pants, a lot of girls wear dresses and skirts. I have never owned a skirt in my entire life. I have literally never bought a skirt, and I didn't start buying dresses until, like, prom. I have pictures of myself as, like, 3 years old and 5 years old, and then, like, my communion and my confirmation, I had dresses for that stuff. I guess confirmation is more like a robe than a dress, though. I suspect you like trains. My uncle is trains, man! Trains is hard job! Zlyzon Doppelganger, thank you. Did I play or beat original Ninja Gaiden? I did not know. I do remember playing original Mortal Kombat, though. Anthony, thank you. You liked playing with girls as a kid because they didn't hit as hard during fights. I have a formative memory of being in kindergarten and having a crush on this boy in my class, and he was not having any of it. He was all, girls are cooties. And so on the playground one day, he stabbed me in the eye with a stick. And I was like, oh, maybe men aren't so cute. Internet Zen Master, thank you. I'm getting there. Well, time to make sure my earbuds are connected to the phone. No skirts, but you had a ton of dresses. I was just not a big dress person. I had, especially when I got into my teenage years, I have, like, massive legs from blading. Like, my calves were literally solid fucking steel. My friends would joke about how I could roundhouse kick someone's head off their neck like Chuck Norris. So I didn't like my legs, because what was fashionable back then was, like, the super, super petite, like, hot dog legs. And I was like, I wish I was pretty like the other girls and I had very thin toothpick legs. Why can't I have that? Why did I have to enjoy rollerblading? Fuck me. And so I get bullied for having, like, large muscular legs, and it didn't feel good. So I just didn't wear dresses. I just wore pants everywhere. Toothpick legs are yuck. Now all your living room knows you have the Foxu on the fridge. Oh yeah, buddy, I make the ice. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. You used to roller skate when you were younger and then started rollerblading when that new fad came out. Did some skateboarding too. It's really weird because I bladed forever. I was not capable of balancing correctly on skates. Like, having the wheels arranged in a square was so fucking weird in comparison to them being in a line. Someone stabbing you in the eye with a stick as a kid. Jesus, Kirsche. I lived an interesting life. Praxis Fall, thank you. You wish women would wear more dresses? You find that hotter than pants? It's for the ankles! I have a metric fuck ton of dresses now. I wear a lot of dresses. I remember the first time coming home to my Meme and Pepe and wearing not only a dress, but it was like a white off-the-shoulder dress with bell sleeves, and it had like red roses and other petals all over it. And I walked in and my meme was like, who are you? And what have you done with Kirsche? She wouldn't wear something like this. Had I shown them the watermelon crush with thighs trick, they would have loved your legs. There's another slide from this children's literature curriculum. Feminist critic Gail Rubin coined the term sex/gender system to refer to the set of arrangements by which a society transforms biological sexuality into products of human activity. Sex, biological distinctions such as male, female, or intersex based on genetic and anatomical features. Gender is a system of culturally and historically specific behavior sets, such as masculinity or girlhood. What the hell? Gail Rubin. Sex does not determine gender. Gender performance are the things one does, says, or refrains from doing in order to be perceived as a certain gender, i.e. wearing their hair long, wearing heels or lipstick, sitting with legs wide. Reality of gender is created through sustained social performances. Gender identities, sense of selfhood, are partially self-determined and partially imposed or policed by others. Childhood gender forms can be distinct from adults, tomboys, sissies, mama boys, daddy's girls, etc. I have no idea what she means by that. Because, like, tomboy, when you say it, you think of something specific. You think of a girl that typically prefers playing out in the mud rather than with dolls. sometimes has short hair, but doesn't necessarily need to. Just likes being out and active and doing things that typically are considered male hobbies. When you say sissy, you just think of an incredibly effeminate gay male. When you say mama's boy, you think of a red flag of a man who puts his mother ahead of everybody else in his life, and that might end up being an issue later on when the mother gets jealous of him having a wife and possible children. Daddy's girls could also potentially be a red flag. I've never been called a daddy's girl despite loving my father and hating my mother. So I'm not really sure. When I think of daddy's girl, I guess I don't really think of much of anything. Maybe that's because I don't date women. Can men enlighten me? What do you think of when you think of a daddy's girl? Worked out for Raymond. Everyone loves him. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. All sounds like communism creeping in. They want to destroy society and countries and turn humans into commodities to be used and thrown away. Everyone is replaceable. I'm in the subgenre passenger princess. I be the passenger princess. Daddy's girl still a green flag because the father is there and involved. True and real. You're related to two daddy's girls and they're both red flags. Oh, I guess it could be. Well, no, this is a childhood thing, so it wouldn't be the like BDSM daddy's girl. What about the girls that call you daddy? That's where my brain went, but then I was like, wait a minute, no, that wouldn't fit here. That wouldn't fit here. Oedipus complex is way more pop culture than the Electra complex. Also true and real. Also true and real. What is this? Oh yeah. Yeah. Spoiled princess. Chat saying daddy's girls are red flags. You didn't know this and you think you just learned why your previous relationships failed. Daddy's girls are normally spoiled and obnoxious. Oh, so like they have a rich daddy and they just coddle her and buy her everything. That's what you think of when you hear daddy's girl? Spoiled? Like the girls who do whatever and expect their father to pay for / fix everything for them. I had a good father and he did try to spoil me a little bit considering the shit I had to deal with my mother. But you know, if I asked for something, like when my brother broke the PlayStation 2 that I had gotten as a gift because my mother demanded I share it with him, I was like, Dad, I'd really like another one. I have so many games and I really like playing it. And he's like, well, I would love to buy you a new one, but I can't afford to right now. So I had to wait until he could afford one. And I mean, as a child, I didn't really think about how I had to wait. I was just like, oh, okay, I understand. I'm sorry. You know? You're a daddy's girl for sure. I guess you're a problem, but your dad is the best man. Like, I love my dad. That's not spoiling you. That's a balance patch. True. I think of Mean Girls. Yeah, like the girls in Clueless who get all their money from their dad. I guess that makes sense. Sometimes emotionally, financially, etc. Your brother was a little shit when he was... Yeah, my brother was a little shit when he was younger. I am so glad he is no longer a little shit. No children's lit course would be complete without teaching about queer melancholia theory. Queer melancholia theory? Answer the first two questions. Well, I could if I could see it. Answer the first two questions plus at least one more. What did you learn about young adult novels centering AIDS from the article? I've never read a young adult novel that centers AIDS. And I'm surprised those exist. If you read World Made of Glass, how does your book relate to this novel? Link a specific idea from the article to a particular passage from the novel. What is AIDS crisis revisitation? A term used by Alexandra Juhas and Theodore Kerr. I don't know who those people are or what AIDS crisis revisitation is. What is the difference between oh god, I can't pronounce pedagogy correctly. Between a pedagogy of heterosexualization and a politics of memorialization. What the fuck? This is weirdly obsessive about AIDS. Wait a second, you're lost. Are we still on the children? Yeah, this is still the children's literature class. What is queer melancholia theory? Or melancholic maturation? I've never heard of that either. What did Judith Butler say about heteronormativity in the 1990s? Who is Judith Butler? This article focuses on young adult books. How might or is literature about AIDS for younger audiences different? Is this kind of like how during the monkeypox thing where there were like animals and children getting monkeypox and everyone's like, how is that happening? I would have to question, like, unless you were born with it because your mother somehow accidentally gave it to you hereditarily through when you were growing as a fetus, how the fuck would a child get AIDS? How does any of this apply to children's or young adult literature? That's a great question. Next question. Or by needle. I guess that's fair. Or by needle. But I would also hope that there's not a copious amount of children injecting drugs. You can see why the superintendent of the school was fired this oh my god, were they really? Do we have an update? This was only a day ago. A black cat in the hat exploring Dr. Seuss's racial imagination. What? Black cat in the hat. My gay agenda. Jimenez.pdf. Dark, fantastic intro. Why we shouldn't shield children from darkness. What the fuck am I looking at? My hero gay agenda. This is by Laura M. Jimenez, My Gay Agenda, Embodying Intersectionality in Children's Literature Scholarship. What the fuck? This is so weird, man. Look for a page or an image that you think has something to say about gender roles or same-sex attraction or both. Pick another page and repeat the process. You can work with the same partner from the last slide. This time, specifically look for a page or an image that you think has something to say about gender roles or same-sex attraction or both. Out loud, list all the details you notice, taking turns with your partner. With your partner, brainstorm some questions you could ask about these details. But this time, use My Gay Agenda to help you ask or answer the question. On your in-class writing, answer one of your questions using a quote or summary from both Princess Princess and My Gay Agenda to support your interpretation. Everything is racist, everything is sexist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out. My Gay Agenda. They're literally saying they have an agenda. Who remembers that male choir singing We're Coming for Your Children that had actual convicted pedophiles on it? Pepperidge Farm members. Thread continues here. That's cool and all, but now, let's see if actually this Brian Harrison guy tweeted about it. Because surely if anyone would tweet about it, it'd be him, right? This is discussing at 3:15. The plot thickens. Bombshell audio. Why does it take this level of exposure to get these schools to comply? Because they're Marxists, and they must push this ideology by any means necessary. As it's for the greater good, didn't you know? When does the Texas A&M president lose his job? I would like to know. A&M refuses to confirm if anyone's been fired. This is 39 minutes ago. Texas A&M stated last night that 2 individuals had been removed from their administrative positions, but when my office asked Texas A&M if anyone had actually been fired, they refused to answer. So this says, Hi Cassie, thanks for reaching out. Just want you to know that I received your message and will get you a response as soon as it's available. And I guess this is his office asking, according to Dr. Welsh's statement last night, linked below, the dean and department head have been removed from their administrative positions. Please confirm whether or not these individuals are still employed in any capacity by Texas A&M University or any entity that receives funding from the Texas government, and whether or not they will continue to receive a paycheck from Texas A&M University or any entity that receives funding from the Texas government. They're trying to hide again, maybe? On audio, this is an hour ago. These are just more quote retweets. Damn, he retweets a lot of responses to his tweets. Splacky, thank you. Quick tip for chat. This is a great topic to lift while listening to you. Channel the urge to glow into gains, brother. True. True and real. Oh, here we go. 2 hours ago. Greg Abbott, Texas A&M University. I learned a statement from Texas A&M University President Mark A. Welsh III. I learned this afternoon that key leaders in the College of Arts and Sciences approved plans to continue teaching course content that was not consistent with the course's published description. As a result, I directed the provost to remove the dean and department head from their administrative positions effective immediately. Our students use the published information in the course catalog to make important decisions about the courses they take in pursuit of their degrees. If we allow different courses' content to be taught from what is advertised, we let our students down. When it comes to our academic offerings, we must keep our word to our students and to the state of Texas. Well, this is interesting from Welsh, but wasn't he in one of the recordings? Wasn't he in one of them? Yeah, Texas A&M president admitted weeks ago to knowing about the transgender indoctrination and told the conservative student there's not a problem with teaching it. He even recommended creating a new professional track for people who want to study LGBTQ literature. His biggest concern was students signing up for it on accident, and he proposes to make sure A&M just calls it what it is. When the student, in shock, asked if he approves of LGBTQ material being taught, President Welsh snaps back, there are LGBTQ courses here and have been for a long time, before going to justify why TAMU needs to keep teaching this material.
The meetings with all the with the professor, the department head, the dean, all went pretty well.
Okay.
I think the biggest disconnect we have is, number one, we don't want anybody signing up for a course that they don't know what's in the course, clearly.
Absolutely.
And so we're looking at the course descriptions in the catalog, what can be added. Where the department and the college are looking at the actual course itself. Mm-hmm. It's a 300-level course, and if there's not a problem with teaching it, but let's call it what it is. And make it for professional track for people who want to study LGBTQ literature or something, is what I recommended to them.
Okay, wait, really quickly before you continue, you're saying that you approve that it is okay for there to be LGBTQ studies at Texas A&M University and college.
And this, once again, I want to say, like, the way that this student is questioning him, I would feel like it's very obvious he's being recorded. But these people are so confident that they are doing the right thing, that it's everyone else who is wrong and or a bigot and or a fascist, that he doesn't even take into consideration that she might be recording him. He just fucking talks, which is how, when I read a lot of these like internal pages and these white pages and I go to the bridge meetings, these people just talk honestly about what they're doing. When they feel like they're not at risk of being outed publicly, they will just be completely fucking honest.
No, there are LGBTQ studies here. There have been for a long time.
And
we have people who go into professional track courses here. There's not that many. There's 2 courses this year that had, I think, 37 people in them. Of those, I believe the number was 34 or 35 are people who are going to be psychiatrists or clinical counselors, some who want to be school superintendents, people who want to work in nonprofits supporting governments in Texas. Those people.
Why would people supporting nonprofits who want to work in Texas need to know about this?
People don't get to pick who their clients are, what citizens they serve, and they want to understand the issues affecting the people that they're going to treat.
Okay.
So there is a professional reason to teach some of these courses. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
So he just kind of threw the dean and the other guy, whoever the fuck you said it was, the dean and somebody else, under the bus, when he also needs to be removed from his position. Mask off, James O'Keefe. Surprise! It was I, James O'Keefe, dressed as a college woman. Voltgar 7, thank you. Welsh was the chief of staff of the Air Force. His catchphrase was, "Never forget, we're here to break things and blank people." What happened to him? You are not immune to propaganda. And Heathen from Texas, thank you. Your ex-fiance had a little brother that had gotten AIDS from a blood transfusion with tainted blood when he was really young. I hope her family got a ridiculously large settlement from that hospital, because holy shit, I would be pissed. I would be absolutely pissed. Oh god, poor bro. Yeah, that is insane, bro. I don't know how that even happens. So it looks like some people did lose their jobs, but not enough people. Not enough people have lost their jobbles. And speaking of not enough people losing their job, I'm gonna have just like random stuff about the UK sprinkled in between stories here, because I grouped together my tabs for multiple different stories today, but there was just so much on England, I did not feel like compiling them all in a nice little row. So first, we're gonna talk about this fucking soy cuck excuse for a judge. UK judge wishes convicted Al-Qaeda terrorist who killed 52 in London bus bombings all the best as he prepares to walk free in Britain. Sir Robert J. sympathized with the Al-Qaeda terrorist Haroon Aswat, who will be released from the hospital without ankle tag monitoring because of a loophole which forbids checks on psychiatric patients, despite police fears that he remains a threat. What even is the UK anymore? I've been saying that for years, baby. The fact that he's not only being let out, but also being let out without any kind of monitoring is just insane. And when he does kill more people, I think this judge should also face repercussions for the crimes. Because this terrorist should not be allowed to walk free. And it's even worse than I originally thought. This guy said, there's a little more to this story Americans should know about. The terrorist, Haroon Aswat, was extradited from the UK to the United States in 2015 after a long legal battle, and he was convicted and sentenced to 20 years for setting up a terrorist camp in Oregon. Then in 2022, well short of his full term of sentencing, the Biden administration quietly and with almost no fanfare shipped him back to the UK. I had no idea that even happened. I had no idea he was in the US. He had been convicted and then set free. He was setting up a terrorist camp in Oregon, and Biden just shipped him the fuck back to the UK. Literally no idea that this happened at all. Now the UK has set him free with a pat on the back. My point, Democrats love terrorists more than they love Americans, and let's not even talk about the dhimmi status of the serfs in the UK.
Hi. Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Does anyone know it's possible for the Department of Education to remove the concept of tenure altogether? That's part of why it's so hard to remove these Marxists from the schools. I feel like Stalin with how many people we need to purge from education.
There's going to be some things that people are going to have to do that a lot of people won't be able to. Because a lot of people don't want to infringe on the rights of others, but I genuinely see no way to root out all the Marxists from schools without doing something drastic like dissolving teachers' unions and obliterating tenure. No Guard Codesmith, thank you. Terrorist camp in Oregon. Oh my god, he built Portland? True. Well, thank you, Internet Zen Master, my guy. Thank you. And then, I was just like... Sometimes, like, I don't even know what to say about this shit, you know? I don't even know what to say. This is October 17th, 2015. Haroon Aswat given 20 years in prison for terror crimes. I like how they call him a British man. Haroon Aswat is not a British man. From Batley, West Yorkshire, pleaded guilty to terrorism charges in New York in March. He admitted to conspiring with radical Muslim cleric Abu Hamza al-Masari to set up a camp 15 years ago in Oregon. District Judge Catherine Forrest said Aswat, who suffers from paranoid schizophrenia, would be returned to the UK on completion of his sentence. Aswat had also pleaded guilty to one count of proving material support to Al-Qaeda. The court heard he spent 6 weeks in Seattle and Oregon in 2000 as a part of a plot to set up a training camp for Al-Qaeda recruits who wanted to fight in Afghanistan. He had been under orders from Abu Hamza, who was sentenced to life in prison in January for a series of terrorism offenses. Can I ask, if someone is convicted of like a terrorism offense, why is it not an automatic life sentence? Well, I feel like if you're convicted of something like terroristic attacks and terroristic planning, that should just be automatic life, man. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Why are they alive? Also, yeah, that's a good point. If you actually commit the terroristic act, it should just be automatic death. I remember when I was younger, all these like fucking people crying about waterboarding in Guantanamo Bay. But like, why am I supposed to feel bad for people getting waterboarded when they have committed like grave, crazy acts against people? Why not automatic death sentence for killing 52 fucking people? Great question. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Dissolving teachers unions. Don't threaten us with a good time, Foxu. Racer M53, thank you. The British judge is showing Hassan Piker levels of terrorist glazing. You feel so bad for our cousins across the pond. I mean, we're both acting in tandem with the lunacy, right? Like, he was released early after being sentenced to 20 years here and extradited to the UK. And then the UK just said, all right, well, you've learned your lesson. Be on your way, son. Speaking after the sentencing, Assistant Attorney General for National Security John Carlin said, Aswat was arrested more than 10 years ago and his sentence is the result of tireless and persistent efforts of law enforcement to hold accountable all of those who wish to harm the United States, whether at home or abroad, no matter how long it takes. Aswat was arrested by UK authorities in 2005 at RAF Northolt, and 3 years later he was transferred from prison to Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital. Once again, if people are going to claim that they are too mentally ill to understand when they're breaking laws, they're so mentally ill that they can't help themselves but rape or murder or bomb people, right? Like, if they are unable to get around their mental illness and live in society, that should not be an excuse to give them a lighter sentence or let them free. They clearly cannot be allowed to live in civilized society. And I don't understand why people insist that that's not the case. The Crusader Bin, thank you for the devil plins, my guy. Why should you feel bad about torturing people who want to destroy me, my countrymen, and our country? That's a great question, and I have to ask why there has been so much propaganda in Western countries, and some Asian countries, to basically let down your guard and let people who hate you abuse you for eternity. It just doesn't make sense. He fought extradition for several years, with the European Court of Human Rights ruling in September 2013 that he could not be extradited as his mental health could deteriorate. However, in September 2014, 2 High Court judges said they were satisfied he would receive satisfactory care in the US. He lost his final legal battle when in January 2015, the European Court of Human Rights dismissed a case he brought against the UK government, arguing his extradition rested on inadequate assurances from US officials about his treatment. Aswat's defense lawyer, Peter Lejano, told reporters he would be requesting his client's transfer to the UK to complete his sentence, and he hoped this would be approved by the Department of Justice. And then the other article here, what year is this from? This is from blah, 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 blah. Oh man, there's not even a, okay. I was like, there's not even an X button on that box. Damn, he looks fucking... If somebody told me this was a bad Photoshop of Sam Hyde, I would have believed them. This is November 10th, 2022. ICE agents returned a British-born member of Al-Qaeda who pleaded guilty in 2015 to trying to start a terrorist training camp in Oregon to England. Harun Rashid Aswat of Botley in West Yorkshire, England, had been at a federal prison medical facility in Devons, before being transferred to Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody Wednesday to be removed to the United Kingdom. His extradition was handled by a Boston-based ICE enforcement and removal operations team the same day. Mr. Aswat, who sought to train future Al-Qaeda members and provided material support to terrorist organizations around the globe, had been successfully turned over to authorities in the UK. said Todd Lyons, field director for ERO's Boston office. This operation reminds us all of the critical contributions to public safety that our dedicated and tireless team of professionals make on a daily basis. Aswat came to the U.S. on a visa in 1999, but overstayed its terms, according to an ICE statement. He joined fellow Al-Qaeda members Osasama Kasir and Ernest James Ujama to establish a training camp in a rural area of southern Oregon near the unincorporated community of Bly in Klamath County. This was under the direction of fellow Al-Qaeda member Mustafa Kamel Mustafa, also known as Abu Hamza, who was the Imam of Finsbury Park Mosque in London, England, according to court-charging documents. The other men were members of the mosque. The purpose of the camp, according to prosecutors, was to train radicalized Muslims in various ways, including military training to fight jihad in Afghanistan. A 1999 faxed letter sent from Ujama, already in Oregon, to Abu Hamza in the UK, described the Bly spot as looking just like Afghanistan, and that the group was already stockpiling weapons and ammunition. It was on receipt of this letter that Abu Hamza sent the other two members, including Aswat, to Oregon to train up the members already recruited. They arrived in New York on November 26, 1999, and traveled to Bly from there. You know, reading about these things, like, in hindsight, really makes you think about how easy it must have been for them to set up the, 9/11 attacks in 2001. If, they were able to do all of this in 1999, that's crazy, man. What are the chances he does it again? He's clearly learned his lesson. Well, he bombed and killed 56 people in the UK. So I'm pretty confident that he has not learned a lesson and is not a good little boy. Harun Aswat fought his extradition to the United States for almost 10 years. Said then U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Preet Bharara, at the time of Aswat's sentencing. He then pled guilty to material support charges within just 6 months of arriving here, showing again our legal system's capacity for swift justice. Aswat was arrested in 2005 back in England at the request of the U.S. government, but fought his extradition to stand trial for terrorist charges in the U.S. for 10 years. He argued that his mental health, he has schizophrenia, according to documents, should preclude his extradition. I really hate that people can use this as a get-out-of-jail-free card, man. It's like you're a terrorist, you have surrendered your human rights. He learned a whole other lesson. 20 years for 52 dead is a bargain. The 20 years was for setting up a terrorist training facility in Oregon. I don't know what he got for the bombing, I'm gonna be honest with you, because the bombing was in the UK. He was finally extradited in 2015 and pleaded guilty in federal court in the Southern District of New York to 1 count of conspiracy to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization, and 1 count of providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization. Abu Hamza and Kasir had already been convicted of their roles, and Kasir was sentenced to life in prison in 2009, and Abu Hamza the same in 2015. So, yeah, not only did he kill 50 plus Britons in a bombing, but prior to that happening, he tried to set up a terrorist training camp in the United States. So he's crazy. Fine, put him in the electric chair and tell him it's a ride. Does this look like the face of mercy? I feel like this face doesn't really understand much of anything, I'm gonna be honest. The great cucked kingdom strikes again. To be fair, both the US and the UK sound incredibly fucking cucked in this story. This is just multi-country cuckening. Intelligence agencies didn't speak to each other before 9/11. Everyone wanted to be the hero who broke the case. 9/11 changed everything unless things slipped through the cracks. That's crazy to have a hero mentality being put over people's actual safety. Thank you for the biddies, Sudafed. No, Mr. Paroxim, thank you. Are you the only one that is starting to literally very much dislike the British? I dislike the British government. I don't know how many, regular British people are for the kinds of things their country is doing. I would like to imagine that the majority of them are like us in the US, who think that our politicians are fucking crazy and we need to do something about it.
Wait, this guy was around Seattle in 2000. Given how leftists
Ow.
have this tendency
Ow.
to pal around with Muslims, I wonder if this Al-Qaeda guy met with the eco-terrorist. I say this because my dad, R.I.P., had a co-worker who turned out was part of.
I don't know why the TTS man won't say elf. I also have no idea what elf is. But that would be interesting if there's some kind of connection there. That your dad's coworker might have known this guy. That would be crazy. The world is smaller than you think. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the beautiful buttered doggo. In case anyone thinks this kind of thing is new, look up Black September 1973 terrorist attack that killed the U.S. ambassador to Sudan. The architect of that attack was Ali Hassan Salema. The U.S. response to this attack was to recruit Salema as an asset, pay him to live in America, and give him a CIA handler to teach him how to scuba dive. This is one of the most right-wing governments the U.S. ever had. This happens all the time. That just seems really fucking dumb, brother. What the fuck? What the hell? Almost every single election in the UK for the past 2 decades, people have voted for parties that were saying less immigration, both right and left parties, than did more immigration. Almost the entire general UK population does not want what our government does. Yeah, I think even more so than in the US, if you look at the UK, it just seems like every party is indistinguishable from one another. Like, they might say things differently, but then as soon as they get elected, they just do more of the same. Try it again, Red Square, I dare ya. Fuck you, Red Square. Let's see here. Let's just go through these tabs in order, shall we? Look, I'll just close this one and we'll go to the next one. What do we have? Creepy California serial killer wore white face mask during prior burglary spree to hide his black identity, cops say. Oh man. That's kind of smart, brother, unfortunately. You hope the UK doesn't end up like France or Sweden, but things don't look too good. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Onion. An alleged serial killer who met his victims on dating apps before savagely robbing and killing them had a lengthy California crime history that included wearing a white face mask to hide his black identity, authorities revealed. Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. If you believe the statistics that, like, I think it was OkCupid put out years ago. I think it was OkCupid or Match.com, I can't remember. But apparently black males are the least likely to get matched with any race of women. Like, regardless of the race of the woman, black males are like the least swiped right on. So it makes sense that he would wear a white male mask if he's posing as a white man on dating apps to accrue more victims. Going around in whiteface. Prosecutors charged 34-year-old Rakeem Prowell on Monday for robbing and killing 2 men he met on dating apps in 2021 and 2023. He allegedly also attacked a 3rd victim in February of this year, tying him up. Hey, he was posing as a gay, beating him with a baseball bat and stealing his wallet. Prowell of Inglewood was already on probation for 2 burglary convictions between 2019 and 2021, but cops said he was likely linked to as many as 30 break-ins across Los Angeles. Damn, that's a lot. Holy shit. Not only is he doing whiteface, but he was also gay. Maybe he was a criminal bisexual, right? An equal opportunity crime committer. Yeah! I like the can noises. So basically, Drake, what the fuck? The deranged criminal attempted to avoid detection during the spree by sporting a creepy rubber mask that made him look like a young white man. Security footage reported by Fox 11 confirmed. If I saw a white guy walking towards me like this, I'd be like, something's wrong. Something ain't right here. He probably operated on the basis of any hole's a goal. Cops found the mask after pulling Prowell over in a car linked to the crimes. It is unclear whether Prowell wore the ghoulish face when he allegedly seduced, robbed, and murdered 51-year-old Miguel Angel King and 53-year-old Robert Gutierrez in 2021 and 2023, respectively, before fleeing the scene in their cars. Wait a minute, hold on. I can't tell if this is just because LA has basically been taken over by Hispanics, or if this guy is actually like a serial killer who targeted Hispanic people. Because both of these sound like Hispanic men, and serial killers typically have a type. Should have been obvious, he had the exaggerated swag. King was found dumped in the Angeles National Forest with a fatal bullet wound, and authorities never located Gutierrez's body. But his car was discovered in Prowell's garage, authorities claim. Oh no. The creep allegedly tied up and tortured a third man, Jordan Andrews. Well, there goes my serial killer theory. 40 in February of this year, beating him viciously with a baseball bat. Andrews managed to escape, but Prowell rammed him with a car as the victim fled, breaking his leg. Holy shit. This guy is fucking brutal. All these gun laws, and yet. Imagine, a criminal is going to do crime regardless of what laws you put in place. I'm shocked. Imagine the terror and horror these victims felt after being duped into believing they were meeting for one reason, only to face inexplicable violence. LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman said in a release. Prowell now faces 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder, plus carjacking, burglary, and assault with a deadly weapon. He is being held on $2 million bail. Well, at least they have a correct bail amount set. I feel like there shouldn't be bail at all, but the fact that it's $2 million means he probably can't pay it. Help! Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. Okay. No die, please. Yeah, that last one made it feel like one of my organs kind of jumped up into my lungs, and so I had to hold on to the strain feeling for a second. But this is kind of fucked up. This is kind of really fucked up. That he was catfishing people to just lure them to be murdered is incredibly fucked up. Dying is TOS. Yeah, true. Is it fucked? Hot take, murder bad. It seems to be an unironic hot take in current year. Heathen from Texas, thank you. Your ex-fiance and her brother were up for adoption when her brother got the tainted blood. So they didn't get any money from the hospital, but because of her brother, hospitals now test blood before transfusions. That doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't matter that they were up for adoption. He should have still been able to sue for the hospital literally giving him AIDS. Like, yeah, it's a good thing that he was the use case to make people test blood before transfusions. That's great. But I feel like he should have gotten some recompense from that. Jesus Christ. Mad sad people like this will get the GoFundMe Gibbs me debt sometimes, unfortunately. Internet Zen Master, thank you. A serial killer and gay just go together like peanut butter and jelly. It's so damn funny. I don't know. Are there a lot of gay serial killers? Is that common? I know, like, the only one I remember really off the top of my head is someone like Albert Fish. He was both, like, it didn't matter what the gender of the child was as long as it was a child, and he was also a cannibal. Famous ones like Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy. Oh, man. Mr. Paroxysm, thank you. How did this get off with only probation before this? One word, California. It's a little crazy. A little crazy that he had probation before. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. The first thing you thought when you saw the mask was, iDubbbz really fell off. Anissa's husband put down the knife. No, it's okay. It's not iDubbbz. It's a black man. Jesus Davila, thank you for the gift member. Thank you. Thank you, Phoenix DS, thank you. You feel culturally appropriated. I feel like that every day. Jack Manson, thank you. You know, you're a serial killer and you're not gay. Hold on, wait a minute. Phoenix DS, thank you for Canadians. Foxodactyl on the loose. I'm the pterodactyl. Plasmosphere. Thank you for the biddies. Maybe you're sick in the head, but you're on the verge of tears from the catfish murder guy? Like, he went through all that and beat people to death just to take their wallet? Imagine if he took a shotgun and blew someone's head off just to reach down and untie their shoes before running off. It's a level of callousness and disregard for human life that is inexplicable to me. Like, I cannot put myself in the mind of someone who does these things. And I know, like, that's what you have to do when you're an investigator. And I can do that to some degree with some monstrous people. But when it comes to, like, something like this, it's just like, what are you even thinking? Why would you think this is a good idea? Like, what drove you to do this kind of thing? It's fucking insanity, man. Bad latency, thank you for the 9-month member. Enjoy placenta. Serial killers massively declined after school shooters increased. Really makes you think. Interesting. They don't think. 15 seconds. What is in my next tab? Pure madness. What is pure madness? The loading. The Weld County Sheriff in Colorado has issued a warning about a violent offender released back onto the streets today. Debisa Ephraim, 21, was released from the Weld County Jail after being found incompetent to stand trial after facing murder charges. Ephraim was originally arrested on April 5th, 2025 by the Greeley Police Department on suspicion of the following charges: criminal attempt to commit second-degree murder, felony, which is a felony, first-degree assault, serious bodily injury, which is also a felony, engaging in a riot, which is a misdemeanor. While still in custody, Ephraim was issued additional charges in a separate case by the Greeley Police Department on April 23rd, 2025, including, menacing aggravated non-family with a weapon, which is also a felony, first-degree burglary, no forced entry, residence, felony. And he's quoted as saying, not the person, but like the sheriff is quoted as saying, "I pray this individual doesn't hurt another innocent victim, but the public deserves to know about the past violent actions so they can protect themselves accordingly. God help this state." Oh, is there no volume? Okay. Content warning. So this is just showing some of his crimes, I suppose. Oh, you could fucking hear that. Holy shit. This one's quiet. This is a quiet video. His hat got snatched. Why did you have to pull your pants down ever so slightly before you started throwing punches? That don't make no goddamn sense. That doesn't make any sense. These blue states, why do they release lunatics like this? Because they hate us. They hate us and they want us to live in fear. Oh, Elon Musk even commented here. He was found unfit to stand trial, so instead of getting help or facing justice, they let him go. That is insanity. Do we have an article about this? God, I'm thirsty. We have a Kusa here. A little bit of a Kusa. Oh man, this sheriff looks fucking tired. Look at him. Look into his eyes. He is experiencing the kind of tired that sleep cannot fix. I know that look, man. If only you knew how bad things really are. Holy shit. 21-year-old man who was charged with attempted second-degree murder was released from the Weld County Jail on Monday after courts found his competency could not be restored in the foreseeable future, the Weld County Sheriff's Office said. Look, man, if someone is charged with attempted second-degree murder and you have it on videotape and they're trying to claim that they're incompetent to stand trial, say, okay, if you're incompetent to stand trial and you're incompetent to understand how second-degree murder is wrong in society, electric chair, firing squad, lethal injection. I don't care how you do it, but if they're not competent to stand trial, they're not competent to exist in civilized society, man. Come the fuck on. It shouldn't even be a discussion. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you! Just proves that if you ever get arrested, you're just gonna spend 3 hours telling the investigator and DA the Twilight Sparkle is best pony. Ephraim Debisa was arrested in April by the Greeley Police Department on suspicion of criminal attempt to commit second-degree murder, first-degree assault with serious bodily injury, and engaging in a riot, the sheriff's office said. He received additional charges from another incident later that month while in custody, and we read over all of those charges. Most of them were felonies. there was one misdemeanor. Debisa was found not competent to stand trial, and because there were no services available at the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Pueblo, he was released into the public. The sheriff's office released a video on social media showing violent attacks, which they say were perpetrated by Debisa. We're releasing someone that we don't think should be released, Weld County Sheriff Captain Matt Turner said. We're releasing someone who is a danger to the community. The release stems from Colorado legislation regarding competency to stand trial. The sheriff's office stated that competency was raised in 2 of Debisa's criminal cases, and the courts found in July that his competency could not be restored. The case highlights concerns about a Colorado law and requirements for the release of offenders found incompetent to stand trial when mental health care is unavailable. Turner said there aren't enough beds right now at the state hospital. The way the law is written, he has a get-out-of-jail-free card, Turner said. According to a Greeley Police Department affidavit on April 5th, and this just goes over more of his crime. The victim was unconscious and he continues to punch him in the face. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. A woman who says her brother is the victim in the April 5th attack said her brother couldn't even remember his name after the attack and expressed fear about the release. The fear is that next time he will kill somebody, our local officials have their hands tied. I mean, yeah, he fucking will, dude. That's not even a if, that's a when it happens, man. That is insane. I fear that we're going to see another video like this in the future involving the same person. When that happens, the person who's responsible for this is Debisa. He is the person doing this, Turner said. He's responsible for this, but unfortunately, the way the law is written, he's not held accountable. What's that saying? That, like, the result of a system is what it was built for or some shit? If the way the law is written allows people to commit attempted murder and get away with it, then the way the law is written should be changed. Someone like that needs an island or a desert facility. The purpose of a system is what it does. Yeah, that's how it goes. Thank you, Ziz. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. Is there any funny news as a breather from the depravity? Not burying your head, actually informed, but you ever feel that detaching to refresh your mind could be helpful? Stress no good? I mean, that's what I do after stream. I just kind of like fucking flop over. And I'm like, damn, shit's fucked. I want to Google the Texas A&M story. The Houston Chronicles reporting the dean and professor are both fired. I already reported that. I already said the dean and the professor were both fired, but the guy that the girl was talking to in the videos, the guy that put out the statement on firing those 2 people, he should also be fired. This man's missed me saying that. This is all just blackpilling. Oh, it's about to get worse, brother. It's about to get way worse. So I covered the Irina Zarutska murder on Sunday, but a lot more has come out since then, including disingenuous shit cunt journalists trying to cover it in the way that propagandists do. He's saying they got fired an hour ago? Ziz, my archiver. You're one of the few people I expect to listen to me when I speak. Yes, I reported them getting fired. We went through that congressman's fucking timeline. What do you guys mean? Am I hallucinating? I literally commented on both of them getting fired. We read the press release. We read another guy's tweet. And then we had another recording of the guy who released the press release. I forget his name. It's something like Welsh. Welsh's grapefruit juice man. He also needs to be fired. Wait, women can speak? I know. It's crazy. Blah, thank you. If someone is unfit to stand trial, then they should be detained in an asylum. And if they say they got better, they should stand trial for the previous crime. Agreed. Agreed. I just think we have had a soft on crime restorative justice mentality for way too long. It clearly doesn't work. And I no longer care if someone wants to plead insanity when they commit a heinous crime. If you have murdered someone, if you've attempted to murder someone, if you've raped someone, if you've done something to a child, I don't really care if you want to plead insanity. If you are too insane to understand how those actions are wrong, you don't belong in society. And I don't want to waste our tax dollars keeping you alive for the next 70 years. What's Kirsche saying? I'm just here for the jiggling. Jesus Christ. So going over some of the updates we have in the Irina Zarutska situation. CNN's reaction segment tonight about the horrific murder of Irina Zarutska was to express sympathy for the suspect and harshly criticized social media pundits. Van Jones decided to weigh in, criticizing Charlie Kirk due to alleged racial hate mongering. He claimed that there is no evidence showing the subject did it because she was white, but during the video release, the suspect explicitly says, "I got that white girl. Got that white girl." Van Jones is either knowingly lying or doesn't know the facts. He's knowingly lying. And I do have that here as well. Let me turn off my background music. And he says it right there. It's right here when he walks down. Might be a little low, but I have cranked my volume as high as it'll go, so I have tried. An attempt was made. Why assume incompetence is mutually exclusive with malice when it comes to CNN? I mean, fair point, but these are the propagandists that literally told you it's our job to tell you what to think. I do not believe for a second that anyone working at CNN is just some gullible retard. I believe they maliciously lie.
Voters once they called attention to it.
So certain people have been looking for an opportunity to find a case like this, to make a point like this. I want to play, this is Charlie Kirk.
People have been looking for a case like this to make a point like this. You mean like that black guy who used a mask of a white guy to kill his fucking unsuspecting people? You mean like this guy on the train? We weren't waiting for this. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? I could probably pull up like 50 different cases from the past in like 10 minutes. Well, not even. What about this? What about mugshots of Capitol Hill intern murder suspects reveal as manhunt for third suspect? What about this? What about these? What do you mean? What do you mean people were waiting for something like this to happen? Something like this happens multiple times a day, every fucking day. And most of the time we don't hear about it because the media needs things to fit their weird fucking nonsense shit. Yesterday I was so exhausted with this shit. Pint-sized, I don't know why they said that. Auburn veterinary professor hacked to death by fiend. Fiends could be here while walking her dog in the park. Wow, I wonder where's the... Okay, all right, people were waiting for something like Irina to happen? They were waiting for it to happen? How disingenuous can you fucking be? Absolutely fucking maddening that they would use that language. You do not hate journalists enough. You do not. Holy shit. Where was I in my tabs? I just got so fucking mad. I didn't even need to look anything up. I already had the tabs fucking locked and loaded. Jesus Christ.
Why he says this hasn't gotten a lot of attention.
A white Ukrainian refugee was murdered just because she was white. Everybody knows that, obviously.
Calm down. You're telling me to calm down when we literally have white people slaughtered for being white for decades now, but if you call out that it's a racial thing, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a white supremacist for not wanting people to be murdered because of the color of their skin. You're gonna tell me to calm down? Holy shit.
If a random white person simply walked up to and stabbed a nice law-abiding black person for no reason, it would be an apocalyptically huge national story.
Yeah, considering we had an actual criminal who overdosed on fentanyl and we had multiple cities burned down over that, yeah, if it was an innocent black man getting stabbed, it would be apocalyptic. Are you kidding me?
Used to impose national sweeping political changes on the whole country. Instead, Megan Basham, no one seems to care when a white woman gets stabbed to the death.
Wow. Yeah, all of those people with those Ukraine flags, how much do you care about the Ukrainians now? She literally fled a fucking war zone and didn't understand you had to be alert on American transit in public and got murdered for it. And unironically, you need better situational awareness to live in an American city than to live in an active fucking war zone. And that's absurd.
He said white a lot.
Well, we are talking about it here.
He said white a lot. I hate these people, and I wish we could still tar and feather them.
So I guess I mean, I don't think that's fair. Look, being in the system, because I have represented people who are mentally ill, and here's the balance. The balance is taking away people's freedom.
He has 14 prior arrests. He should not have had freedom. What the fuck do you mean? I commented this on fucking Jeremy Kaufman's tweet before, but in the 90s, Clinton was all for a 3 strikes rule. You get 3 federal crimes and you're fucking out. And I think states should adopt this as well. 3 any kind of serious crimes, you're fucking gone, brother. You're done. 14 is absurd. 14 is prioritizing this creature over the safety of everyone involved. And like, what about that black woman who was murdered a couple of days ago as well? What about that black woman who was murdered by an illegal immigrant who also had a really long fucking rap sheet? Why are we letting criminals out anywhere? It's insanity. Even now people are saying 3 strikes is too few. I really hate this culture that far leftists have created of prioritizing and elevating criminals on a pedestal. Criminal took someone's life, you don't care about his freedom? Yeah. Some people are not able to handle the responsibility that freedom comes with.
Versus evaluating their mental illness. In New York City, there are a lot of programs for people who are mentally ill, but they have to want to be there.
Yeah, and
I don't care if he wants to be somewhere or not. 14 prior arrests. He shouldn't have been on the fucking street. I don't give a shit about his freedom. He's lost the right to it. I don't give a shit about anything about what he feels. He lost that right way before he even took someone's life. But now he might as well be nothing more than a fucking animal. 3 strikes is wild. You get 1 oopsie doopsie and then you go to the slammer for life. I say 3 because I don't want people to be like, well, you got caught shoplifting a candy bar. It's 1 strike. You know, I don't want people to go that direction.
It's about forcing them to be there.
When you are mentally ill, you have a hard time knowing that you are mentally ill. But
when you are mentally ill, you have a hard time knowing that you're mentally ill is not an excuse for murdering someone because they're white on the train. We are 1 minute and 14 seconds into this, and they're not even talking about the victim. They are crying their crocodile tears over a criminal with a long rap sheet who just murdered a woman. These people, every single one of them in this room, they hate you. And if you die, this is how they will talk about you too.
also, I mean, people like Charlie Kirk, Van, they've been looking for opportunities to make this some sort of like reciprocal George Floyd situation.
No. The reciprocal George Floyd situation would have been Tony Timpa. But I bet you don't even know that fucking man's name, do you? You dumb whore.
And that's the part that I think he's almost giving away the game. And it's sad to see a lot of people going along with it.
You know, let me just say a couple of things. One is, I mean, what happened to that young woman was horrible. And it's everybody's nightmare if you're in any public space.
It's everybody's nightmare. It was horrible, but what about that man's freedom? Oh.
Subway, whatever, that something bad's going to happen to you or somebody you care about. So it does strike a chord. We don't know why that man did what he did.
We don't know why that man did what he did. Yet we have video of him saying, "Got that white girl." You can never hate these people enough. No matter how much hatred you think you have for disgusting, vile creatures like the people on my screen right now, you will never hate them enough. They think they have the right and the authority to rule over you. And if you disagree with them, you're just an idiot.
And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure race mongering, hate mongering. It's way whatever, that something bad's going to happen to you or somebody you care about. So it does strike a chord. We don't know why that man did what he did. And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that.
First part is, these releases are illegal. Releasing someone for incompetence violates the ruling that ignorance of the law is not a defense from the law.
Ever that something bad's going to happen to you or somebody you care about. So it does strike a chord. We don't know why that man did what he did. And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure race mongering, hate mongering. It's wrong. Then he says,
yeah, it's wrong because they've tried to carefully craft a narrative that's the other way around. Even Fox News was statistics posting the other day, showing the difference in statistics between black on white crime and white on black crime. And it's not even fucking close, baby. Wow, imagine that.
that if something like that had happened the other way, there would be sweeping changes imposed on society.
There would be!
Where is the George Floyd Policing Act? It didn't pass.
Because it wasn't about passing a policing act. It was about being able to strike fear into the average citizen. It was about burning down cities. It was about burning down other black people's businesses that they worked their entire lives for. Because Black Lives Matter is not for black lives. They don't give a shit about black people. They cared about enriching themselves and pushing Marxist ideology. What the actual fuck do you mean? What the actual fuck am I listening to? I hate CNN.
Even when you had a white police officer murder a black man on live television, the whole world saw, there were no sweeping changes. In fact, not one law was passed at the federal level. So that's...
And you know what's crazy? During all of that rioting and burning down cities, there was a singular protest that I highlighted. I can't remember if it was in Virginia or if it was in DC, but it was Americans of all colors marching together while armed against police brutality in general. Nothing about George Floyd, nothing about Black Lives Matter. This has happened way too many times. They talked about Tony Timpa. They talked about the guy that was told to do the hokey pokey. I can't remember his name, and he ended up getting shot anyway. They talked about a lot of instances of police brutality that weren't just the focus of everyone burning down the cities. Daniel Shaver, thank you, chat. Thank you, chat.
I think that's an important thing to point out. The other thing is, you mentioned the thing about cashless bail. I think this is a big challenge that we have. Would you have felt better if there had been cash bail and the mom had come and put down $1,000 to let him out?
No, why should he have been given bail? He shouldn't have been. 14 fucking times! God damn.
It's not about cashless bail or no cashless bail. It's about the fact that
VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Oh, they're mentally ill as someone with goddamn mental illness? No. Stop using mental illness to shield for acts of Jones, Abby Phillips, and every sniveling jellyfish pretending to be human need to go back to the sea where they belong.
It's just absolutely astounding. And like, I have to be on here and suppress the need to glow every time these stories rack up a +1. But it seems like there is a crazy amount of people breaking the conditioning. And like, my only hope is that this doesn't end in the exact same way the O.J. Simpson trial does. That this doesn't end with all of us being like, oh, well, you know, what can you do? And going back to sleep. It's like, holy shit. How do you do it? I don't even know, man. I guess mental fortitude, ?
we don't know how to deal with people who are hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people. What happened was horrible.
Hurt people hurt people. He just murdered a woman in cold blood in a couple of seconds on a train while she was on her way home from work. for being white. And he says, well, hurt people hurt people. How can we help the mentally ill? They want to help the mentally ill by letting career criminals back out on the streets where we have to deal with it, because they're not going to have to deal with it. They know they're not going to have to deal with it. That's an us problem. We're the plebs who have to deal with the repercussions of their virtue signaling.
But it becomes an opportunity for people to jump on bandwagons. And then for someone like Charlie Kirk, he should be ashamed of himself. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him. What people mention is the horror of what happened to this young woman.
I don't want to hear that shit after the summer of love. I don't want to hear that shit after fiery but mostly fucking peaceful, you disingenuous cunt. Holy shit. Holy Christ, brother. Moving forward, The Blaze put out some more footage. Horrifying footage of the career criminal who stabbed Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on the train. This is the future Democrats want for America. I'd say there's probably some Republicans in there that also want this future. You know, I would say some of them are more likely to walk in lockstep rather than actually stand up for what's right. But that Sam Hyde quote, it lives eternal, man. I don't care what you think about Sam Hyde. If you don't like him, if you have beef with him, whatever. Remember when we win. These people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. Just look at everything that's happening in this video. Just take this in for a second here. Oh, this video really doesn't want to play. I had trouble playing this in both of my browsers earlier. Okay, here we go. So, she's already been stabbed here. She's already been stabbed, and you can see one guy get up from his seat. Oh, come on, don't you fuck with me, browser. Come on, don't you fuck with... Why is this video so hard to play? This is the only video I've had trouble playing to. It's like a conspiracy theory, man. I'm fucking tinfoiling out of my brain. Bleeding from the neck, probably doesn't realize she's dying. Probably not. Gotta download that before they scrub it. Maybe I won't be able to fucking full screen it, because it starts playing, and if I pause it, it just fucks up. Twitter does not like you pausing vids. I pause vids all the time on Twitter, though. This is the only one I've had an issue with. So, she gets hit. This guy in the middle stands up. And it's like, huh, that's interesting that everyone sitting around this woman who just got stabbed is also the same race. I don't know. It's interesting. He gets up, looks at her, leaves. She's crying. She's looking around. This woman looks at her, also gets up. The man behind her also gets up. None of these people stopped to help her. None of these people even asked if she was okay. Despite the fact that that man just got up. Even if they couldn't tell that she got stabbed, it still looked like he hit her in the face. Not a single one asks if she's okay. Why would they? Yeah. We have been trained in this country to not care about each other. You wish we wouldn't get punished for wanting to help in these instances. You wonder. There are some people who came to help her later, but none of the people that were sitting around her. Worst part is that Daniel Penny set the precedent that no matter how justified are your actions, trying to protect people around you from maniacs will result in legal warfare. Yeah. And I said that's entirely by design. That's entirely by design. If we see heinous actions being carried out in front of us and we don't try to help people, if we villainize the heroes that do try to help, eventually everyone will be insular and callous and no one will help anyone when they're in trouble. And that is a terrifying prospect. I don't want to live in communist fucking China. Phil Mike Kraken, thank you. CNN claims it's not a race thing. Killer says on camera, I got that white girl. I know, it's insane. It's insane. And then we have Politico here, saying Ukrainian refugee killed in North Carolina gets dragged into political messaging war. Dragged into political messaging war? You mean like when all of us were being told we can't leave our fucking houses unless you're rioting for Black Lives Matter because racism is a more fucking purveying threat than COVID? Are you kidding me? Are you dragged into the political messaging war? You cannot hate these people enough. You cannot hate propagandists enough. There's another one, Axios. This is a second tweet from Axios. The gruesome video of the fatal knife attack on Irina Zarutska, at least they fucking said her name, on a light rail car in Charlotte is drawing attention from MAGA influencers seeking to elevate the issue of violent urban crime and accuse mainstream media of undercovering shocking cases. We don't have to elevate the issue of violent urban crime. They do that by themselves very well already. And it's not an accusation if mainstream media literally does undercover, underreport, and then try to justify shit like this happening. You gotta be fucking kidding me. And this lady posted a screenshot from the Axios article that says, the big picture. The rising number of surveillance cameras in public spaces, including on Charlotte's light rail, has become a big accelerant in these cases. The video is easily shared or leaked and can instantly pollinate across social media, a visual counterpoint to statistics showing crime decreases. I don't give a fuck about your statistics showing crime decreases because people are reporting crime less and DAs are letting violent criminals fucking go. I do not care in the face of someone being murdered in cold blood because of their fucking race. That's insane to me that someone would write this down and their editor would let them publish it and they believe they're the good person. And then the kicker here, the kicker, them saying the video is easily shared or leaked. The problem here is the number of cameras in public that catch this stuff. We don't want people seeing what really happens. Do you remember the left clamoring for body cams on police officers because they thought that the body cams would show how widespread police racism and brutality was? And in fact, it showed the literal exact opposite, in that most of these people that they try to lie and say are just gentle giants getting their lives together, going to church, going to university, actually start attacking the cops before the cops defend themselves. Do you remember how many people have been posting screenshots of body cam footage with people looking absolutely feral? Do you remember my ass getting attacked as a racist for making a facial expression joke because people don't want to acknowledge the attacks that happen on body cam? You're not allowed to notice. You're supposed to just sit there and get murdered and fuck you. They're not against the surveillance state. They're against the transparency and accountability. They want a surveillance state where they are the ones surveilling and carefully cherry picking what gets sent out to the public in order to frame a narrative. The unfettered surveillance, the amount of people with phone cameras, the amount of security cameras that aren't closed access, allow everyone to see what's going on. And this is why when the riots happen, I like watching live streams of people on the ground. I don't care if the people live streaming are participating in the riot, are for the riot, they're with Antifa, they're against Antifa, they're some random fucking streamer. I don't care who they are. Each individual person that is live streaming on the ground in a riot is an important person. Because that's one less thing that the media can misconstrue and cherry pick and lie to you about. And I remember before the Summer of Love riots, I posted links to like D-Live and shit in my Discord, and I was like, hey, the media is probably going to do another fiery but mostly peaceful here. Don't believe it, but also don't believe me. Watch the fucking riots for yourself. And I remember after that night, there was a guy that got trapped in a gas station, and that gas station was set on fire. That guy didn't come out. And lo and behold, the next day, everyone was like, well, the protests are mostly peaceful and there's a small group of people that get violent, but we shouldn't let that small group of people take away from the greater good of the message. And there were actually some people in my Discord who didn't watch the riots who were agreeing with the mainstream media's narrative painting. And it's just infuriating. It's just infuriating. I am tired of the don't believe your lying eyes narrative. I am tired of people noticing things being demonized. The greater good, stop it. Ocean Yan, thank you. You're so tired of all of this, you don't have the energy for it anymore. You've lost all your friends over this over the last 15 years. Keep fighting the good fight, Kirsche, and keep preaching the good word. I am grateful that I didn't really have too many friends to lose. I had a couple of friends who were also moderators for me for a while, but then they went fucking crazy, and I can't have that. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The problem here are the cameras. These Kissling journos were part of the push for cameras. They made this world. That's because some of them genuinely believed in the Kool-Aid that they were drinking. Darth Gavel, thank you. Were a Somali refugee unalived like that by a Caucasian man, the passengers would at least have tackled him. Consequences be damned. I don't know about that one. I feel like we definitely have decided collectively to not help people in public as much. Unfortunately. Game Goblin, thank you. Who are you gonna trust? Journos or your own eyes? Exactly. Exactly. And the gaslighting works on a lot of people. If you see something with your own eyes and you're like, hey guys, did you see this? This was fucked up. And then you have 5 people that are just like, no, what are you talking about? The news said it went down like this. You start questioning your own reality. You're like, did I actually see that? I mean, if all of these other people are telling me that it happened differently, maybe I'm misremembering, right? Like, you start doubting yourself. And that level of collective mass gaslighting can work on a lot of people. Small group of people. It should be a morality lesson for the public. 1% of the population commits 63% of all crime. I don't know if that statistic's true, but that's crazy. I know Jeremy Kaufman and a couple of other people have tweeted out about how, like, if you just jail the bottom 2 percentile, that's pretty much all you need to get rid of most of violent crime. Oh, what the fuck, Lala, thank you. You have joined a few groups to get intel about the activist. Who do you send the videos to? Can't hear now, but you'll listen after the meeting. Which activist? What you talking about, Lala man? Looney Lenny, thank you. You like your life? You don't want the BS that will come with helping someone. And I think that is, like, a big problem, right? People who help others in public who are being robbed or being attacked or whatever, they should be hailed as heroes. And our society is no longer a healthy society when we treat those heroes like they are villains. Help. I'm getting back to reality. Hold on here. Giga Twin, thank you for the Canadians. The Foxu, she glows with the might of 1,000 suns. Thus is the power of the cosmic Foxu. Sparky, thank you. Sympathy for the guilty is cruelty for the innocent. They've invested in keeping this problem going because they get funds out of it. I think it's more than just them getting funds out of it, right? It's more than just the money laundering that they can do via these virtue signaling tactics. But if they believe in the message and they are part of the elite class doling out the message and using the useful idiots to their advantage, these are people who believe that they will be not just the elite class, but once the cultural takeover is complete, they will be part of the ruling class. You've watched hours of police body cams. You barely ever see cops being racist, but you do see loads of suspects calling white cops inferior mutations. God damn. That's crazy. Nevaeus Luna, thank you. For the greater good means someone is about to get hosed, pretty much. Therian, thank you. Those who have eyes to see will be hailed as mad or monstrous to prevent others from opening their own eyes. There's only so long that you can keep telling people that the Emperor is not naked. Eventually, enough people will notice that the Emperor is in fact naked, and they will start talking about his small penis. And you're not going to be able to turn the tide once that happens. Help shine a light on it. Exactly. K-Boy, thank you. When we win, and we will, the people responsible for the state of our country will be in for a biblical reckoning. Trump is barely the beginning? I certainly fucking hope so. I would love to see things get back to normalcy. And history is apparently a loop. So, Weimar problems lead to post-Weimar solutions. Nevaeus Luna, thank you. I got your name right first try. Have more money. I knew another guy who had the name Nevaeus in a video game. So that's how I knew how to pronounce it. Sean, thank you. This kind of lying has been going on for decades. Remember the movie A Time to Kill? Samuel Jackson, noble black father who kills the evil white racist that raped his daughter. Look up the true story on which that movie is based. Yeah, I saw someone tweeting about that earlier too. I saw a lot of tweets that I cannot repeat on stream, because even if I am quoting a tweet that I read previously, if that gets clipped out of context, I'm in trouble. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Thank you. You go by the live video, not what some journo says or sheeple regurgitating journo sloppa. Use the tools they have forced upon us to fight back. You'd rather have a personal body cam and any interaction will be recorded so as not to be labeled something you're not. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's like, I read 1 million articles a day, and occasionally I even miss something in an article, and you guys are like, Kirsche, wait, scroll back up. You missed that thing. That did happen. And I'm like, oh. Sometimes even I miss out on things because of how much reading I'm doing, man. Twitch fascist TOS, true. You distinctly remember having to read Animal Farm in high school. Did these people not, or do they think that they are the more equal animals? Professor John Wolfman, thank you. I feel like they see the right as the fascists trying to usher in the 1984 because of things like that Florida bill that was supposed to remove pornography from kindergarten through 3rd grade. And then it starts being used to remove just anything that Puritans on the right don't like. A lot of schools don't require it anymore, though. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. The security footage is an accident. I love security footage. To continue on this rage train here, we have Orrin McIntyre, quote retweeting, "The problem is never the disproportionate racial violence against white people. The real problem is white people noticing."
Gov restricted the internet and the youth rebelled. Several killed, Gov house burned, several ministers hunted and beaten, one minister's wife dead.
Yep, I have a lot of tabs on Nepal, and we're going to get to that later. Like I said, today is a fiery day. There's a lot of shit going on. Thank you, Brent Wolfe. Thank you. Shamik BR, thank you. This bums you out because you don't want to be lumped in with psychos and criminals like this for people to be scared of you. You don't do these things, but will it matter? And that's the unfortunate thing, because people who are nothing like these criminals, they get highlighted constantly, especially when it comes to politicians and journalists elevating criminals on a pedestal. People will just start seeing everyone of that same group the same way. And this is why, like, when I talk about transgender things, for example, I still take care to separate actual medically diagnosed dysphoric people from ideologues and from fetishists, because I think that's a very important thing to do. I understand why some people no longer care, and I think that's dangerous if too many people slip into that I no longer care mentality. My name is very football commentary friendly. I don't know what that means. You caught my live stream. Hello, Darth Gavel, thank you. Vance Trump 2028, Baron Kirk 2036. Hold on, Trump can't run again. Penguin Lord, my Penguin Lord. You're so fluffy. Thank you for the 20 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. Big, huge. And, this is a short video that Orrin McIntyre's quote retweeting here. A black man murdered a Ukrainian refugee and proclaimed he got that white girl. CNN, the open racism on sites like X today, it's eye-popping. And I think the racism of being martyred for your race is way worse than people asking questions about possible historical fallacies.
really over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime. We heard President Trump asked about it yesterday when he was heading home from New York City. He didn't seem to know much about it. He said he would get briefed, and then today Trump did know all about it. That's exactly what has happened here. This story has trickled up from local news to social media and now to the president's attention, and it's being used, as you said, Brianna, as a political symbol, with MAGA media calling for more forceful punishments. And
because more forceful punishments are needed. I don't think any one of these people should ever be taken seriously when they talk about it being used for anything political after the summer of love. Like, I just don't want to hear it. I just don't fucking care. I really don't care, Margaret.
Behind you on and not much.
Mystic Matt, thank you. Yeah, I feel like not wanting someone with 14 prior arrests to be roaming the streets is not a very hard ask. And making it out to be like, oh, well, that's a politicized and possibly racial take. It's like, no! Anyone with 14 priors shouldn't be on the street. I just fucking cut that. Anyone with 3 priors shouldn't be on the street. Anyone with even 1 arrest, if it's like an attempted murder or a rape or an actual murder or something like that, they shouldn't be out on the street either. Forceful measures are a deterrent to crime. Yeah, you need to be forceful. You need to be. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The truth hurts the communist news network's narrative. It truly does. He admitted it was a senseless death. Yeah, that's the one caveat we get.
More incarceration. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans because this man attacked a white woman. The open racism on sites like X today, it's eye-popping.
Yeah, I'm not really going to give a shit about any open racism until we can have an honest conversation about why white people are targeted and killed for the color of their skin, when we've been told for decades it's the other way around when it's actually not. You know, until we stop saying white supremacy is the most dangerous thing facing this country, newsflash, it's not. Everyone makes fun of white supremacists. No one takes them seriously, right? Until we can start being honest about what's happening, I don't really give a shit about what people on CNN are claiming is racist.
But there are also legitimate questions about this so-called career criminal, someone who had been a repeat offender. And those questions, I hope they're not lost amid all of the cesspool kind of comments on social media.
Go fuck yourself. You will never hate journalists enough. Fucking so fucking called. I know. That's insanity, dude. Oh my god. We've been told we're the problem when the violence is celebrated. I know. It's insanity. And Patchouli, thank you. You don't care what a candy ass like Brian Steltner has to say about this? The weirdo should have been under the prison 10 felonies ago. True and real. Yeah, so-called 14. So-called, by the way. We have Ben Shapiro talking about the situation here as well.
Unfortunately, Jesse, I think it's perfectly obvious why the media deep sixes this particular story. And the answer is perfectly obvious when you look at the races of the people.
Can I just say, this man, his talking animations, right? His rigging is kind of off, chat. I feel like Ben Shapiro's rigging is stiffer than most 2D models.
People involved. If this had been a black victim and a white perpetrator, then it would have led the news nightly for months on end. You would have had riots in the streets. If it's
he's completely correct. And anyone who says he's wrong is just outright lying to you.
Reverse situation, the media will completely ignore it because it doesn't match up with their preferred narrative of a white supremacist country that is cracking down.
He's a BNG tuber. It's true. He's just using a Fugi right now. Ben Shapiro can't afford better rigging.
On black people, even though statistically speaking, obviously the vast majority of crime is intra-racial, meaning white on white or black on black. Black on white crime on a per capita basis is significantly higher than white on black crime. That does not match up with the media narrative about white supremacy in the United States.
Do you also feel like they're sensitive to being called racist by their friends, family, and colleagues for highlighting black crime?
Yes.
There's no question about
it. How many years has it been where we have to make noticing jokes because you're not allowed to talk about statistics because if you do, you're racist?
That in the echo chamber that the legacy media live in, if you even mention black on white crime, then you are immediately seen as racially discriminatory in some
I'm glad
way,
he said
the
it.
basic idea on the left is that white against black is really the story of America, as opposed to blacks committing crimes against white people. To even mention that is to undermine the entire narrative of the 1619 Project, for example.
By re-releasing these people out into society after 11, 12, 14 prior arrests, isn't there something about self-preservation? The judges and the DAs alone, why would they do that? Why would they turn these people loose over and...
Fox News has an in-house rigging and tracking system because they're corpo. They haven't updated it as quick as indies. I like that.
Over again.
It's ideologically horrific. You know, I have a book called Lions and Scavengers about the mentality that suggests that if somebody is acting badly, they must be a victim. And that is the mentality.
Chat, does he have the letter N tattooed on his neck? Am I seeing things correctly? It could be an H, I suppose, but man, what a weird tattoo.
That undergirds all of this. When you hear the mayor say that you can't incarcerate your way to safety, that is precisely wrong. You absolutely 100% can incarcerate your way to safety.
You can incarcerate your way to safety, but you can't rehabilitate everyone. So at some point, some of these incarcerations are a waste of tax dollars.
We do not have an under-incarceration problem in America. We have an under-incarceration problem. We need these people locked up for longer periods of time. This particular person should have been involuntarily committed for mental illness. He had violent schizophrenia, or he should have been in prison.
I would have said that he should have been involuntarily committed for schizophrenia after the first arrest, maybe the second. Once you start getting up to like 5, 8, 10, 14, involuntary commitment is no longer on the table. He just needs to be taken out back. Like there's just, it's done. It's over. He's been given too many chances. He will never rehabilitate. He will never reintegrate. He will never be able to live in civilized society. It's just not going to happen. What an oddly specific upper limit. Yeah, don't glow. Give him the, oh god. They'll take when Ben said to those people out of context. You see, that's where he has the trump card, all right? He can't be, what do you mean by these people, all right? Because he could just be like, I'm a Jew, and then he just wins. You know, it's like the trump card there. As tempting as it is to Fed post, please don't. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Forget Foxy Shapiro's Jewish, of course. What the fuck?
The next career criminal on a news story will inexplicably have a tattoo on its chest reading I.
Don't say that. We can't start collecting tattooed letters on criminals, Heed. Thank you, Heed. It's like the banks. If you have 1 felony arrest, that's a me problem. If I have 14 felony arrests, that's a you problem. Yeah, and I agree with all the people saying don't just focus on the criminal. Focus on the cops who don't arrest. Focus on the DAs that drop the charges. Focus on the activist judges. All of these people need to be held accountable. And like that story we were reading earlier, where the sheriff is just like, look, man, I tried getting this dangerous guy off the street, and they just let him go. They just let him go. So I'm going to release the video showing everyone how dangerous he is. So in a lot of cases, the police want to do their jobs. They want to get people off the streets, but the DAs and the judges don't fucking let them. They just release everyone. And people that would give him a, what do you mean by these people hate Jews just as much as the Germans in the 30s? God damn it. I keep forgetting that the left went full Nazi. Here's another one. Apparently this is he almost slipped in public.
Murdered savagely on a subway just trying to get home from work, fleeing war only to run into a Democrat war zone here in our country. That monster, 14 prior arrests, murdered.
He's got the same kind of anger that I had in my voice when I was reading that fucking CNN shit earlier. Holy shit. Miller, my man. Punished Miller if he had actually said it, man. And then I quote retweeted Nick Sotor here saying Greg Gutfield destroyed Brian Stelter for saying Irina Zarutska's killer was mentally ill.
Used as a cover for criminality. When a thug targets a woman, that is not insane. He knows she's weaker.
Yep.
When he comes from behind with a knife, that's not insane. He minimizes her ability to inflict harm on him.
Yeah.
When the thug flees, that's sane because he knows if he stays, he'll be arrested. So what would be insane would be if he were to face off against a man without a weapon, somebody like a Tyrus. That would be insane. You'd go, okay, that's crazy. But almost all of these people that do this stuff, they go after women. That is not insane. That's self-preservation. This is not insanity. It's an evil mind. And it's an evil mind that is somehow excused in a culture that weaponizes victim status. In this case, mental illness. And what
him saying that they purposefully go after women because women are weaker and easier targets, and it's like a self-preservation thing where they get to act out their deranged murder fantasies on someone who can't really inflict much damage on them, made me think of a story that I haven't been able to cover yet, where a woman got executed on the street in broad daylight in Philadelphia. I had that open in a tab over the weekend, and I just did not have time because there was so much other shit to get to. It's fucked up, and it's fucked up that there's so much shit that I can't even cover all of the fucked up shit.
What is it about a society that contributes to this? And I say this based on my own personal evidence of being on city streets every single day in New York, that when a homeless person is shouting at people, he's not shouting, I really made a mess of my life. Boy, I really screwed up. No. His
mental illness, that's not what letting him get excused. We all know why. Yeah, but we haven't made it to reality yet where we can talk completely honestly. You know, once we can drop all pretense, that means that cancel culture is truly finally dead. Fucking Penguin Lord, thank you for the 50 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, Penguin Lord, my guy. Thank you. And Mr. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gift sub too. It only gets worse from here. Oh god, that's like a depressed alcoholic Porky Pig exit from a cartoon. Allegedly, she pulled a gun in self-defense. Homeless guy took it from her. It was brutal. Yeah, someone mentioned it to me in chat, and I was like, I don't really know anything about this, so like, I don't know if it was like in self-defense or like if she pulled it first. I have no idea what happened. But then like a lot more information and the video came out, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, this is unacceptable. We should not have to live like this. That is insanity. Many years ago, research was done into how struggle snugglers pick their victims, interviewing perps in prison. The answer was ultimately they looked like an easy target. It's about predatory instinct. They aren't going to go for a woman that looks like she'd eat him alive or send them to meet Jesus. True and real.
aggression is purely blaming other things and other people. He blames the world, he blames people, he blames you. So we're living in a progressive ideological nightmare where the worst in society is empowered by a sense of victimhood. So when this happens, they will still get people like Brian Stelter that says, oh, be careful of the racism, or other people saying, you know what? We really need to be concerned about our services to the mentally ill, which may or may not be true, but he's not mentally ill. He needs to be executed.
Yes.
Lastly, I asked Grok for a conservative count of the number of times
At Grok, is this real? Also, I keep staring at his ears because he has elf ears. That makes me wonder what kind of magic he can cast.
George Floyd video was played, looking at tweets and social media, Instagram, news networks. It came to a conservative number of 975 million times. That is not counting retweets. So that is a snap.
This is like the people who typed in like George Floyd and then Irina to different news outlets' websites, and they would get like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of hits for George Floyd and then 0 for Irina. And it's like you can't really bitch and moan about how people complain about the mainstream media narrative when it is literally obvious before our eyes.
Snapshot of this liberal disease, the hierarchy of problems. The media and politicians, people like Stelter, implore you not to cover one problem, but to amplify another one.
Yep.
To a destructive degree that leads to riots, leads to dozens of deaths. But do not cover this other thing because that is racist.
And if you cover that other thing, you might increase the levels of racism. How many times have we heard that out of places in Germany or France or even here in the United States? I think Grums retweeted an article from like 2017 where like the California Transit whatever was like, oh, we can't release the crime statistics because that might make people more racist. And it's like, I don't give a shit if releasing footage or statistics makes people more racist. That's not the problem. You shouldn't be worried about the levels of racism rising in direct result of crime happening. You should be worried about the level of crime happening. Oogie, thank you for the fucking gift subs, my guy. Thank you for the 10 gifts. It's another treasure train? We got 2 fucking treasure trains today? I can't see treasure train without thinking of treasure trail, which I think is what they called a happy trail in... Chat, what's that Canadian comedy that I really like? Letterkenny. Thank you, chat. Buffering. Yeah. I forgot the name. I'm sorry. Caboosezilla. Thank you for the 16-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Zyvolp. Thank you for the gift sub. Penguin Lord. I don't think I said it, but Penguin Lord. Thank you for the huge 50 gift schmeats on the YouTube. Thank you, Penguin Lord. A massive fucking 50 from a massive bipenist penguin. He's not sitting on the eggs. He's spermicating them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Penguin Lord. Thank you. Yeah, the treasure trail. Why would they make people more racist? What's in them numbies? Yeah, what's in them numbies, man? Darth Gavel, thank you. City girls should start wearing full plate mail. I mean, that'd be funny. Just a filler, thank you. Hey, Kirsche and chat, how y'all doing? You're glad to finally make a stream? Oh, we are angry in here today. Warblade, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Oh, thank you, my guy. Let's not mention the fact that they misreport the races of offenders very often. I don't even know how we fix that. If races of offenders, and obviously now gender of offenders, because some men are being marked as women, how do we fix that? How do we rewrite all of these databases correctly if they've already been fucked for who knows how many years? Kataka VT, thank you for that 13-month tier 3 resub. Thank you. Can't release the Epstein list because it will make people pedo hunters see. It doesn't sound good with anything. True and real. Where is the Epstein list? I am tired. Oogie, thank you for 5 more gift subs. Thank you, Oogie. And Kenji MG, thank you for 5 gift subs too. Oh, thank you. Hope I'm having a good day. I'm trying, but it's a little raging in here. Look at you, Papa! Hi, you too, I'm sorry! I had volume cranked for listening to really low volume Twitter videos. Jump scare, yeah, fucking loud jump scare slaves. I'm sorry! Moinia. Thank you, Nico! AW, thank you.
Got my darky cover. Oh my god. Kirsche is so hot. So hot.
I love Linda! Thank you, Nico, for the $100 doodles. I'm glad you're enjoying your darky. Damn, I know it's probably been somewhere in the 12 to 16 week time frame, but it feels like that shit's shipped out so fucking quick. It feels like I literally just stopped selling them, man. I hate time. Make it stop. It does not feel like... It feels like it for me. It feels like time is moving crazy fast, man. I hate it. Hell yeah. Gift member. Hell yeah. Life comes at you fast. It really does. It really does, man. Oogie, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. You're treasure training right now. I'm imagining sushi on men's stomachs. Last Roman, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Senor, hello there. Thank you for the biddies. You're waiting for the patch update where people get common sense again? We need the hotfix pronto. We do. We do need the hotfix. 1,000%. We need the hotfix, man. So, Greg Gutfield saying very rational things here. What else do I have here? Num, 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 num. CNN accusing Trump of seizing on the moment after addressing the horrific slaughtering of Irina Zarutska.
Horrific new video of a Ukrainian refugee's murder caught on camera. It is absolutely horrific. Trump is now seizing on this to push his nationwide crackdown.
Good! Would anyone disagree with it?
The stories that matter. Anderson Cooper 360.
Would anyone disagree with him cracking down on crime after watching someone get murdered in cold blood on a fucking public transit? You're kidding me, right? Crozen, thank you for the gift sub, my dude. Thank you. The Foxy Knight, thank you. Been a while since you caught a stream. Now all you want is a new crusade. Relatable. Relatable. A Demogorgon Ramsey, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Munya. Oh my god, Mr. Bigglesworth. Mr. Bigglesworth, thank you for the 10 gift schmeats. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bigglesworth. Andrew Cooper, you suck. He does. We have Megan Basham here, New York Times best-selling journalist. I don't know who she is. She's at Real Daily Wire, at Morning Wire, other words, Wall Street Journal, Telegraph, unabashed church lady. I haven't heard of this woman. But she says, another factor in the death of Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail, the left-wing MacArthur Foundation giving Mecklenburg County a $3.3 million grant to reduce the jail population, specifically as a part of racial equity aims. Like Soros's Open Society, the MacArthur Foundation incentivizes local municipalities to make residents less safe by leaving threats like DeCarlos Brown on the streets. And this is screenshots from cjs.mecnc, so for Mecklenburg, North Carolina, Safety Justice Challenge, supported by the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation. In 2020, Mecklenburg County was awarded its second grant in the amount of $1 million from the MacArthur Foundation as part of the Safety and Justice Challenge to continue supporting the county's efforts to develop and implement strategies capable of positively...
on every mass shooting for gun control? Nah, couldn't be. They wouldn't politicize murder like the bad orange man. We really don't hate journos enough.
You really can't. It's astounding the things that they will say, because people forget things so fucking quickly. Like, even my dumbass can remember the last time they lied to me. The Marxist Call Me Challenge, true and real. As a part of the Safety and Justice Challenge to continue supporting the county's efforts... Oh, I'm sorry. Mystic Matt, thank you for the 25. I answered you, and I talked about your thing, and then I just forgot to say thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a bitch. Thank you, Mystic Matt. Safety and Justice Challenge to continue supporting the county's efforts to develop and implement strategies capable of positively impacting the main drivers of the local jail population. Develop and implement strategies capable of positively impacting the main drivers of the local jail population. What the fuck did they mean by this? What do they actually mean by that? In 2022, the county was awarded an additional $350,000 to ensure recent reforms were sustainable. This brings the total investment in Mecklenburg County by the MacArthur Foundation to $3.3 million. To continue safely reducing the jail population, the county plans to implement strategies aimed at addressing system inefficiencies, enhancing existing services, providing non-jail alternatives for defendants, and increasing community engagement in local justice system reform. This will include enhancing services provided to defendants pre-trial, implementing more meaningful first appearance hearings, and improving case processing, and partnering with residents to identify and implement community-led programs and policy interventions. So what I'm seeing here is that this is a foundation that spends money specifically to let criminals go in order to terrorize the regular non-offending population. Now, why would they want to release more criminals to terrorize the regular people? And then the second screenshot here says, between 2014 and 2017, Mecklenburg County reduced its jail population by 11%. While these numbers are worthy of celebrating, Mecklenburg County's Department of Criminal Justice Services continues to search for ways to reduce the use of incarceration for defendants. I have a great idea, and it probably won't cost 3.3 million. Instead of incarcerating some of the more violent and vicious felons, how about we just death penalty them? How about that? I bet you'd even make money by doing that because you wouldn't be spending the tax dollars keeping them housed. I'm a genius. Too often, a jail stay depends on an ability to pay. Although we've increased the use of non-financial conditions of release, jail stays still too often are associated with financial capabilities. Yeah, I just don't think that if someone has murdered someone or attempted to murder someone, they should even be offered bail. Like, I don't think that should even be a thing that happens. Death penalty is more expensive due to red tape. That's only if we let them sit in prison for like 50 years before we finally carry it out. If they're caught on video, if it's literally like, yeah, you fucking did that, there's no question, if it's on video, they shouldn't get the like 20, 30, 40, 50 years of sitting in prison while we deal with the red tape. If it's on video and there's no questions about it, a slam dunk. Get him executed within the month, man. We can do it. We have the technology. Take it back to the old West days. We have an island called Greenland. I don't remember why, but like a decade ago, I read some sort of thing on Iceland and Greenland, and in my brain, I could never like remember which one was which. So the way that I remembered it was like, instead of going Iceland is the green one and Greenland is the ice one, I was just like, very high IQ Iceland, very low IQ Greenland, because there's like barely any people there, right? And it makes no functional sense. It has no rationale to it, but that's, I don't know, that's just the way I remembered it. It was like yesterday I was in the kitchen and I was making pancakes and I just started singing, Pamela's got a meth addiction, Pamela. And I was like, why am I singing? I don't even know anyone named Pamela. It just kind of happens. It just kind of happens. Schmearlies, thank you. I keep missing your super chats and stream elements. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to quarantine you, good sir. I got so many tabs, so there's a lot of shit that I've been reading, man. Oh, your wife is from Philly. Her dad lives by Market Street. You only found out from Nux. Your wife is clueless about how dangerous the U.S. is. You live in Israel. You know what's really crazy is when someone who's living in an active war zone like Israel is like, damn, the U.S. is dangerous. You have zero idea why I brought up Pamela's meth addiction in a discussion about Greenland. It's just like, I don't know, just like random dumb shit I say that makes no sense. You go out on a limb and say Israel is slightly more dangerous right now. I don't know. We're both being invaded by radical Islam, right? She's affirming Methane's life choices. Cesario JPN, thank you. Bring back public executions. I think that could be fun for the whole family. Let's see. Where did I leave off reading? For example, an analysis of data from January 2020 to December 2022 indicated pre-trial release and length of stay are main drivers of the jail population. The average pre-trial jail population alone was 68% of the total average daily population. Well, it sounds like we need more people to look at some cases and get people out of the streets and into the prisons. Despite making up approximately 47% of the local population, African Americans and Hispanics make up 82% of the jail population. You're telling me that an official government website is despite posting? What the actual fuck? Oh my god. And she has some more screenshots here that say implicit bias training. What the hell? Outcome, supported with an additional 1.3 million from the Safety and Justice Challenge, Mecklenburg County will continue to implement forward-looking, smart solutions to further reduce the local jail population by a total of 17% by December 2023. Oh boy, that was 2 years ago. I can only imagine how bad things are now. Mecklenburg County's Criminal Justice Services and Criminal Justice Advisory Group partnered with New York State Psychiatric Institute to create a comprehensive implicit bias training for criminal justice professionals. This training examines how unconscious or implicit biases can affect an individual's thought processes and decision-making in both subtle and overt ways. Implicit biases have played a role in the disparities we see in the criminal justice system today. You know, they're right. They're 100% right. Like all of the black DAs and the black judges giving leaner sentences to black people, or the fact that black juries will convict black criminals at a far lower rate than regular juries will just convict anyone. Implicit bias translation: if you're of European descent or believe criminals belong incarcerated, you're racist. Windows has yet another update. I hate Windows! You hated taking implicit bias trainings at work. They make you do it every time. You got put on a hiring committee. Imagine. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Of course, the U.S. is more dangerous than Israel. Israelis all know how to use guns and have a lot of concealed carry permits. U.S. is more dangerous because civilians can't defend themselves from criminals. We should have a gun under every blade of grass. I know. Implicit biases have played a role in the disparities we see in the criminal justice system today. Module 1 defines implicit bias, the role of schemas and heuristics in structuring our thought processes, and the impact of bias on criminal justice institutions. Module 2 discusses the influence of implicit biases on existing disparities in the criminal justice system, and ways in which we may begin to understand and address bias. Module 3 focuses on strategies to reduce implicit biases, with examples of de-biasing techniques that can be applied to your everyday work as a criminal justice professional. Funding for this training was provided by the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation's Safety and Justice Challenge. Battleizer, thank you. You know, when things finally go kablam in society, you have the rather large feeling that the Fourth Estate will involuntarily become very, very light on membership. Just speculating. I feel like at this point, people unironically hate journalists more than they hate politicians. And that doesn't surprise me. Michael Turner, thank you. You'd be happy with Monday night rehabilitation, even as PPV. That's the kind of idiocracy I can get behind, brother. Right to bear arms is not just a fundamental right for the able-bodied, the mentally sound, and the morally upright. It is a duty. True. Read a funny YouTube comment the other day. Stereotypes aren't always true, but they are odds you'd take to Vegas. I'm not a gambling foxu. And then this is a final screenshot she posted. Racial and Ethnic Disparities, or RED, workshop. The Racial and Ethnic Disparities Workshop partnered with researchers from the W. Haywood Burns Institute to analyze Mecklenburg County criminal justice data for disproportionately and disparities at the decision points of arrest, filing charges, and booking into jail. Damn, that's crazy. Also, reading through all of this makes me think I might have, and it looks like I did for Gorb to open a tab, because apparently the judge lady, the judge magistrate here, she owns some sort of like rehabilitation facility. So she has a bit of a conflict of interest in allowing people who plead mental illness or insanity off the hook so that then she can get paid by having them in her facility. I don't know if my mods can grab an article on that for me really, really quick, because I would love to add that to just this downward spiral that we're on right now. She's also not a lawyer. It's not that she's not a lawyer, it's that she didn't have to pass the bar, and Binary Mind actually looked up how that works in her county, and it's way worse than any of us thought. So hopefully I can get a tab for that really quick while I'm finishing these other tabs here. Donald Trump did address the issue here. He did address Irina, unfortunately, being murderated for absolutely no reason other than the color of her skin. So let's listen to Trump here. And also, damn, man. I thought Obama looked bad after 8 years in office. Trump is exhausted and very orange.
For far too long, Americans have been
so low.
To put up with Democrat-run cities that set loose savage, bloodthirsty criminals to prey on innocent people.
True.
Really very, very innocent people. In every place, they control radical left judges, politicians, and activists, and they've adopted a policy of catch and release for thugs and killers.
Sometimes don't even catch.
In North Carolina, we saw the results of these policies when a 23-year-old woman who came here from Ukraine met her bloody end on a public train. And here's a picture of it. This is the picture of it.
I really like his tactic of show instead of just talk. You know, like when he invited the South African president and he showed the video of all the fucking unmarked graves and shit. I like that he shows because the media will try to take him out of context. It's the same reason why I try my best to show absolutely everything that I talk about. Because I know, especially when it comes to like bridge stuff, if I even try to condense it, if I try to shorten it, if I'm like, oh, well, you know, I've shown enough evidence, so I'll just leave out this one thing because of time, people will jump on that and take it out of context or say that I'm lying. And so I love that he fucking shows the things that he talks about. So it can't be twisted. It can't be taken out of context. People can't lie about it.
And this is a picture of the woman.
They'll try, but it's much harder when he shows the evidence.
Never had problems in life. With a magnificent future in this country. And now she's dead. She was slaughtered by a deranged monster who was roaming free after 14 prior arrests. We cannot allow a depraved criminal element of violent repeat offenders to continue spreading destruction and death throughout our country. We have to respond with force and strength. We have to be vicious just like they are. It's the only thing they understand. 24 of the top 25 most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrat mayors. 50 people were murdered in Chicago in recent weeks, with hundreds being shot. And it's time to stop this madness. The people of our country need to insist on protection, safety, law, and order. We have proven that it can be done because we did it right here in D.C., in District of Columbia. The capital of America was a bloodthirsty, horrible, dangerous place, one of the worst. And now it's a crime-free city, and we're going to keep it that way. It can be done. It can happen fast. All we want is, please, Mr. President, we need help. Chicago needs help. Other cities need help. We'll do what has to be done because we're going to make America safe again. And that includes our big cities. We're going to make those cities safe.
And I certainly fucking hope so. I certainly fucking hope so, because we all know that the mayors and the governors and everything, they're going to take this opportunity to shit on him and call him a fascist and say he has no right to come in and try to clean up our cities. And, you know, I said that. Hold on, let me bring up a tweet because it has some fucking hilarious responses. I said that in response to Governor Pritzker in Illinois complaining about Trump coming out. And I was like, God damn, I didn't even like check back at my tweet until this morning. But apparently in my replies are a metric fuckton of like seething progressives. And it just blows my fucking mind that there are this many people who don't want crime in their city cleaned up. They would rather keep having their ineffectual fucking Dem leader because he's not Orange Man. I guess. I don't know, man. Where is it? It was like 2 days ago, I think. It's the Shiloh Hendricks thing. That's that weird Portland lady. I have that article pulled up. Yeah, Dumpkin Spice, baby! With some bridge stuff. Oh, here we go. I found it. I found it. They can't stand being wrong. The seething is it's fucking hilarious, man. So, he said, the president of the United States is threatening to go to war with an American city. This is not a joke. This is not normal. Donald Trump isn't a strong man. He's a scared man. Illinois won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator. And I just like, as like a throwaway comment, I didn't even think. I was just like, yeah, maybe if you cared more about your constituents, you wouldn't have to come clean your shit up for you. As a send tweet, forget about it. And apparently, people in the comments went fucking crazy. Oh, this guy, Truth Nuke, hell yeah. VTubers engaging with politicians is something I wouldn't have predicted 5 years ago. True and real. First impression instantly followed, hell yeah. Simp? Yeah, what about it? Get real, beta male. She doesn't want you. LMFAO. What? We're talking about politics. How did this go from like someone being like, yeah, I like the cut of your jib, lassie. Dude probably doesn't even know I'm a woman. And he's just like, yeah, you know, I'll follow this shit. He's like, yeah, I don't really care that much. You cared enough to get defensive about it. Like, it's just like they're so fucking angry for some reason. Someone else was like, yeah, what years of porn does to a motherfucker? If following someone for political reasons is what porn does to a motherfucker? Question mark? Here's someone actually agreeing. Did somebody get mad in his comments? He said, I agree, this especially hurts since I'm an Illinois native, but thanks to the bozos' policies, I can't even move back due to how bad prices and lack of homes there are. Some retard said, I'm an Illinois native too. You should know better than to let this fascist wannabe dictator desire to turn Illinois and Chicago into a military zone. I got some news for you. Oh, the same retard said, he, Trump, is not cleaning anything up with this type of rhetoric, Kirsche. Stay in your lane.
But this is my lane. What do you mean?
This is literally what I do, brother. This is the lane Kirsche occupied. Look, somebody who I know is there and nowhere. You, when a VTuber expresses an opinion you don't like, it's an amazingly uninformed and stupid opinion, especially since Kirsche doesn't even live in the U.S. Not surprising, though, given that she's dog-whistled about this type of shit before for clout and grifting purposes. Yeah, you know, me with the Bostonian accent. I'm actually secretly from South Africa. Listen to my Boer accent, chat. Bunkerland not in the US confirmed. I wish I could speak whatever language they speak in India so that I could make a really funny joke right now, considering how many right-wing accounts on Twitter have been outed as being Indians. God, that would be so fucking funny. I knew it, Foxy was a spy. Their language isn't called Indian. I think they write in Sanskrit, maybe, but I don't think that's what it's called when you speak it. Did I want the article specifically about the current Charlotte magistrate judge, or the 2024 article that touches on the one specifically about the judge? Is it called Hindi, Swahili, Urdu? Oh, they have a bunch of languages, I guess. Just tell them, Terry ma ki chut bosa de ke chutia shobab. I don't know what I just said. 120 languages in India. Fuck, I can barely speak English. That's too many. What the actual fuck does this guy mean? Especially since Kirsche doesn't even live in the US. Like, for as much as Reddit lies about me, at least even Reddit knows I'm a fucking burger person. Come the fuck on. I love that. Oh my god. Like, the time she was going on about the great replacement theory or whatever, I thought it was stupid too, until I looked up what the most popular name for baby boys in England was in 2023. It was Muhammad. Then everything made sense. Well, you know, you can't quote leftist politicians or else you're racist. Oh my god. You realize that Muslims growing in number isn't necessarily due to immigration, right? Young people are converting to Islam for religion. And guess what? Young people have kids. In what fucking timeline? In what timeline are our young people having kids? Trying to connect recent waves of immigration to overall replacement isn't at all accurate. Oh my god. Don't even try to pull the conversion card. Yeah, you know, I was talking with Jesse, Mo, and Steven at work, and they all converted to Islam. In this economy? Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Oh, man. By all means, let's ignore the anime, other profile pictures who have actual concerns for this country. What? Anime people helped get Trump elected, all right? You should be thankful for our meme magic. Fucking shocking news. VTuber has shitty, uninformed grifter opinion. What? There are barely any VTubers that, like, talk about politics as often as I do. You obviously haven't watched any of her streams. This could be pro or anti me. No one said it's illegal to grift, but yes, she does do grifting a heap. It's like her entire shtick on streams. For someone who's been incredibly consistent since 2018, like, I can either be a grifter or I can be someone who believes in the shit that I say. It's not grifting if you believe I believe it. I don't, which one is it? Eternally online freaks. Can I grift harder? Yeah, you want me to grift you harder, chat? You want to be my naughty little piggies? You know, I could do that. You lose because you portrayed yourself as the Chad and you as the Soy Jack type shit. Get out of my ear! A lot of people haven't heard that. I haven't done that in ages.
Tax-free grift tax.
You! I thank you for the tax-free grift tax. Thank you, Brent Wolfe, my guy. Thank you. Speaking of grifting, have I pushed gamer subs today? If you want big sleep and big comes, buy gamer subs AFK using code Kirsche for 10% off your orders. You get big sleep, you get big comes, or you can even get big caffeine. And I get paid bigly when you use my code. Hell yeah! She's a grifter off and on stream, buddy. Nah. This one is as close as you can get. I think Binary Mind might have sent it to me in DMs, because there's no way I'm going to be able to open a link in chat right now. Oh my god. Shocking news. Okay. We're gonna move on from that shocking news. Imagine posting that in a fucking governor's replies. Oh my god, my eyes. Someone else saying fuck off fascist. The last person to call her a fascist was outed as a pedophile rape fetishist. Yeah, you know, I got a pretty good track record of that. I got a pretty good fucking track record. Oh my god. You wouldn't know what a fascist is if Hitler walked up to you and farted in your face, not the Hitler particles. Oh my god. The left is seething and this guy just got his popcorn out. Like, what? What is this? Stick to being a VTuber cat girl and stop with your sloppy ass takes. They're so awful, uneducated, and anti-American. First of all, I'm a fox. Second of all, my ass isn't sloppy. I have Dude Wipes Dumpkin Spice on the way, okay? I'm gonna get Lil Dude's Bubble Bum too. Fuck you, buddy. I like the minty fresh butthole. And it's not anti-American to want my American citizens to be safe from criminals, actually. The dumpy kid. How the hell do these people think Kirsche is anti-American? That other guy thought I did. I recognize Cunning Druger's name, and I'm not going to click that even though I want to. If you were as smart as you thought, you would have known she was a fox. There are some people who unironically thought I was a rabbit, man. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. The anime profile picture is trying to give their opinion. Nobody cares. True and real. You are a disgrace for all VTubers, you fubuki cheap ripoff, fake VTuber political activist. It's me, Dollar Store Fubuki! One day, I will make retard noises with my one love, Sakura Miko. Are they getting you confused with Pippa, maybe? I mean, Asmongold did, so anything is possible. Anything is possible. Holy shit. Oh my god. I don't know why they were seething as hard as they... Like, I've commented on other politicians' posts before, but I guess people in Illinois have, like, just drank too much of Flint, Michigan's water for some reason. I got no clue, dude. Blue Pippa upgraded to great value. Hell yeah. It got me mixed up with Smug Alana once. We look nothing alike. We're just both white foxes. That's racist. Asmongold be like, how the fuck do I spell her name? I love that clip. I love that fucking clip because I feel like anyone who's tried spelling my name has had that same exact moment before. When I like made my art tag and I made my gamer subs code, I had that in my mind as well. I was like, is it okay to just use my name because so many people struggle to spell it? They can spell like a 26 character long Japanese name, but fuck if I have like a 6-letter long German one, man. They can't do it. Joke's on you, I'm German. Oh god. Inches, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Took you a full year to learn to spell it correctly the first time consistently. If she's great value, does that mean she's also contaminated with radioactive material? Please don't recall me. Oh god, all right, we had a moment of laughter in the dark tunnel of today. Ein Moment. Because Binary Mind did link me as the article. Ein Moment. So here is the judge lady that let him go. North Carolina lawmakers call for removal of judge after repeat offender caught on cam fatally stabbing woman on Charlotte light rail. The article. I was correct to not click show on the comment. Look, man, I've got like a quota. Once I hit like 1 for accidentally shown slurs, I have to be very careful for the rest of stream. You've used my code enough times, you don't have to double check your spelling. I like that guy. Praxis Fail, thank you for the 10, my guy. Hell no, these crazies are from the city. Those of us from the country don't like the Illinois governor. I don't think I've met a single person like in chat or on Twitter until that thread that actually seems to like Pritzker. Like, I've heard people call him Prickzer, you know, like a play on his name. So it just confuses me that somebody was like, yeah, we want more of this actually. Mr. Penguin Lord, are you okay? Penguin Lord, thank you for another 50 gift members. Jesus fucking Christ. Penguin Lord, blink twice if you're being held at gunpoint to give a gajillion gift subs. Remember, chat, if you spell Kirsche Kirka, you turn her from a cherry into a church. And you know you better worship me. Manya. Kirsche scrolling Twitter like she's playing Minesweeper. Pretty much. That's how you gotta do it. A blue liar, thank you for the member. Following the fatal stabbing of 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska, all 10 Republican members of North Carolina's House delegation, led by Congressman Tim Moore, signed a letter demanding removal of Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes. Officials said Stokes had released the suspect, DeCarlos Brown, a repeat offender, in January, with a written promise to appear in court despite his criminal history, which included at least 14 prior arrests for offenses such as possession of a firearm by a felon, robbery with a dangerous weapon, and physical assault. I cannot imagine being in front of a judge and the judge being like, oh, well, you're just a poor, misunderstood, mentally ill 14-time career criminal. I think I can release you on your own recognizance so that you have your freedoms, as long as you write me a nicely worded letter with your pleases and thank yous about how you're going to show up for your trial. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous, it might as well be in a cartoon. Cosmic Trailblazer, thank you for the member. That's a pretty good impression. Unless there was another one said binary mind, I think I faked that. Oh god, I might need more water soon. I'm dying. Probably went 100% exactly like that. Fucking probably. Brown is accused of fatally stabbing Zarutska on a Charlotte light rail in what authorities are calling a random, unprovoked attack. North Carolina's justice system failed Irina Zarutska. She came to Charlotte looking for safety and a better life, but instead she was brutally murdered by a repeat offender who never should have been let back on the streets, said Rep. Moore. Judge Stokes had the chance to protect the public and chose not to. It's clear that she's unfit to hold this consequential position and should be removed from the bench immediately. Munya.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Draken Koenig, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders! You hate the accused language. We have him on video stabbing her. I know. I think they have to say that until the trial. Yeah, I know, like, they have to try and be careful until the trial, but I really wish that if we have it on video, we could just drop the accused bullshit, you know? You know? Yada yada. Please, ein Moment. I'm looking for something. Oh god. Sorry, it got like really fucking hot in my bunker. And my asthma's like heat triggered. So it got a little hard to breathe. So my throat is kind of like rejecting my existence right now. Hi, Eva. Yeah, some more typies. Yeah, I got a bit of typies action. Still bunkering. Yeah, I mentioned a few times, like I could go back pretty much any fucking time. Like I think everything's fine now. But taking apart my PC setup for stream is obnoxious. It's massive and it's heavy and there's a lot of parts to it, so I've just been kind of lazy. The Bunker Bros haven't kicked me out, so like I don't have to leave yet. Fox, who has asthma and a bad back. She's truly a nerd after all. Man, I got banned from soccer fields when I was younger because even though I had asthma, I was still trying to play soccer. And for whatever reason, having to like run around playing soccer was more taxing on my lungs than rollerblading. And so I would end up running so much that I would like fall over and vomit and then have an asthma attack. So eventually like coaches were just like, yeah, we're gonna ban you from the fields for your own safety. Speaking of Bunker Bros, how's little Benyanto? He is so fucking big now. I'll have to take a picture of him at some point. I'm just waiting for a strong enough himbo to come and pick you and your PC up in a bridal carry. Maybe. I need to get home and feed my pet gay Korean. I miss Chim's ball and Gravy and Ziggy. I miss my cats. Winnie, thank you for the thank you, Kirsche, for helping you get back into the mindset of going to the gym after 7 years. Gonna use the anger of how far back you have to start again to keep you motivated. Fuck yeah, brother, I believe in you. Get a fucking good pump on, dude. Get it! Have I had a chance to cover the more recent tragedy that is the sad passing away of Japanese celebrity Haru Urara? No, I don't play Uma Musume, so I wouldn't have even known that happened if people weren't just like posting it all over Twitter. Hans won her last race. Well, at least she died a winner. That's something everybody can strive for, right? You miss Kenny too? No, fuck Kenny. I hate that thing. You be seriously careful how much I discuss in regards to my return. You worry about the aunties. Me too, but I have a little less worry. You had asthma, so you were barred from military service, and you also had a bad back, so you were barred from the football field. Oh no. Okay. Where was I? Beep, 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 beep. Judge Stokes had the chance to protect the public and chose not to. It's clear that she's unfit to hold this consequential position and should be removed from the bench immediately. Tuesday's letter sent to Chief District Court Judge Roy Wiggins claims Judge Stokes showed a willful failure to perform her duties by releasing Brown on a written promise to appear. It also calls for a review of Stokes' prior bond rulings. Magistrate judges in North Carolina are appointed, not elected, and are responsible for early-stage decisions like setting bond. Unlike higher-level judges, authorities stated that they aren't required to hold law degrees. That seems really dumb. Critics said that this case highlights a serious flaw in the system. Well, yeah, it does. What happened on the light rail in Charlotte is a tragedy that never should have happened, said Representative Addison McDowell. Teresa Stokes has failed the people and must be removed. She's proven she can't do the job and has lost the trust of the public. Surveillance video shows Brown attacking Zarutska without warning after sitting behind her on the light rail. The murder has prompted action at both state and federal levels, with officials reviewing transit safety policies and bond decisions. Even the White House is weighing in. President Trump called the attack horrible, and the U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the Department of Transportation will investigate Charlotte's public transit system for potential failures. And then there's just like the statement that he released on it. And let me go back over here. Where is... It's this. A North Carolina magistrate judge is under fire for allowing a schizophrenic repeat offender to walk free without bond 7 months before he fatally stabbed a Ukrainian refugee on a Charlotte light rail train in an unprovoked attack that horrified the community. Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes released DeCarlos Brown Jr., 34, on January 21st on a written promise to appear, after he was arrested on charges of misusing the 911 system during a police welfare check. Brown, who is homeless and diagnosed with schizophrenia, told officers he believed man-made material was implanted in his body, controlling his movements. He had been arrested many times previously. Wait a minute, somebody in chat brought it up that they thought he looked the same as the guy with the man-made material in his body, and we talked about that article on stream before. That's crazy that we've covered this guy previously, and now he's back for Moiter. When officers advised him it was a medical matter and left, Brown became agitated and called 911 again, prompting officers to arrest and charge him with a Class 1 misdemeanor. Despite his violent criminal history, mental illness, and lack of a fixed address, Stokes let him go with no bond required. A defendant worthy of intense scrutiny. Yeah, that's kind of fucking weird. On August 22nd, police say Brown boarded a Charlotte area transit system train without paying fare and stabbed a 23-year-old Irina Zarutska in the neck as she sat alone. She died on the scene. Her family said that she had fled war-torn Ukraine in search of a safer life and a new beginning in the U.S. Even Brown's mother has said the court system failed the community by releasing her son. Damn, that's a good mom. Telling reporters that he had been under psychiatric monitoring after a schizophrenia diagnosis in 2014 and became so aggressive she had to remove him from her home. Even this mom took steps to try and get him committed. And even she, usually you see the parents being yeah, he was a good boy, he didn't do anything wrong. But she's yeah, no, you guys fucked this up. You guys fucked this up so bad. Brown's criminal record includes an armed robbery conviction in 2014, an assault on his sister in 2021, and multiple other arrests. Critics have blasted Judge Stokes for ignoring his past and releasing him despite clear warning signs. Stokes, appointed and supervised by the Chief District Judge in Mecklenburg County, is not a licensed attorney or a member of the North Carolina State Bar, although magistrates in the state are not required to be. Under law, magistrates may qualify with a 4-year college degree or a 2-year associate degree and 4 years of experience in a related field. So who fucking appointed her? Who appointed this person? Who put this DEI hire in place? She's a judge with a past in criminal and addiction recovery activism. In the days following the killing, social media users flooded the Facebook page of Second Chance Services Unlimited, a Charlotte mental health provider alleging Stokes worked there. The organization responded by stating, "This has nothing to do with us. This is a behavioral health clinic helping people in the community with substance abuse and mental health issues. Please stop posting on this page. We have nothing to do with the law." A representative for the Second Chance hung up the phone when asked by the Washington Examiner whether Stokes had worked there since 2023. The group's website is also not currently online, and it's unclear when the page was removed. Stokes' name appears on a now-deleted bold.pro profile, listing her as Director of Operations and a magistrate, but that listed role could not be confirmed independently. Yeah, it's really suspicious if she had listed herself as the Director of Operations at Second Chance, and then none of them are willing to say anything, and their mysteriously disappearing website just goes poof. You know, stupid horse, thank you for the 5 gift subs, thank you. Virulent Castle, thank you for the 5-month pre-sub for 7 months, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Finn the chat, thank you, my guy. I appointed her to do bad. Someone get this man. Why does it sound like the trans dude who tried to kidnap a kid in and out of jail with mental illness while family kept trying to get him in some programs? Democrats should understand no saving everyone. Some people just can't be saved, man. What is verifiable is that Stokes previously co-founded a separate mental health help venture called Pinnacle Recovery Services in 2015, a Michigan-based nonprofit organization that provided housing and recovery services to underserved individuals.
You're getting a vigorous spanking.
Hey, there's that language. The Sapphire Aegis, thank you. 8+ years to be a lawyer, but only 2 to 4 to be a judge. Our system is fucked. It is. It really is, man. According to her LinkedIn account and a previous news report, in 2021, she helped open Wing Heaven Sports Haven, a sober sports bar in Lansing, after losing both a brother and a nephew to overdose, according to a local Fox affiliate. Legal experts who spoke to the Washington Examiner said that even absent verified current ties to Second Chance. Legal experts who spoke to the Washington Examiner said that even absent verified current ties to Second Chance. I don't know how to read that sentence. Stokes' advocacy background raises serious concerns about the appearance of conflicts when ruling on mental health-related cases. Online critics, meanwhile, are calling for an investigation into whether Stokes benefited from her jurisprudence, such as releasing Brown with no bond requirement despite his well-documented criminal history. Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes freed DeCarlos Brown Jr., a 14-time criminal who went on to butcher Irina Zarutska. Stokes is also listed as the Director of Operations at Second Chance Services, a Charlotte clinic for mental health and addiction. Very interesting. There should be a law against no law degree judge. I feel like you should have a law degree. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're okay with judges not being lawyers? In fact, you're against all licensure? It just gets abused to create lawyers and judges like this and screen out decent men? You do realize that the opposite is what happened here, right? That she doesn't have a license and she doesn't have a, like, background in law, and that's, like, she was given the position anyway? So, like, what you're saying doesn't matter because she didn't have the license in the first place. I don't know what you mean. They should know the fucking law. Is this an update? Is this an update? Data perspective, Charlotte's not uniquely violent. Republicans have used the latest crime controversy to blast Governor Roy Cooper, accusing him of promoting soft-on-crime policies. Well, yeah, he has been. 10,000% would rather an unlicensed Kirsche for a judge than this. Would rather have a Korsche for a judge. Imagine. Imagine a Korsche judge. And then I have a couple more tabs here. Josh Stein, the governor of North Carolina, had more condolences for a career criminal who overdosed on fentanyl than for Irina Zarutska. So back in 2020, Josh Stein said, "My heart aches for the family of George Floyd. His death was so senseless and wrong, the actions of the officers so heartless and cruel. Like so many of you, I have experienced the range of emotions from outrage to anger to profound sadness to resolve so we can stop this from happening in our country. We must recruit public spirit public-spirited people into law enforcement, train them to de-escalate situations, monitor their performance, and hold them accountable for their actions. I thank the North Carolina Sheriff's Association for its statement on Mr. Floyd's death, describing the law enforcement conduct as unprofessional, egregious, and inexcusable. The sheriffs declare that this conduct cannot be tolerated and must be swiftly addressed by the law enforcement community and criminal justice system. I wholeheartedly agree. Our nation suffers from a legacy of racism that over generations has become institutionalized in our healthcare system, our economy, our educational system, and our criminal justice system. Each one of us must do our part to confront this stain, and that obviously includes law enforcement. Justice requires it. And then in the case of Irina, Josh Stein said, I am heartbroken for the family of Irina Zarutska who lost their loved one to this senseless act of violence. I'm appalled by the footage of her murder. We need more cops on the beat to keep people safe. More cops is gonna do jack shit if your corrupt-ass judges keep letting them fucking go. What is this nonsense, dude? That's why my budget calls for more funding to hire more well-trained police officers. Ah, yes. Give me more money for more programs so that the judges can release them anyways and it's not gonna matter because that money's gonna end up in our pockets. I call upon the legislature to pass my law enforcement recruitment and retention package to address vacancies in our state and local agencies so they can stop these horrific crimes and hold violent criminals accountable. Literally a whole lot of nothing, and literally a lot less heartfelt than what he said for George Floyd. A little interesting there. A little interesting. Democrats sure love to call for more money when these things happen. And then, Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska's father couldn't attend her funeral because of war with Russia. He had to stay back. The father of the Ukrainian refugee knifed to death on a Charlotte train had to miss her funeral in North Carolina because he's stuck at home due to Russia's invasion, inflicting yet another scar on a family that fled the war for the comparative safety of the U.S. Irina Zarutska, 23, was buried in Charlotte on August 27th, but her father was unable to leave Ukraine because he is of fighting age and required to remain in the country while its war rages on. He had to stay back. He didn't come for the funeral, said a neighbor of Zarutska's family in Charlotte. He's still there for whatever the wartime rules are. Zarutska was stabbed to death on August 22nd while she rode a Charlotte light rail train home from work. Terrifying footage captured an agitated man sitting behind her unsheath a pocket knife and then plunge it into her neck without provocation. The suspect, 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown Jr., is a career criminal with at least 14 arrests for alarming and violent behavior to his name. The murder has left Zarutska's family reeling, especially since they fled to the U.S. to escape the violence at home in Ukraine. They're taking it really hard, the neighbor told the Post, explaining Zarutska's mother, younger brother, and sister also live in the U.S. She was sweet, the whole neighborhood loved her, everyone loved her here, she did a lot of pet sitting for neighbors. She was a good, sweet person, the neighbor added. A glowing obituary for Zarutska described her as a talented artist who had dreams of becoming a veterinary assistant. She shared her creativity generously, gifting friends and family with her artwork. She loved sculpting and designing unique, eclectic clothing that reflected her vibrant spirit. Irina will be remembered for her kindness, creativity, and the lasting impression she left on everyone she met. Her absence leaves a deep void, but her spirit will forever remain in the hearts of those who loved her. Her murder sparked outrage over the limited coverage it received, and for a statement, Charlotte Mayor V. Lyles released afterwards calling for compassion for the killer. This is a tragic situation that sheds light on the problems with society safety nets related to mental health care and the systems that should be in place. Lyles told WSOC-TV, adding that Brown was diagnosed with schizophrenia and needs to be treated with the same compassion, diligence, and commitment as cancer and heart disease. Those who are unhoused are more frequently the victim of crimes and not the perpetrators, she added. I don't know how anyone can say shit like this in the face of someone being murdered. I do not understand how your worldview and your morals and your brain just get so fucking warped that you have more empathy for a criminal than you do the person who was fucking murdered. Like, it doesn't make any sense. These people are filled with nothing but fake compassion. They pretend they have it. They skinwalk as people who don't understand real emotion. Video gamer, thank you. It's truly a hot take to think that after a few serious felony convictions that the person has proven through their own actions that they do not deserve the right to live and be swiftly executed. Yeah, it's really insane to think about how, like, at every turn, every part of the system did nothing but protect a criminal. What about compassion and empathy for the victim and her family? Do they not deserve compassion? Of course they don't. She was white. They've been telling you this for years. Brown has been charged with murder over the killing. He previously spent 5 years in prison for a 2014 armed robbery and was arrested within 5 months of being released in 2020 after he assaulted his sister. Before Zarutska's murder, he was most recently also arrested in January for misuse of the 911 system when he called the emergency line on police doing a welfare check on him. He was let go without bail on a written promise that he would return for a hearing. Zarutska's neighbor thinks the way officials handled the situation has been a major failure. It's insane. The mayor's initial release basically just talking about the animal that did it, like the sympathy and empathy was there for him, he said. The first release, she didn't even say her name. She said the young lady or something. It's wild. Once you learn that these people talk this way on purpose and it's not an accident, it's less wild and it's more infuriating. Really sad irony. Irina had a Black Lives Matter sign in her house. Apparently that wasn't her. Apparently that's just some girl that looks like her. I have no idea if true or not. Can you give the IRS a written promise to pay your taxes? Yeah, fake news. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a completely different person and not her. Evil in its purest form. Yes, they are demons skinwalking as humans. You will never hate journalists, politicians enough. Let's see here. Do I have another tab on this? I just want to make sure that I'm actually... Okay. Damn, that was like a million fucking tabs. That was a million tabs. Okay. To the next story. I'm sure we'll get more information out of that soon. And I'm sure politicians and journalists will keep churning as they do, trying to push a specific narrative that at the very least cannot be confirmed as her house. Very true. Very true. So, Hololive Korone is being cancelled by the trans community. Korone has made a transgression. Apparently, she has decided to play wizard game. This mentally ill person says, there is no excuse for a VTuber streaming Hogwarts Legacy, with a screenshot showing that they're unsubscribing from Korone. I'm sure she will miss you. It's honestly pretty telling how the indie VTubing scene is like 45% trans women, yet mainstream normie VTubing has none. Where the fuck are you getting 45%? I have a feeling that it's more like 80% women and like 15% men. Muna had a good playthrough of it. Source, I made it the fuck up, pretty much. Some other mentally ill person says, I honestly feel like it says something if a scene leans extremely trans inclusive on the indie end, but people being paid for it are 100% cis. It never happens on accident. It's small media firms being aggressively transphobic. Not even men complained, because VTubing was born from idol culture, where the overwhelming majority of idols are women, and so thus the overwhelming majority of VTubers were also women for the very long time. There's not that many male VTubers, even in current year. There's no excuse for a VTuber playing a video game. Fascinating logic. Looks like Irina's killer got the death penalty. Ooh, is there already an update? I'm gonna finish Korone and then we'll see if there's an update. That's crazy if it's moved that fast. You're all just men with voice changers. If you're Tim Pool, you think that anyway. Amateur VTuber gay furries. I've been seeing some people like on Twitter claim that I'm trans because I'm obsessed with crypto and MOBAs. Chat, when have I talked about crypto? I was like, man, I know jack shit about that, bro. What? And himbos. You're proud male VTuber? Imagine. Doesn't matter, trans fox. I was like, okay, alright, that's kind of strange. Someone else here said, they're attacking her because they still think she and Cover are small enough to bend the knee. Note how people like, say, Jacksepticeye never get attacked despite also accepting blood money. Oops, I guess 30 million subs is the magic number to accept blood money. And so they show, I guess, Jacksepticeye's Super Nintendo World at Universal. Wizarding World of Harry Potter is at Universal Orlando. That's Corone with 2.24 million. And Jacksepticeye with 31 million. When they sound like a man or a butch lesbian. I don't think I sound like a man, but a butch lesbian, hell yeah. What the fuck? Blood money. Don't these people beg the government to send money to terrorists? It's very, very interesting. And it goes back to two pieces of advice I've been told. One piece of advice is, it doesn't matter if someone larger than you has said something. If you repeat it, you become the de facto target because you are smaller and easier to take down than the larger creator that said it before you. And then also, Asmongold during my cancel saga saying that it was obvious they were going after me because I am an easier target than he is. They sound so hypocritical, but you'd expect this from some people. And I would definitely expect there are some of these deranged people who do believe that Corone and Cover are small enough to bully into compliance. They're wrong, thankfully, but I would not put it past them to actually believe that. And then there's another tweet here from Kazehana talking about people trying to cancel Corone. This is another person, quote retweeting that person that showed that they were unsubscribing, saying, since this is Blue Sky and it's actually safe to say this here, if you play this dogshit PS2 graphics for $70 turf genocide funding game and you get flack and bullied for it, I hold zero fucking sympathy for you. Cry about it, guarantee it's less than a sliver of what trans people go through daily. And I don't have the screenshots on me, but I'm sure they're archived somewhere by people who are far more, thankfully, autistic than I am. Very autistic, non-derogatory. But during the Hogwarts Legacy campaign, when the game first released and people were making, like, lists to put streamers on to be bad people because they dared to play the wizard game, there were people who were lying about people they knew committing suicide because they wanted to make people even angrier at streamers for playing the game, and they wanted to continue pushing this weird narrative that playing wizard game will convince people to kill themselves. And finding out how these people were lying about it was a wild rabbit hole in and of itself. Like, it was crazy to see the levels of mental illness happening during Hogwarts Legacy. I don't even know what to say, dude. So, thankfully, Corone can just ignore all these people, and even if they try shitting up her chat, I'm sure they will get nothing done. Bless her mods. Statistically speaking, time is more likely to do that. 10 to 15 years, roughly. Talking about Japan, the dude that had the idea of African heritage towns resigned. They fear the samurai. Oh, I have another tab on that. But before that, let us get this update 3 hours ago from the stabbing. God damn. Already an update. That's crazy. The DOJ charges man for deadly stabbing of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska in North Carolina. We already got a charging. Let's fucking go, dude.
Dog with the butter. Butter dog. Boing ya. I love butter dog.
Hey Kirsche.
Hi.
I'm about 3 weeks behind on the VODs.
Oh my god.
So I don't know what's been going on, but I was wondering if you have seen Ian Carroll's video on Blackstone and how they are the ones influencing companies they have money into with DEI.
I don't know who Ian Carroll is. At least the name doesn't sound familiar. Maybe I know them. I just know what they look like and not their name. But no, I mean, I know Blackstone is a group pushing stuff with DEI. I don't know if he has new information on it, if it's a recent video, though. If it's recent. I find it strange that threats of suicide are seen as a form of emotional manipulation and a major red flag in relationships, and yet trans activists seem to be normalizing it like standard practice. It's absurd. Yeah, I don't really understand that disconnect either, because you would think if people correctly recognize it as a red flag in a romantic relationship, you would recognize it as a red flag from an activist and somebody trying to emotionally manipulate you into doing what they want you to do, but I guess that's just transphobic to notice. Ullerstrun, thank you for that 69 butter doggo, thank you. Thank you. What charge is like rolling doubles 3 times on Monopoly? Yeah, right? Therian, thank you. Almighty Lolly's Hogwarts Legacy is eternal, is it? The Spartan D63, thank you. Once again, it's all about control and compliance, it is. A Doggo Bongo, thank you. Rent-free in their heads, eternally stuck in 2023. Sometimes I feel like we're eternally stuck in 2016 and I would like to escape. Ocean Yan, thank you. Articles on lobotomies, like the ones harping on you on Twitch are why it's exhausting. We can fix the journalists and politicians. We can't fix the grassroots NPCs. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know how to deprogram people. And that's something that, like, I guess
Spicy
worries
cat
me.
Raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Savara Sovereign, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Bad latency, thank you. Don't think they want the real stats on politics and otaku culture. It definitely isn't far left dominated. It's very weird how they come in and they talk about how this has like always been a far left safe space, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Literally, you can chart the rise of interest in the West of VTubers from Sakura Miko singing the N-word. Like, I mean, come on, bro. The far left hates anime. The far left and the far right both hate anime. It's something they can both agree on, and that's very unfortunate. Annoying. A wolf, thank you. Big appreciation for all you do, Fox Lady. Thank you. Thank you, Wolf Man. Praxis fall. I keep saying fail and fall. I go in between. Fail, fall. Thank you, Praxis, for the 5. Himbo coin. She's gonna pump and dump on us. Absolutely not. A JV, thank you. Pro VTubers make a point to avoid controversy and possible conflicts. No professional VTuber agency would allow a trans activist who would not be able to stop themselves from calling for the action. There are some mentally deranged people who are able to keep up a facade long enough to work in a professional VTuber environment in a corpo. But once you've seen the man behind the curtain, you cannot unsee it. No. Alright, I think I've caught up on the supas. I think I've caught up here. Poll, go away. Go away. Most news tubers aren't even news reporters at all. I would put some of the news tubers in the same category as the propagandist journalists, right? Because if you purposefully exclude very pertinent information on stories, you are crafting a narrative and you are hoping people believe what you want them to believe instead of giving them all the information. And I think that is doing everyone, including yourself, a disservice. And that makes me very angry when people do that. You're only half Asian. Thank you very much. Crusader Ben, thank you for the plin. A little devil plins over there, man. Japan is originally an ethno-state with homogenous culture. Otakus like that about Japan, and therefore it's more of a right-wing type of entertainment. An otaku can only dream their diverse country will ever become a homogenous culture someday. I mean, I don't even think of that when I watch anime. I'm just kind of like, hey, this is an interesting show and I like it. Right? Going back to the VoD mines, good luck. Purple Keemstar moment. Moinya. Let's see what this article has to say. The Justice Department on Tuesday, that's today, filed a federal criminal charge against the man accused of the deadly stabbing of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska in Charlotte, North Carolina last month. The Justice Department announced that the suspect in the attack, DeCarlos Brown Jr., is charged with one count of committing an act causing death on a mass transportation system. Irina Zarutska was a young woman living the American dream. Her horrific murder is a direct result of failed soft-on-crime policies that put criminals before innocent people, Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a statement. I've directed my attorneys to federally prosecute DeCarlos Brown Jr., a repeat violent offender with a history of violent crime, for murder. We will seek the maximum penalty for this unforgivable act of violence. He will never again see the light of day as a free man. Why are you not seeking death penalty? North Carolina has death penalty. Why are you not seek? The Justice Department said the charge carries a maximum penalty of life in prison or death. Okay. Well, that's good. Federal judges are responsible for imposing sentences after conviction. The attack, which occurred on August 22nd, has garnered increased attention in recent days, with President Trump and his allies claiming the attack shows Democratic-run cities and states are failing to protect their residents, which is true. The most enraging and unacceptable part of the story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said Tuesday. Surveillance footage showed Zarutska entering a light rail car on August 22nd, sitting in a row in front of Brown. 4 minutes later, Brown allegedly, we have the video, pulled a knife from his pocket and struck Zarutska 3 times from behind. Damn. They freeze-framed the video, so I just assumed it was one stab. The fact that apparently the video shows him stabbing her 3 times, and all of those people around her still looked at her, got up, and left, that makes it even fucking worse, dude. Toilsome Book, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you. Police found Zarutska dead on the light rail with a single stab wound in the middle of her neck and a small cut on her left knee, the affidavit said. Brown was apprehended at the scene. Russ Ferguson, the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of North Carolina, became emotional in the news conference announcing the charge against Brown, who is currently in state custody on first-degree murder charges. This is obviously a horrible, horrible situation, Ferguson said. This is why federal statutes exist. They exist to take care of situations like this, because no one should sit in fear when they sit on the light rail. Ferguson said the surveillance video gave prosecutors the basis for federal charges here. The act itself doesn't scream federal crime, he said, but when we started to see the effects of that act and we saw the public saying, we're not riding the light rail anymore, we're afraid to go to the park, that's when my mind and my office started saying, this might be a federal charge. FBI Special Agent James Barnacle Jr. said there's potential for other federal charges in the case. Zarutska's relatives have said the 23-year-old came to the U.S. To escape Russia's war in Ukraine. Justice Department officials said Zarutska was living in a bomb shelter in Ukraine before moving. I hope the family won't mind me sharing, but after Irina's death, the embassy in Ukraine called and said, we'll help you bring her home. And her family said, no, she loved America, we're going to bury her here. Brown has a long criminal history, including serving 5 years in prison for robbery with a dangerous weapon, and has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, according to the Associated Press. Brown's mother told a local television station she recently sought involuntary psychiatric commitment after he became violent at home, the AP reported. Get him, Barnacle. Yeah, Barnacle boy. He became a district guy. Big if you want to see the uncut video of the stabbing, it's on Twitter. Yeah, I can only imagine it's on Twitter now. I'm sure there's the uncut version wandering around. I cannot play that on stream though. Praxis Fall, thank you. What makes this worse? No one tried to render first aid. I think somebody else said that it was like 2 or 3 minutes before anyone came to check if she was okay, which is, again, crazy to think about, but not surprising because of how damaged our society has become. Spartan, thank you. The full video is floating around and it's brutal and horrific. I can only imagine. I will have to watch that on my own time though. I cannot show that on stream. Mr. All Color Sam! No message even, just mushroom stamp, and thank you, All Color Sam. Thank you, thank you. Kind of neck stabbing, you don't know how much you can do. I mean, you could at least check on her, right? Right? But again, we live in a very sick society where people are encouraged to ignore their fellow man and not care about them in public. And I'm really sad that that's the point that we're at. It's very unfortunate. I dislike it. Okay, let's see. We got another British tab. Like I said, the British stuff has been sprinkled throughout my tabs because I was too lazy to put all of them together after organizing everything else. This is Tommy Robinson showing a video saying, this is who Starmer has placed as Home Secretary, a literal Islamic activist. Dear US government, I would stop sharing military information with these infiltrators ASAP. Let me turn up this volume, turn off the BGM. Let's fucking go.
Many of the MPs, particularly on the government benches, had to stand up and say, I have received many emails from my constituents about this issue. So please keep up the pressure on your members of parliament. Go to their advice surgeries. Take 20 people with you and ask them to justify their views on Palestine and on Gaza. And if they say they support Gaza and support the plight of the Palestinians, ask them to evidence it and to take some action to show solidarity. That's how we can make a difference, because Israel's actions, its killing of children, its bombing of schools and hospitals, must be condemned without equivocation. We know what they've done is wrong. If David Cameron fails to speak out, that is a moral outrage. He may stay silent, but we will never stay silent. So let out an almighty roar and tell this government we will not stay silent until the Palestinians are free! So many of the...
Well, that's an interesting Home Secretary for the UK. That's just as confusing as politicians in the US constantly talking about Israel. It's like, how about you talk about the US more often? What the fuck? Interesting. Didn't she say some pretty bad things about white people? I have no idea. This woman doesn't look familiar to me. Maybe I've heard her say stuff before. Maybe I have not. I don't know. But that's... Why is she the Home Secretary is a question. Keir Starmer really tempts Fed posting. Yeah, I can only imagine. So there's going to be more Britain tabs later, because I have more stuff on the British. But moving right along, the mayor of Evanston, Illinois, admits that he warned illegal aliens about planned ICE operations. Why is he leaking info on federal operations to criminal illegal aliens? Charge him.
And allow them to roam free on American streets. Daniel Biss is out front now. He is the mayor of Evanston, Illinois, a suburb, obviously.
Why does he look like he got his face smushed on the side?
Right outside Chicago, home to 10,000 international students at Northwestern University, among others. So, Mayor, I appreciate your time. I know you've just warned your entire city publicly that ICE operations are imminent. And I should also state that you are running for Congress as a Democrat, as you and I sit here speaking. But, Mayor, you say this is imminent.
If he's warning people about ICE presence so that illegals can hide more efficiently, not only should he no longer be whatever position he is, what was he? The fucking mayor of Evanston, Illinois? But he should definitely not be allowed in fucking Congress. Holy shit.
So what else do you know? Or are you also basically in the dark? I mean, what do you know about what's about to happen over the next few hours and days?
Well, first of all, I am absolutely in the dark. The Trump administration wants to keep us guessing, wants to use our uncertainty to keep us afraid. But the reason that we communicated with our residents this morning is that I got information from a senior state official last night indicating that they had good intel, that they thought it was likely that ICE would be coming to Evanston today and in the coming days. And we just felt that we had a responsibility to let our residents know so they could work to protect themselves. We've been doing everything we can to protect our residents from before Donald Trump took office, passing strong sanctuary laws to make sure our police are not cooperating.
Passing strong sanctuary laws to protect criminals and illegals. I repeat myself, though, because illegals are already criminals. And not your constituents. This is why nobody fucking likes you, and you have to cheat to win.
With federal civil immigration enforcement, protecting our data, switching off our license plate cameras when we learned that that data was being shared.
Whoa. What do you mean switching off your license plate cameras? I feel like that allows a lot more criminality than just the illegal immigrants. What the fuck? So breaking the law. Damn, bro. Back up there, buddy.
But we also need to make sure our residents know as much as possible so they can take the steps they need to protect themselves.
I really hate how a lot of these, like, local politicians have switched from talking about immigrants or illegal immigrants or citizens, and they just say residents. And I feel like that is even a far worse obfuscation than conflating legal and illegal immigrants. Because when you say residents, nobody knows who you're talking about unless they've been paying heavy attention to the fact that all of these people prioritize criminals over the actual citizens who live there. Isn't that necessarily obstruction as well as aiding and abetting? Yeah, but I mean, with how many people are trying to reject ICE, I mean, they already brought a federal lawsuit against Mayor Michelle Wu in Boston. I don't know how many of these politicians they can efficiently go after. I would love to see all of them fucking fire up lawsuits and lose their positions. I just don't know how feasible it is if, like, this many of them are banding together. And this is why I say, like, if we were able to band together and basically give a huge fuck you to the people pushing all of this Marxist shit, we could actually get some shit done. Denver, Colorado in general is starting doing this too. A ton of money was spent to install cameras, and now they're off to protect illegals. That's crazy. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Translation, I am fear-mongering and actively aiding and abetting criminals. Democrats are such open liars and you hate it. ICE ain't here for residents. They really aren't.
Samir, the DHS announcement comes on the same day that the Supreme Court it was a stunning decision, okay? They have given President Trump a green light for ICE to continue its roving patrols, right? And to pull people aside, any reason they want to. Is there anything your residents can do if this is what ICE starts doing now that there's been this ruling?
But we need to be really clear about what we can and cannot do. And we want people to be aware of the risks so that they can make appropriate calculations. It's part of why we communicate the way they do. And I know that there are people staying home. I know there are people keeping their children at home from school. There are
good. They can get deported together as a family.
Businesses unsure about whether or not they should operate, and they're making their own calculated decisions. But we have to do everything we can. And so we're doing that both as a city and, frankly, as individuals.
But why are you doing everything you can to protect criminals instead of protecting the actual citizens that you're supposed to serve, you piece of shit? Marmalin, thank you. Residents is even worse because it's not entirely correct since they can have residency and are residents of their area, so you can't call him on it since it's technically correct. Yeah, that's why I was like, it's worse. It's an even worse conflation than them trying to make you believe legal immigrant and illegal immigrant are the same thing. Mr. Floridian, hello Florida man, thank you. You just call them invaders because that's what they are. Careful. If you call them invaders, you might get someone obsessively tweeting about you 100 times a day for 6 months. Spartan D63, thank you. Insert city here. Person always means illegal immigrant. True and real. True and real.
Trained in rapid response. So now when ICE comes to town, I get a text. I'm able to go immediately to the location, share rights that individuals have with them, inform them of their rights, videotape, bear witness, hold ICE officials accountable.
We hold them accountable for getting criminals out of our country? What the fuck do you mean by this?
All need to do what we can in this moment. We're only going to be successful in protecting our communities from these attacks in solidarity.
That's not an attack!
President Trump's border czar Tom Homan was on with Jake yesterday. He defended it. Here's what he said.
I think I have the Homan thing in another tab somewhere, but I don't know where. How is this not a federal crime? I don't know how it's not a crime, but it should be, because you are aiding and abetting people here illegally. Imagine if you put that kind of effort into something that he was actually supposed to do. Imagine holding them accountable. You don't think you could afford all the barbecue? Brave SJ, thank you. Radical right-wing Supreme Court makes shocking ruling that law enforcement has power to enforce laws. This is literally fascism. I guess I am like at a lack of understanding how regular people can watch this and not understand that this mayor guy hates them. He hates you. He wants illegals here. He wants criminals here. He prioritizes criminals over you. If a criminal kills one of you, he's going to defend that criminal and say, well, that's a shame. We need more mental health facilities. How do people not get that the politicians who are supposed to serve the people have not served us in very many years? They do everything they can to harm the American people. The brain is turned off. They can't register what he's really saying. I just don't understand. How? How can you hear this and not understand what he's saying? They don't watch. They don't pay attention. I hate the ostriches. Blue Fire, thank you. Notice the language used here, trying to portray the Trump administration as this evil regime rounding up people. Oh my god. Do I get to play that propaganda video from, like, ages ago again? Because that propaganda video went pretty fucking hard. I'm gonna be honest. If only he was half as based as they paint him to be. Because they told us in pharmacy school, you have to assume the average person has a 5th grade education. Yeah, Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader was a funny show at one point. Now it's just reality. Dems specifically use the framing kidnapping when it comes to ICE. Yeah, that's probably why there's a bunch of people thinking, like, non-criminals are getting picked up. You guys may have seen Greta Thunberg had a boat explosion. We have Mario Newfels over here saying, breaking, Tunisia says Greta Thunberg's quote-unquote bombed Gaza flotilla actually had a cigarette fire. Tunisia's National Guard has declared claims of a drone attack on Greta Thunberg's Gaza flotilla boat completely unfounded. Wow! I'm so shocked that she was lying! Saying the fire was caused by a lighter or a cigarette butt in a life jacket. The Tunisia National Guard's Facebook statement: initial investigations show that the fire on board the ship broke out in one of the life jackets as a result of a lighter or a cigarette butt. There was no evidence of any hostile act or external targeting. Earlier, Greta Thunberg claimed, I am currently at the port in Tunisia after one of our boats carrying humanitarian aid was bombed. National Guard spokesman Hussein Eddin Jababli confirmed the investigation is ongoing and no drone has been detected. The Sumud flotilla had set sail from Barcelona aiming to break Israel's naval blockade of Gaza. The Portuguese-flagged boat's crew reported safe after the incident. This is sourced from the Tunisia National Guard. And you have like a little picture of the fire here. Just a little fire here. Greta looks like she would play any bratty sister trope from the 90s. And there is an image here of what the fire looked like after it was put out. Here's a little video.
Hi everyone, Yasmin here. The family boat has been officially attacked. A drone came right above it, released a bomb, and it exploded, and the boat was on fire. Everyone on that boat is okay. The fire is out. But I want to tell you that this boat was the boat that every person from the Madeleine, the old Madeleine crew, was on, which is Greta, me, Tiago, Schweib, and so many more amazing people. They have bombed a boat once again with civilians on it in Tunisian territory. This is an attack against Gaza because they don't want us there.
This is an attack against Gaza on a Portuguese boat set sail from Barcelona in Tunisian waters. This is an attack against Gaza. I bet one of them probably purposefully flicked the cigarette over there so that they could have this media moment, assuming that nobody would know otherwise, and they would just eat the narrative of, oh, Israel does like touching boats. This is completely believable. If they did, you would be dead, you dumb bitch.
So, we need you to mobilize. Let's not stay quiet. Hi everyone.
No matter how much you dislike Israel, they wouldn't mess up sinking a boat this badly. Oh my god. Yeah, Nux covered the story this morning. Based Tunisians calling out Greta Thunberg's absurd lies. Some Spanish boat followed the flotilla and blasted Israeli music all the way to Tunisia. Based. Thank you, Internet Zen Master. The true Ratmus, thank you. Did she learn those tactics from Hamas? I don't know. I didn't see any child shields on the boat. I have another tab here. New footage from Greta's boat shows a crew member misfiring a flare, which lands back on the boat.
It was a quadcopter that released a flare, which would need to have been a local operation, otherwise it was some idiot that misfired a flare gun. That wasn't any kind of drone munition like they are implying.
Yeah. We're about to see here Brent Wolfe. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, listen to those water noises. Hold on, let me turn down the volume so it doesn't explode our fucking ears. Damn, bro.
The ceiling bird has been angered.
Was it on accident? I don't know, man. You can't really see. We've been hit, he says! By fucking what? I feel like the screaming help and the fact that he was standing there when, like, whether it was a flare or a cigarette, you know, a flare misfire or a cigarette that caught something on fire, we've been hit. You know, I'm thinking this is kind of suspicious. It sounds like maybe it wasn't an accident. Porn acting is not the same, I know. The acting in porn really breaks my immersion. You like how the alarm speeds up? Yeah, same. I'd be like, damn, they put a bomb in our fire alarm! Look at that ceiling bird go! Do boat fire alarms do that? I don't know. I've never had a fire alarm go off on a boat, because I've never had anyone misfire a flare or fuck up grilling on one before. No, oh shit, just immediate help, followed by the obvious lie of we've been hit. But Pakistani national, thank you. Not a drop of masculinity on this boat. Well, of course not. They're far leftists. The flare committed genocide to the boat. True and real. No one calmly grabbing an extinguisher and putting it out. No one able to stay calm. The feminization has been complete. And I thought this was an interesting tweet. Just like a quick dash to the side. First the beepers, not a pack of cigarettes. These Israeli bombs are getting more creative. Israel has designed the craziest bomb yet. One that only does tiny localized damage instead of exploding. D7 Origin, thank you. Reminds you of the shots fired Acorn Cop. Oh my god, yes, the Acorn Cop. A Brave SJ, thank you. Where are the fire buckets? Why aren't they beating to quarters? Why is the bosun tolerating this flailing and screaming? These are terrible sailors. Probably not real sailors, you know. Matt Larson, thank you. They have a flair for theatrics. That's a good pun. Thank you, Dad. To be completely fair, you don't think shooting a flare gun at them to harass them is beneath Israel. I don't think Israel was out there to shoot a flare. They had a Spanish boat following them. It would be blasted by a little rocket sunk in a minute. So there's this tweet that I saw. Mary Harrington here said, no wonder there's near total silence on the U.S. left-wing press on Irina Zarutska's murder. There's just no obvious way to make her murder intelligible within America's bitter race politics without fueling right-wing narratives. What an interesting thing to say. And then this guy named David Aronovich, Aronovich, said, a black guy murders a white woman on a train in North Carolina. It's captured on CCTV. It's horrible. But no more horrible than many murders committed by white guys on women, none of whom receive a fraction of the attention being paid to this. Why do we think that is? What the fuck? And then this guy, Christopher Snowden, I don't know who he is either, said, if you don't think that a young female refugee being murdered in cold blood by a madman with a long string of convictions in a public place on camera in front of witnesses is newsworthy, then maybe journalism is not for you. And I was like, is this David Rano bitch a journalist? Because that would make a lot of sense for his callous attitude. So I looked him up. And it says, David Morris A.A. Ronovich is an English journalist, television presenter, and author. He was a regular columnist for The Times and the author of Paddling to Jerusalem, an aquatic tour of our small country, Voodoo Histories, the role of conspiracy theory in modern history, and Party Animals, My Family, and Other Communists. He won the Orwell Prize for Political Journalism in 2001 and the What Papers Say Columnist of the Year Award in 2003. He previously wrote for The Independent and The Guardian. And down here it says, A.A. Ronovich is the son of communist intellectual and economist Sam A.A. Ronovich, and brother of actor Owen A.A. Ronovich, and author and screenwriter Ben A.A. Ronovich. His parents were atheists whose quote-unquote faith was Marxism, according to A.A. Ronovich, and his ethnically half Jewish and half Irish. He has written that he was brought up to react to wealth with a puritanical pout. So it doesn't surprise me in any way, shape, or form that this guy is like, yeah, my parents had faith in Marxism, and now he's saying dumb shit like this. That is the least surprising thing that I have seen today. 100% A.A. Ronovich, true. It's a rich guy mad at other rich people. I fucking guess. I don't fucking know, man. Reacts to wealth by pouting, but also comes from absurdly wealthy and known family. Yeah, you know, it's not surprising at all. Not surprising. And let me see, because now we are running a little short on time, and there are two basically government collapse stories I want to get to. So, we have this little video here. A woman berates migrant at subway station in France. What a way to phrase that, by the way. So this migrant, this immigrant, probably not there legally, tries to grab this woman's bag, and she says, "What are you doing?" Nobody around her looks up. He's telling her to keep her voice down. She's saying, "Seriously?" and telling him to move while he's telling her to keep her voice down. She says, "No, you don't take my bag like that. Are you crazy?" She said, "I don't care. I don't understand what you're saying.
You wanna say my people now?
I don't care. Don't touch my bag." So this guy comes up and tries to steal her bag. None of the men around her do anything, because, you know, that's just how we are in Western society now. It's by design. It's by design. Didn't the French government shut down or something? Oh boy, just you wait. And then we have this fun video. Also in France, jihadis threaten to burn down Notre Dame Church again in Paris unless authorities release Ibrahim Ali-Sawi, who killed 3 French people. We demand the government of France to release our brother Brahim Ali-Sawi Spaghetti. Brahim Spaghetti. If he is not set free, then God's wrath will be upon your people here in France. And then they set fire to a scale model of the Notre Dame. And he does the typical pointing up finger thing and says, "Your churches will burn by God's will." And then they just stand here. They just stand here, I guess. So, literal terroristic threat. Literal terroristic threat. And in the middle of this, French patriots announced massive nationwide strike on September 10th, demanding new elections after Macron's government collapse. France belongs to the French. Out with Macron. have a video of it because it was years ago, and I don't know what France's version of the FBI or CIA are called. But there was a guy who resigned from... I can't remember if he resigned or if he, like, just, you know, retired. But he was either FBI or CIA, whatever the French equivalent is. And he did an interview on some news station where he said that revolution in France is imminent unless politicians do something to stop the flow of immigration into France. And I believe that was about 6 years ago at this point, 5 or 6 years. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that something is finally happening. And there is a little bit of an article here about what happened to the French Parliament. Do I need to subscribe to read this? Hold on a second. Let me go to the archives chat. Ein Moment. The French found their balls again. We dump on the French for being the flag of surrendering, but remember, they were very proficient with guillotines back in the day, all right? France is the home of Arab no-go zones, the Charlie Hebdo attack, and the Bataclan nightclub massacre. Yeah, they have been in the trenches for a hot fucking minute. A praxis fall, thank you. Think of if the Vatican actually got mad enough to call for another crusade. Think of that crazy timeline. True and real. So this article... French Parliament ousts Prime Minister, deepening the political crisis. France's Parliament brought down the government on Monday over its plans to tame the ballooning national debt, deepening a political crisis that is weakening the Eurozone's second largest economy. Lawmakers voted to oust Prime Minister Francois Bayrou and his minority government with 364 votes against the veteran centrist politician and 194 in his favor. President Emmanuel Macron, who is facing calls from the opposition to dissolve parliament and resign, will instead hunt for his 5th prime minister in less than 2 years. I think this is how you know that you're fucked. His office said he would appoint one in the next few days. The next government's most pressing task will be to pass a budget, the same challenge Francois Bayrou faced when he took office 9 months ago. Securing the backing of a very divided parliament will be equally as hard. You have the power to bring down the government, but you do not have the power to erase reality, Bayrou told lawmakers before losing the confidence vote. Reality will remain relentless, expenses will continue to rise, and the burden of debt, already unbearable, will grow heavier and more costly. Bayrou will tender his resignation on Tuesday, his office said. He had called the confidence vote to try and win parliamentary support for his strategy to lower a deficit that stands at nearly double the European Union's 3% ceiling, and to start tackling a debt pile equivalent to 114% of the GDP. Opposition parties were in little mood to rally behind his planned savings of 44 billion euros, $51.51 billion doodles, in next year's budget, with an election for Macron's successor looming in 2027. This moment marks the end of the agony of a phantom government, far-right leader Marine Le Pen said, pushing for a snap parliamentary election, which Macron has so far ruled out. Macron is now on the front line facing the people. He too must go, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, leader of the hard left France Unbowed, said on X. A lengthy period of political and fiscal uncertainty risks undermining Macron's influence in Europe at a time when the United States is taking tough on trade and security, and war is raging in Ukraine and Europe's eastern flank. The French president could now normalize a politician from his own centrist minority ruling group or from the ranks of conservatives as the next premier, but that would mean doubling down on a strategy that has failed to yield a stable alliance. He could also tack to the left and nominate a moderate socialist or choose a technocrat. No scenario would be likely to hand the next government a parliamentary majority. It was inevitable that the need to form a new government would result in a dilution of the deficit reduction plan, Finance Minister Eric Lombard said before the vote. Macron may eventually decide that the only path out of the crisis lies in calling a snap election, but he has so far resisted calls from Le Pen's national rally and from France Unbowed to dissolve parliament a second time. And I remember the first time I read about him dissolving parliament, I was like, what the fuck? Like, that sounds so wild to me, because that's not something we can do we can't just dissolve our Congress, you know? So, like, hearing that that's like a normal, everyday kind of thing that could happen in France is like, what the fuck? That's so wild, dude. They want to give up the entitlements and the paid time off they enjoy. Yeah, right? It's something that happens quite regularly. That's insane to think about, dude. You have a deficit and have to pay billions for criminal illegal migrants in the corrupt Ukraine. Let's cut our citizens and raise taxes. I mean... Financial markets had anticipated the confidence vote would fail, and there was little immediate reaction on Monday. French markets faced another test on Friday when Fitch Ratings reviews its sovereign rating for France. Moody's and S&P Global follow with their own rating reviews in October and November. Over the near term, I'm sure everyone in markets expects paralysis and downward pressure on ratings, said Chris Ciesaluna, head of economic research for Daiwa Capital Markets. As for now, the outcome was as expected, so markets should react in a modest way. France's EU peers will be watching closely. France holds the highest deficit as a percentage of GDP in the Eurozone, the bloc using the EU's single currency. It pays more to service its debt than Spain, and spreads against benchmark German 10-year bonds are at their highest level in 4 months. A rating downgrade would hamper France's ability to raise money at low interest rates from investors, potentially deepening its debt problems. The socialists have offered a counter-budget that would impose a tax of at least 2% on personal wealth greater than 100 million euros, $117.5 million doodles, and generate savings of 22 billion euros, a proposal that would be tough to marry with the pro-business reform agenda of Macron's presidency. Discontent may also start brewing on the streets. A grassroots protest movement called Bloquons Tout, Let's Block Everything, is calling for nationwide disruption on Wednesday. So I guess we'll have some French riots to cover on Friday. Trade unions are plotting walkouts the week after. Like many in France, Mohamed, 80, who sells produce on the Aligre market in Paris, doesn't think the politicians will find a way out. Come back in 10 days and you'll see nothing will have changed. There won't be a majority, there will be no budget. I'm glad that the last quote in this article is from a proud Frenchman. Sparky, thank you. History's a circle. This is quite literally another crusade. The Spanish are ahead of the curve with Reconquista 2. Europe awakens. Days vault. I'm just thinking that, it's kind of funny. Wasn't the Great Depression in like the 1920s, 1930s, somewhere around there? Wasn't that like the era of the Great Depression, and now we're also kind of going through a pretty piss poor economic time? 1930s, yeah. And we have the housing crisis crash that's like gonna be speculated to be worse than the 2007 crash. And I'm just thinking, what came after the Great Depression? What was going on in like the 1930s, 1940s, man? I don't know. Maybe someone was rejected from art school. Time is made up of flat circles. Was there something in 1820, 1830? That's a great question. When did the Black Plague happen? Every century is the same. Japan touched the bones. Another financial crash in 1930. Here we go again. Oh boy. There was a kerfluffle. The 1930s were really not a good time in Europe. 1500s. Oh, the plague was like really long ago. I don't remember anything about the 1800s, bro. Bad mustache, man. The world lives in a circle. We're in the collapse and war part of the cycle. I don't want to go to war, brother. And we have Marine Le Pen. I really hope that these are recent videos, because there were a couple of people who were posting politician videos from like a long time ago. Okay, this is April 9th, so this is about a month old. But let's play this again. France will take necessary steps. What is Marine saying here? April not. Oh yeah, you're right. April was the beginning of this year. My bad, chat. I appeal to the wisdom and the good sense of the French. Give me one reason, only one, to keep on our territory foreigners who collaborate with a totalitarian ideology that wants the death of the French. Binationals connected to Islamist ideology must be stripped of their nationality and expelled. The French who adopt the ideology of the enemy must be brought before justice and punished. The laws exist, they just need to be applied. And well, I, President, these laws will be applied without weakening. She's been barred from running. It makes you think, has she? That's insane. In a few weeks, I promise you, France will have taken all the necessary steps to be sheltered from the quote-unquote S-files. Oh god, she speaks so fast. And that in total compliance with our rule of law. Radical mosques will be shut down. Hate preachers expelled. The associations fused, question mark, with Salafism and the Muslim Brotherhood will be dissolved. With me. Be assured that the rights of women, today challenged by the Islamist obscurantism, will be granted to all the women of France. Oh, this is from 2017, so someone did repost it. Hopefully she still believes the same thing. I hate when people take something super old and it's like applied to current like dialogue. But then like you're just like, when is this from? Is this new? Is this not? With me, the security will not go against liberty. In any case, not against the liberty of honest people. It's kind of sad that she ended up losing. It's kind of sad, man. If Rita, you bet she's doubled down. I certainly hope so, because there was this that was posted in April and then reposted by this guy yesterday. Yeah, September 8th. Reposted yesterday. And then here's another one that was posted yesterday. This says September 7th, 2025 on our little podium. Thank you, podium, for being current. This lady said, France is erupting, the flag is flying, the streets are filled, people have had enough. Marine Le Pen says Macron collaborated in importing cartel-linked migration into France. And now the debt, crime, and collapse are undeniable. Raise the colors isn't just a chant anymore, it's a movement, and Macron is running out of time. So this is actually current, September 7th, 2025. Thank you, dated podium. It's unrealistic to claim to our country's budget imbalance can be resolved without tackling the four major taboos: immigration, the state's spending habits, fraud of all kinds, social, tax, import, cartels, and so on, and France's contribution to the European Union. How dare he... This is people calling for Macron to resign.
Flag fever has spread to France as the furious French demand an end to immigration and Emmanuel Macron's debt binge. Inspired by the British Raise the Colours movement, the French have been out in force, flying the tricolour from motorway bridges.
Did he just pronounce tricolour as tricolor? That's like a whole new fucking word. He's just like me, for real, for real.
Their houses and in the streets. Ordinary citizens say the movement is a backlash against the elite and one of celebration of their country and its history.
It's simple. Flood the country with the French flag. You have to put it everywhere, on all the windows, the buildings, walls, roundabouts, bridges. Replace the colors of Palestine with the colors of our country.
The country faces a debt crisis so grave the country could face an IMF bailout. To avoid this, the Prime Minister wishes to confront it with tax hikes and spending cuts.
Yep. So I'm glad that she is still saying the same thing she did in 2017. So that 2017 video being reposted, still fucking relevant. Still fucking relevant. So France is about to enter their Boogaloo stage. Very interesting. Very interesting to see what they will do tomorrow when the planned protest is. Let me close my French tabs here so I don't get confused and lost. Let's see here. Oh god, there's still so many stories that I want to get to, but I think it's very important that I get to Nepal. That's Boston stuff. That's based New Hampshire politicians. We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay. So I think this is the start of the Nepal Revolution tabs. Protesters burst into the residence of Nepal's corrupt foreign minister Arzu Rana Dweba and beat her and her family. They are mad, bro. She's dead now? They killed her? What the fuck? Can I show this? Yeah, they're just fucking throwing wood at him. They're not doing anything crazy right now. She died? Not in this video. Axie, thank you. Viva La Foxu! True and real. Gurkland doesn't fuck around. Jesus. Is she the one they burned to death? Jesus fuck! What? They do not fuck around when it comes to communists. Jesus! I like how that guy selfie cammed for a minute there. So, yeah, they, broke into that foreign minister's house, beat her and her family. Let's see what else I have for here. Tommy Robinson tweeting out a video here. Nepalese government banned social media last week to regulate misinformation. Tommy Robinson can relate, living in that 1984 nation of UK. This is the government building today as ministers flee in helicopters. This does not look like something that I would be viewing in 2025. This is like crazy to look at. Look at how many people. Look at how many people are down here, dude. There are so many fucking people here. That's a collapse. Oh yeah, this is not a collapse. This is a coup. This is a revolution. They look like ants scrambling around. This is what an unironic revolution looks like. Nepal in chaos as uprising erupts. Nepal's government is crumbling. Enraged citizens are hunting down officials, stripping and beating them in broad daylight. Protesters have torched the homes of MPs and set the parliament building ablaze. The streets are no longer safe for the ruling elite. This follows a ban on all social media, and corruption from politicians were exposed. Nepal has declared war on its government. That made me realize there's one tweet that I tweeted out that I didn't bring up in this, because it kind of defeats the point if you don't know why people are revolting and why they were trying to ban social media. So let me just nix this tab for a second here. So proud of Nepal. January 6th sensationalists take note. January 6th was not a fucking coup. This is, yeah, 1000%. So I retweeted this. In Nepal, citizens storm the Communist Party headquarters and tear down the hammer and sickle flag. Actually fucking based, bro. They do not fuck around. They do not fuck around. Imagine living under the tyranny of communism. Do you hear the people sing the songs of angry men? Fucking rip that flag down, man! Listen to the cheers! No more commies based Nepal. So back to that other video. Historic mode. Yeah, that's gonna be a historic video. That's fucking great, dude. So this other video, Nepal has declared war on its government. that's DMCA music. I have no idea what song that is. This is some sort of politician person that they stripped down to their underwear and made them run through the river. His name was John Cena. Lo-fi beats to kick the shit out of commies too. True and real. Rip VoD watchers. I don't know what the music is, so better to mute it. Better to be safe, you know? Oh, that guy's in an Adidas tracksuit. Just a little bit of blood on that guy. He got a little tussled. God damn, they are angry. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Oceanyan, thank you. Nepal has declared war on its government. Huh, odd way of saying the people are holding their elected officials accountable. Yeah, it's an odd way to say that, you know? The river is cold as fuck because of the Himalayas. Is that where I get my pink salt from? Damn, that is a big building on fire. Holy shit. Cheeky breaky, true. There's so many fucking people here, too. Like, that's insane. Oh, here's the communist flag being taken down again. Makes you wonder what stories of Nepalese corruption and injustice were killed in the media in favor of another nothing burger. So this seems like an overreaction to normies. Well, it's like, I have no idea what the state of Nepal has been like, because I don't live there. I don't really get too many stories out of Nepal. But if they're banning social media, if they're trying to control the flow of information a la China, yeah, I can see that being like the final straw that broke the camel's back for these people living and tolerating communism. That's where I get my pink salt from, that has been underground for 2 million years, was just taken out in time for you to eat it. Thank you. Is Nepal the place with the triangle flag, or are you thinking of a different country? I think it is. I think it has a triangle? Yeah, I think their flag is like the thing that looks like an angry alligator, right? Yeah, you can see it here. Ah! You can see it here, the like angry triangle alligator flag. Makes you wish you'd stayed in touch with some people you knew years ago they moved to and currently live in Nepal. Could have given some valuable insight. Oh, that would have been wild to hear. They blocked the Foxu. Monya. That building behind that looks pretty fucking cool too. Not an FBI, thank you for the you just know somewhere Hassan is saying this is Asmongold's fault. Truly, Asmongold led the coup in Nepal. Oh, we've made it to the end of this video. Made it to the end of this one. Let's see. I have, oh, the guy being made to wade through the water is Nepal's finance minister. He was stripped of clothes and chased into the river by angry protesters during deadly anti-corruption protests. But it's okay. You don't have to call it. This is a literal coup. You don't have to use the protest language here, man. This is an actual revolution. Here's another one. In Nepal, politicians ban social media use and citizens burn down parliament. Politicians flee by helicopter. You can see that building on fire that we saw in that other video before it was on fire. That's a nice looking building too. That's unfair. Hopefully they can rebuild it. It's fiery but mostly peaceful. True. If the communists want to use that language on us, this is a fiery but mostly peaceful revolution. No humans were harmed. Would have been even better to see the helicopters brought down. Oh my god. I don't know if they could do that. I feel like that'd be difficult. And we have a little article here talking about a bit more. Kathmandu. Hey, I recognize that name from playing Civilization 5. Kathmandu burns after bloody coup, but Nepal Gen Z protesters carry victory march. Earlier in the day, protesters set the private residence of former Prime Minister KP Sharma Ali in Bhaktapur on fire as demonstrations against the government. Protesters were seen dancing and celebrating as the private residence of Ali was burning. Gen Z protesters in Nepal carried out a victory march following the resignation of Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Ali on Tuesday amid violent protests against social media ban and corruption in the country. Ali's secretariat confirmed his resignation, local media reported. Here's another video, people protesting in Kathmandu against the government over alleged corruption. Prime Minister Sharma Ali has resigned amid the violent protests that took place in the national capital city. Damn. Is it really a resignation at that point? It's more of a leave or die ultimatum? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not much of a resignation if you're literally being threatened with being killed for how corrupt you are. Why are they saying Gen Z? I have no idea. I can't, like, even just looking at this crowd, it's very obviously not only Gen Z, so I don't know why they're saying that.
Lich Life, thank you for the dollary doodle.
We love the Nepal flag. It's a pretty cool flag, I'll admit it. Damn, that guy's in a suit wearing the Nepal flag as a cape? That's fucking cool. Looks like people of all ages. Yeah, it looks like people of all ages are fed the fuck up, not just Gen Z, man. Oh, look at that guy's tummy. I can poke it. Tommy. There's a woman here? Who let this woman come to the violent revolution? I can't read whatever hieroglyphic language they write in Nepal. But why is there a sign that says no honky horn and it's like a literal cartoon clown horn on the sign? Can any no tooting, no vuvuzelas? They discriminate against the Brazilians in Nepal. No clowns allowed. I was like, that's a very goofy sign. I like that sign.
No honking.
This was part of the reason for the revolt. That sign comes down next. Horns used to look like that when you bought them aftermarket to screw onto a car. Yeah, but that was like 100 years ago, man. It's actually still used for cars. Do not honk. That's not what a car horn looks like. No tooting. Oh my god. Look at that guy's shirt. Look at that. Hold on. Where is it? Nice. That is a good shirt to wear when you are committing to revolution. Nice, brother. Why did he just growl at me like a demon? Car and bike wash. Hello, military men's. It's the Wii Sports nice cock font. What the fuck? That's a big bottle of water.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Oh my god, their ambulances are jeeps? What the fuck? Why is there this one lost white guy here? What is he doing there? What? Look at how confused he is. Hold on a second. He just like comes into the frame looking incredibly fucking lost. Look at him. Like he's like, what the fuck? I just woke up and I wanted a burrito for breakfast. What is going on? The CIA agent. Look at how lost he looks. He's like, what the fuck? Inquisitive eyebrow. Even the cameraman is like, what is this white guy doing here? Even the cameraman zoomed the fuck in like, what is this rare specimen? Okay, guess I'm revolutioning now. Yeah, it's like, okay, buddy, fucking get ready to charge. I have no memory of this place. Oh my god, it was like a road trip. Damn, I wish I could whistle. I can't whistle. Bro wanted enlightenment and got revolution. Ah, yeah, potato, potato. I'll fucking scroll up on my shoopas here. The true Ratmus, thank you. I don't know, CNN said January 6th was worse than this. You know. Jacob Nick, thank you for the 5. You know, it's off topic, but you fear for your fellow Catholics after Minnesota and California. You carry at Mass for your wife and kids also. Wisconsin is better than Mass. I'd almost give you that you have better cheese, but Mass touches Vermont, which has really good cheese. So, I mean, New Hampshire's just the best state in the Union, though, all right? Like, nothing beats New Hampshire. What are we doing on this night of possible NATO action? What does carry at Mass mean? He means he brings his firearm to Mass when he goes to church. Wait until you put Wisconsin cheese curds on your throne. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm scrolling. John Burt, thank you. Isekai pro tag from another world. Truly. Speech was linked by an honorable chatter. Interesting. Interesting. Anthony, thank you. This is what happens when your politicians do the Korsche. Do not let them do that. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The white guy is just Where's Waldo out of costume. I just love how lost and confused he looks. That really brings the entire video together for me. I was like, holy shit, bro, you okay? Officer Hot Pants, thank you. Did that white guy get isekai'd? Racer M53, thank you. Just realized you don't have a Liberty Prime dono alert. He straight spouts anti-communist one-liners. Gotta get on that. I have no idea who that is. I don't know who that. I can't have lines from him if I don't know who that is. And I had to turn off so many of my alerts, man. I miss them. I miss them. Brave SJ, thank you. These are grim times. At times like these, we must not forget what is truly important. Today is Cerno Day. Jeez. No. Where is it? I know someone mentioned Nux. Oh yeah, Internet Zen Master, thank you. Amusing side note, Nux's lone clipper channel, Blood Runks, is supposedly Nepalese. He made a comment about this social media ban, and then this happened. Internet commies will blame the blue Jew for this. How dare Nux, the blue Voldemort Jew, take his General Asmongold and perpetrate a coup on the Nepalese government? How dare they? And what is the speech? This little speech you linked here? Literally Jewish Hitler.
Today I stand here with a dream of building a new Nepal, with a fire of hope and passion burning within me.
Damn.
But my heart is heavy because this dream seems to be slipping away. Rise and shines, futures of this upcoming imperial empire. I, Yoshka Raut, the head boy of this everlasting imperial institute, Holy Bell English Secondary School, welcomes you with open arms to our 24th annual program. I put myself before you this moment to shed light within your consciousness by piercing the dark nimbus that circles above you.
Damn!
I am present here today to immortalize a monumental change in the course of history. Nepal, our mother, this country gave us birth, nurtured us. But what did it ask in return? Just our honesty, our hard work, our contribution. But what are we doing? We are bounded by the chains of unemployment, being abroad in search of opportunities. We are trapped by the selfish games of political parties. Corruption has woven a web that is extinguishing the light of our futures.
Damn.
Youth,
I can't even say anything else besides damn. Like, this is a damn good speech. He just unzipped, whipped it out, flopped it on the podium. He gives a better speech than most politicians. Holy fuck.
Rise! We are the torch bearers of change. If you do not raise our voices, who will? If you do not raise our voices, who will? If you do not build this nation, who will?
True.
We are the fire that will burn away the darkness. We are the storm that will sweep away injustice and bring prosperity.
Bro, I'm jealous. We need someone to give, like, nationalist speeches like this in the US and the UK and France. And maybe Germany in, like, the next 50 years or so. I feel like they're a little far behind.
Our ancestors shed their blood to give us this nation. We cannot sell it. We cannot lose it.
Our ancestors shed blood to give us this nation. We cannot lose it. This bro goes fucking hard.
We are the fire. We will burn every despair away. Now we must decide. Will we drown in the darkness of despair or rise as the sun of hope? Today.
Holy shit. Good on you, Nepal. Good on you. Unfathomably based. That was a fucking badass speech. God, that could rile anyone up. Arise, chicken! True. Spartan D63, thank you. Make being nationalistic cool again. Racer M53, thank you. Liberty Prime is a giant robot from Fallout. He throws nukes like footballs. Quote, communism is a lie. Can we watch a clip real quick? Absolutely not. I have way too much to still finish. I'm already over time.
Ocean Yan, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Dude isn't a professional speechwriter. He definitely missed his calling because this is based as fuck. True and real. I is an insane speech. Good on him. This is fucking over the CCP also because Nepal is/was their puppet, but now Z needs to decide whether or not it's worth starting World War III by invading Nepal to reinstate his communist puppets. Oh boy. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Meme Smiths, give this man the God Emperor's Golden Power Armor stat. This is some humanity fuck yeah Nepal edition. Yeah, that's fucking nice to hear. Earlier in the day, protesters set the private residence of former Prime Minister Sharmar Ali in Bhaktapur on fire as demonstrations against the government. And this is... Oh, their house is pink! Cute pink house! And it's next to a cute greenhouse! Why don't we have fun-colored houses anymore, chat? This is an 8-minute video, so I'm just gonna kind of schmoopily-whoopily through here. There's a lot of stuff on fire. Yeah, Nepal. HOAs, fuck. I can't read their sign. It has a fist on it, which is weird since they're the anti-communist, but you know, oh, that's a cute gate. I like that gate. There's some army peoples. I guess that makes sense. There's a bit of blue in their uniform because of the jangles. It looks upside down. We have pink and purple house right next to each other in the town that you live in. Oh, man.
Communist detected on American soil. Lethal force engaged.
I always find it amusing that the people who constantly talk about punching Nazis and killing fascists get incredibly angry when I say the same thing about communists. It's like, at least I am careful about who I call a communist. Army is on the side of the revolutionaries. Yeah, the army decided, fuck it, we're revolting too. Oh, I like that column. Oh, those are nice columns. I want nice columns. Dude, they are just fucking hucking. I feel like if you haven't already left your house and it's gotten to this point, like, you're just kind of fucked, man. The military turning on you is how you know you fucked up. Sacred War Holy Song. Patchouli, thank you. Death is a preferable alternative to communism, quoted by Liberty Prime. Yeah, better dead than red, baby. There's another woman. That looks like a white woman, too. What the hell? What is she doing there? Let's see what else is here. Did they finally break through the gates? She's also touring. A white woman jump scare. Oh my god, the house is already on fire on the inside. Someone must have, like, chucked little fire bombs in there or some shit. Another shiny. Yeah, fuck that shelf. You never realized it was just a verbose. Better dead than red. I wonder how it feels to burn down the house of your corrupt prime minister. I wonder what these people are feeling right now. You know? I don't know. Goes hard with the background music. Well, my background music is called Chill Beats to Commit War Crimes to, so, you know, it's fitting. Oh, they're feeling warm from the fire. Did anyone bring marshmallows? Like, if you're gonna set your prime minister's residence on fire, when are you gonna get another chance to do that? You should bring the marshmallows, man. Maybe, like, some hot dogs? Take your chances. I like all the pretty colors on their houses, though. See, when I get a Victorian, I need to actually re-Victorianize the outside if it's not already multicolored. That'll be like one of the first things I have to do. In case of marshmallow emergency, Korsches can be substituted. True. As per the Himalayan Times, demonstrators gathered near Prime Minister KP Sharma Ali's private residence in Balkot, demanding accountability for Monday's fatalities. Oh, fuck. That's a bit more than just angry about social media. What are the fucking fatalities? During the protest, demonstrators set fire to the residence. Protesters were seen dancing and celebrating as the private residence of Ali was burning. Here's another video. A dead delivery boy that got run over by the cops? What the fuck? Why? You just imagined yourself shoving a stick on a Porsche to marshmallowize it. Hell yeah. Oh, look at the guy with the umbrella. Axie, thank you. Haru the horse god died so Nepal could thrive. What the heck? What the heck? Internet Zen Master, thank you. You can sum up the Nepalese feelings by borrowing Nux's reaction when Vishoho back in July. Vindication! I see. Regarding Ali's resignation, a Gen Z protester said, why are they all Gen Z? We are very happy that the Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Ali has resigned. Another protester said, it's very good for our country that the Nepal Prime Minister Sharma Ali has resigned. Now the youth will stand and give its contribution in developing the nation.
So the Prime Minister has finally resigned. Yeah. So what is your reaction on it? Yeah, we are very happy about that. It is very nice for our country. I think that develop our country.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They even have broccoli hair in Nepal. It's universal.
Valensa, the mayor of Kathmandu.
Did he resign or did they Minecraft him? Someone said that they burned a lady to death, but I haven't seen anything saying that, so I'm going to say that probably didn't happen unless they have a source. Not the broccoli hair.
So the Prime Minister, he has resigned after a violent protest for 2 days. So what is your reaction on it?
It is very good for our country. Now I think like us youth will stand and develop the country.
So how do you take the action of KP Sharma Ali using the force on the students who were on the street yesterday?
Terrible. That's very wrong. That's very wrong. That was really violent.
So do you think the protest which started from yesterday
was the first lady of Nepal? What the heck?
Yes, I think. Yeah.
4 ministers had earlier resigned from the government. Nepal's Home Minister Ramesh Lakak, Agriculture Minister Ramnath Adhikari, Health Minister Pradip Paudel, and Sports Minister Tejulal Chaudhary have already tendered their resignations. At least 19 protesters died in clashes with police and over 300 sustained injuries in Kathmandu, surrounding towns and agitations led by the country's youth against the government on Monday. The government lifted the ban late last night after violent clashes, but just hours later, protesters gathered in Kathmandu to renew their protest, alleging government corruption. Violent Gen Z protesters entered the Singha Durbar premises on Tuesday after breaking through its western gate, reported the Himalayan Times. According to the Himalayan Times, witnesses reported that the crowd forced its way past the main gates into the country's central administrative complex. Singha Durbar is the seat of Nepal's government's various ministries and offices. The breach came amid the intensifying protests in the country. Authorities have already imposed curfews in key areas of the capital following the deaths of 19 protesters. Holy shit, that's more than just running one person over. What the fuck? In Monday's demonstration, Nepal's protesters also set ruling party offices and buildings in Janakpur on fire as violent protesters in Kathmandu continued on Tuesday. As protesters against corruption led by Gen Z intensify in Nepal, the India-Nepal border at Panitanki town in West Bengal's Darjeeling has been put on high alert. That's a weird pattern for camouflage. Green and then like a sand color? I don't feel like you'd be able to hide very efficiently with that. Beep. They have tassels on their truck. That's cute. I can't understand him. I'm sorry. They stopped speaking English.
कल से बहुत सारे चालक अंदर वहाँ घुसे हैं उस सब से बातचीत हुआ सर कोई फंसा हुआ है कोई झमला में जुड़ गया कोई घटना हमारे पास खबर नहीं आया है अगर कुछ ऐसा होता है तो डेफिनेटली
Depends on where you're trying to hide, though some have simply forgotten the purpose of camo, I guess.
जितना भी स्ट्रेच है वहाँ पे
Camo works from afar, not up close. Really? With like a dark green and a really light tan?
हम लोग जो पुलिस की तरफ से जो हमारा डिप्लॉयमेंट है जो
It's more meant to break up the human silhouette in urban or semi-urban environments. Ah, okay.
ऑफिशियल ट्रांजिट पॉइंट्स हैं जैसे आपका यहाँ दिख रहे हैं आप हमने यहाँ पर राउंड द क्लॉक नाका सिस्टम कर दिया है. So in case of like illegal immigration से या तो ऐसा कुछ क्योंकि हो सकता है.
Why did he say in the case of illegal immigration and then switch back to not English? Why did they have no words for that?
कि वहाँ पे भागदौड़ मच इस तरह से आई तो सिचुएशन कैसे कंट्रोल करने का. अभी तक हमारे पास ऐसा कोई खबर नहीं आया है. हमने नाका स्टिकर लगा रखा है.
I guess he is not. There's nothing I will be able to glean from that. I apologize. Superintendent of Police Praveen Parkash said that the police patrolling in the border area has been intensified. A police post has been set up here at the roundup with deployment of force. We're in alert mode and monitoring the situation with the help of security agencies and the Nepal police. There's no information about anyone being stuck. The police have heightened patrolling at the border area. I see you guys have linked something from Newsweek here about the wife. Let me see. Come back. Wife of ex-Nepali Prime Minister burned alive. Oh my god, it is real. The wife of former Prime Minister Jalanath Kanal died Tuesday after she was burned alive when her home was set on fire amid violent anti-government protests in the country, regional media reported. The Nepalese parliament building and the homes of political leaders were torched in the unrest, which has plunged the Himalayan state into a full-blown crisis.
One Gurkha and their cookery knife is enough to Minecraft over 100 by himself. Badass motherfuckers.
Jesus Christ.
When you guys say Gorkha, I think of pickles, but those are gherkins.
Got any chatters that can translate? I don't know if there's anyone here who could speak whatever they speak in Nepal. I don't want to say Nepalese because I feel like that's not a real language. I feel like I'd just be making shit up. That's the wife? That's not a woman! This looks like a white man! The protests, which are being led by Gen Z, erupted on Monday in response to the government's ban on major social media platforms, combined with a long-standing resentment about political corruption and lack of opportunities. The government repealed the ban on Tuesday. Prime Minister Sharma Ali and other key officials have stepped down. Demonstrators ready to continue into a third day. At least 22 have died and hundreds have been hurt in the unrest. Tens of thousands have defied curfew as the military calls for calm and negotiations. Why do they keep talking about Gen Z? That's a great question, because like even in this image, you can tell there's a bunch of people here that aren't in Gen Z. I don't know, maybe like Gen Z started it, question mark? I don't know. This guy looks like he's part of some like Nepalese mafia, dude. He looks kind of ready to rumble. It's 2025. This is at 7:35 p.m. Eastern. Violence is not the answer, says UN Human Rights Commissioner. Well, it's a good thing communists aren't human. United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, warned that violence is not the answer as he urges Nepal's security forces to show restraint as the protests look ready to roll into their third day. I am appalled by the escalating violence and #Nepal, which has left many young protesters dead or injured. Reports of the disproportionate use of force by the authorities need to be urgently investigated. Dialogue, not violence, is the way forward. Okay, so he's saying stop attacking the protesters. I was assuming. I'm used to the messaging in the West where they're like, oh, you protesters, you can't do anything, okay? You know, you gotta just sit there. Oh, it opened in a new tab. I wanted to play the video, you slut. Why can't I play the video? You whore. Here we go.
I'm appalled by the escalating violence in Nepal that has resulted in multiple deaths and the injury of hundreds of mostly young protesters.
I literally hit pause and it opened the fucking website again. He looks like I watched a really shitty movie. What is it? I think it was a demon? Images. I watched a really shitty movie where a woman, like, lets a demon eat her. And he eats her, like, very slowly. There's not many good pictures of the demon. So this is probably the best picture I'm gonna get. But that... that guy in the United Nations made me think of the demon. This is what the demon looks like from the shitty movie. This is what the demon looks like. And I'm just guessing he looks so bad because he needs to eat the peoples to get, like, his powers back or something. I don't know, man. I don't know, but, like, this guy's making me think of him for some reason. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Fuck! Just play the video! Stop opening the United Nations website! God damn!
As well as the widespread destruction of property.
Chat, I have never had this happen by clicking on fucking Twitter videos. This is insane. This never happens. What the fuck?
I plead with security forces to exercise utmost restraint and to avoid further such bloodshed and harm. Violence is not the answer. Dialogue is the best and only way to address the concerns of the Nepalese people. It is important that the
spacebar pause didn't work! Yeah, so... I am glad that he's not being like, the protesters need to stop their violence in this case. He's just like, you communists. Maybe don't keep killing the protesters.
Protesters have the right to express peacefully their political frustrations and grievances over corruption and a ban on social media platforms. I have received concerning reports of unnecessary and disproportionate use of force by the security forces.
Do you think that we'll see someone from the UN saying the same thing about the UK if they start staging a coup? That they'll be like, look, UK government, we know you guys are oppressive and you're instituting bans on certain kinds of media, but maybe don't kill your citizens. Do you think they'll say the same thing about the UK?
I call for an urgent, thorough, transparent and impartial investigation into such acts. I'm also disturbed by reports of public buildings, businesses, and private residents being attacked. And in
Oh, there it is. There it is. No, you see, they weren't setting private citizens' houses ablaze, according to all those videos we watched. It was politicians and government buildings.
some instances set ablaze. Equally, I'm concerned by reports of physical attacks on senior government officials. I remind protesters that they too must uphold the spirit of peaceful assembly. And
what do you think it'd be like to be someone in the middle of a revolution against an oppressive government that is corrupt and also killing protesters? And then you watch this video of this guy chastising you? I wonder what goes through people's heads when they see that kind of stuff.
refrain from violence. The world has admired Nepal's emergence from conflict to become a peaceful democracy, and I appeal to all Nepalese stakeholders to find a way forward to continue.
I don't like those two sentences that he just said, because that makes me feel like some fucking Western country is gonna swoop in and install a puppet, and I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see that happen, dude.
Continue on that path. Together with the United Nations system, my office stands ready to support dialogue and trust-building measures that can help de-escalate tensions and restore confidence.
Don't do it. Don't believe the UN. 556. All right, so that is the newest thing. That is the newest thing. Damn. I wonder what, like, because it says it's the wife of the former prime minister, and it's not the Ali guy who just resigned. So I wonder. I don't know anything about the Nepalese government, so I have no idea what the former prime minister did either. The UN will send pedos. Good fucking god. Okay. And was there anything else on the Nepalese stuffs to bring up? I've actually lost my Nepalese tabs. There we go, I found them again. I was here. Embassy of India, Kathmandu says all Indian nationals in Nepal are hereby requested to note the following telephone numbers from the Embassy of India, Kathmandu, for contact in case any are facing emergency. That's the bottom of that article. And then this last one. Nepal's political survivor swept from office by fury at protest deaths. Nepalese communist leader KP Sharma Ali was sworn in as prime minister a year ago, promising stability and jobs, but resigned abruptly on Tuesday after the worst unrest in decades, amid accusations of corruption and authoritarian rule. His resignation following violent anti-corruption protests that left 19 people dead was the latest twist in a roller coaster of political career that has mirrored the volatility of modern Nepalese politics. From a teenage revolutionary imprisoned for 14 years to a four-time prime minister, Ali has been a central player in the political and economic uncertainty that has beset Nepal since protests led to the abolition of its monarchy in 2008. They abolished a monarchy and then communists immediately tried to swoop in, bro? What the fuck? From a communist? No way! Who could have seen this coming? Sworn in for his fourth term in July last year as the country's 14th prime minister since 2008, Ali, 73, vowed to fight corruption and poverty in the landlocked country wedged between India and China. Well, this makes it even more confusing, right? If he is a fourth-term prime minister, why was the previous prime minister's wife set on fire? What the fuck did they do? The seasonal political survivor was unable to withstand a wave of public fury that forced him from office on Tuesday over the authorities' use of lethal force against demonstrators the previous day. Can I just ask why Reuters is calling a fucking communist dictator dude a seasoned political survivor? Can I ask that question? An aide to Ali said the outgoing prime minister's private residence had been set on fire by demonstrators celebrating his ousting. Television images showed protesters barging into the compound and ransacking the property, shattering windows, breaking pots, chairs, and other furniture, before setting the structures on fire. Security forces, appearing to be outnumbered, watched from a few meters away. There was a lot of dissatisfaction among the people with the government and political leadership. This only exploded yesterday. The carnage had made people sensitive. Bipin Adhikari, a prominent constitutional expert, told Reuters hours before Ali resigned. Bipkin Bippa, by the way. His decision last week to block access to several social media platforms, including Meta platforms Meta.o, Facebook, sparked nationwide protest led by Gen Z activists who accused him of silencing dissent and protecting a corrupt elite. The government denied trying to throttle free speech and cited misuse of social media to spread disinformation and commit fraud, among other concerns. Protesters also blamed Ali for many of the Himalayan nation's ills, saying his latest tenure as prime minister was marked by entrenched corruption, economic stagnation, and authoritarianism. Nepal is one of the world's poorest countries, and political instability has discouraged investment and hobbled its economic development, forcing millions of young people to seek work mainly in Malaysia, South Korea, and the Middle East. Born in 1952 in eastern Nepal, Ali's early life was marked by hardship. I don't really fucking care about the early life of a communist, I'm gonna be real honest. He was a founding member of the Communist Party of Nepal, Unified Marxist-Leninist, or CPN-UML, and became prominent nationally, developing an ability to forge political alliances. He held key ministerial roles, including as Interior and Foreign Minister, and served 4 times as Prime Minister. Ali first assumed the premiership in 2015, at a time when a blockade of its border crossings with India left the country short of fuel and medicine for several months. His government responded by signing a transit agreement with Beijing, ending India's monopoly over Nepal's trade route. Both Asian giants have been locked in a high-stakes battle for influence in Nepal, and Ali's fall will be closely watched by India and China. Considered by some political watchers to be closer to China, Ali has adopted a tougher line with India in his first term, as he whipped up nationalist sentiment while altering Nepal's map over disputed land by including territories controlled by India. He told Reuters in 2022 that Nepal under his administration would be neutral and non-aligned. You want to know about if he spent his early life in a communist China? I mean, I guess I could take a peek. I just didn't want to read like an entire early life biography. From a teenage revolutionary imprisoned for 14 years to a 4-time prime minister. Hold on, wait a minute. That was the beginning. Hold on, I missed. Where is it? Born in 1952 in eastern Nepal, Ali's early life was marked by hardship. His mother died of smallpox when he was 4, and his family was displaced by floods, forcing him to live with his grandparents. He entered politics as a young activist aligned with the communist ideology and was imprisoned for 14 years during the 1970s and 1980s for opposing the monarchy, an experience that shaped his political outlook and public image. It's just being sympathetic to him being a fucking communist. Considered closer to China, so deaf there guy then? Yeah. Considered by some political watchers to be closer to China. He told Reuters he was neutral and non-aligned. And I'm sure if we lived in Nepal, we would know quite a lot more, but we can only read what we have access to. Communist imprisoned, fine. By a monarchy, ew, but fine. Your bank sent a fraud alert because your Stream Elements tips. Oh no, I'm not a fraud fox! Internet Zen Master, thank you for the 10. Admired. Bitch, the United Nations didn't give a shit about Nepal until the government was imploding. Just have the new Nepali government ask Trump for help for a week. He'd do much better than the UN. True and real, but I don't want to send money overseas, man. We need to help our people in our country. A feet sniffer, thank you. He's appalled. Surely he should be Nepaled. Dad, I want Cheemsburger. Kirsche, your Dakimaker arrived today. It's very soft and high quality. Hell yeah, brother. I live to bring you guys the best kind of quality merch. Yeah. Micro Nightmare, thank you for that gift member on the YouTube. Thank you. Well, thank you. Ocean Yan, thank you. Not the answer. And yet, it seems to be working more effectively than anything in the last 40 years. I know, it's wild. A Brent Wolfe, thank you. You hope the protesters don't get on the bad side of the Gurkhas. One Gurkha and their kukri knife is enough to Minecraft over 100 by himself. Oh, I remember that earlier. Thank you again. Thank you again. I'm on you. All right, we made it. I made it through both France and Nepal's governments collapsing. What an interesting time we live in. And I hope the people who are trying to take back their nations do end up staying safe, man. Violence is always a scary thing, and nobody wants it to happen. So hopefully people are able to take care of themselves during these dark times, dude. Let's see. Homestead is online at the Momonte. Let me see here. Damn, there's not many people online right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Emiru is streaming. That would be a weird raid. The poll is going wild. Yeah, today was a very poll day. People are getting theirs already. That's what I'm saying, crumbs, man. I wasn't expecting people to get stuff shipped out so quickly. It feels like I just finished selling stuff the other day. I just felt it's been so fucking fast, man. It's been so fast. Let me take a look-see-peek-see here, man. I can go touch Uwo Slab. I think he's doing some kind of road trip funky thing. Going from, like, PP something to Poo Poo Creek or whatever. Big American road trip. Are they AFK at the moment? Some spin thing on the screen. Cheeseburger perfection. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Are they AFK? Yeah,
go watch the first 10 season of Who's Line.
Okay, no, they're not AFK. I was like, what? Nothing's happening. All right, we're gonna raid into Uwo Slab. We're gonna do some slabbing to see how his little road trip with Ahina is going. Ay. Chat might be stuck in a bag. Oh no, we're inside bag, man. Not like this. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. Extra late, so we could learn about Nepal's revolution. Viva la revolution! We're gonna go raid into Uwo Slab. Remember, don't bring up political shit in non-political streamer streams. If you do that, you get banned here. Be on good behavior. Ask him about cheeseburger perfection. This looks like a Sonic drive-thru, but Sonic does not have good cheeseburgers, so I'm very confused, you know? Very confused. I will see you guys on, I think, Friday this week? I don't think I'm on Side Scrollers this week. Yeah, I'm not. I'll see you guys on fucking Tangent Friday. I still have a whole host of crazy fucking tabs I haven't gone to. Cracker Barrel has issued a new statement. There's a bunch of deaths that happened. There was a child rape case that happened where the DA is considering castration and then the death penalty. Going fucking crazy, brother. So thank you guys for hanging out extra late. I am going to go curl up in bed, and I will see you on Friday for all these crazy tabs I haven't been able to get to. Hopefully nothing happens that's crazy in the next 2 days. Have a great rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.